Hello dear Mr. Midnight Thriller family. Thank you for choosing to spend your time here tonight. This video has only 3 ads in the first 15 minutes. After that, it's completely ad-free, so you can enjoy the story without interruptions. We bring you only new stories every day, so tell us your location in the comments. Press the hype button to help the video reach more listeners, and like, share, comment, and subscribe if you feel we earned it. If these stories bring you comfort or thrills, you can also join our memberships. Your support helps us continue creating daily stories for you. My name is Jake, and I swear I never believed in anything like this before, but now I don't know what to believe anymore, and I'm just writing this down so maybe someday Leo can understand what happened to us on that trip. We had been planning this weekend for months, me and my wife, because life had gotten so crazy with work and bills and the constant chaos of raising a toddler, and we just needed to get away, to breathe some fresh air and remember what it felt like to be us again, not just parents running on no sleep and too much coffee. We found this campground about 2 hours from our house, nothing fancy, just a clearing in the woods with a fire pit and enough space for our tent, and it felt perfect, like exactly what we needed. I spent the whole week packing and checking things off our list, and the last thing I tossed in the car was this brand new video baby monitor we'd bought special for the trip, because there was no way we were letting Leo sleep in a separate tent without being able to see him. And this thing had night vision and everything. It was supposed to give us peace of mind. When we finally got there and set everything up, I remember standing back and looking at our little camp, the big tent for us and the smaller one for Leo right next to it. And I felt so good, so proud of myself for making this happen. My wife was getting Leo settled inside his tent, unrolling his little sleeping bag and arranging his stuffed animals just the way he liked them. And I could hear her talking to him in that soft voice she uses, telling him what a big boy he was going to be sleeping in his own tent like a real camper. I set up the monitor on the folding table next to our chairs, aiming the camera through the mesh window of his tent so we could see his cot perfectly. And when I powered it on and saw his little face on the screen, all grainy and green from the night vision, I felt like a genius, like we had figured out this parenting thing completely. We put Leo down around 8, same as at home, and he went right to sleep like the angel he is, no fussing or crying, just curled up with his thumb in his mouth and his eyes closed, and my wife and I sat by the fire with our wine and just breathed for the first time in forever. The fire crackled and popped, and the stars were so bright out there away from the city lights, and we talked about all kinds of things, old movies we used to watch, places we wanted to go someday, stupid jokes from when we were dating, and it was so nice, so normal, like we had stepped back in time to before we had responsibilities. Every few minutes I would glance at the monitor screen sitting on the table, and there was Leo, still asleep, still peaceful, and I would smile and take another sip of wine and feel like everything was right in the world. Around midnight we started getting tired, and I was just about to suggest we head to bed when the monitor made a sound, not the usual static or the little beep it makes when the battery is low, but something else, something that made me freeze with my wine glass halfway to my mouth. It was music, soft and tinny, coming through the little speaker. A delicate tinkling melody like the kind you would hear from an old music box. The kind your grandmother might have kept on her dresser. And it was coming from Leo's tent. My wife heard it too. I could tell by the way her eyes went wide and her hand clamped down on my arm. And we both just sat there staring at the monitor like it was a snake about to strike. The melody kept playing, sweet and gentle, and I looked at the screen and saw Leo still asleep, still sucking his thumb, completely unaware of the music filling his tent. And that was the first time my blood went cold, because there was no music box in there, no phone, no tablet, nothing that could possibly be playing a lullaby. I jumped up and ran to his tent, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat, and I ripped open the zipper and stuck my head inside, and Leo was fine, sleeping peacefully, but the music stopped the second I opened the tent, like someone had turned it off. I checked every corner of that little tent. I lifted up his sleeping bag and looked under his cot and unzipped every pocket and pouch. And there was nothing there, no device, no speaker, no explanation at all, just my son breathing soft and slow in the cold night air. I stood there for a minute, my brain trying to make sense of it, and I told myself it had to be a fluke. Maybe someone else at the campground had a Bluetooth speaker, and it crossed signals with our monitor somehow. That could happen, right? That was a real thing. I walked back to the fire trying to look calm, but my wife hadn't moved. She was sitting there with the parent unit in her hands, and her face was white as bone, and she held it out to me without saying a word. Her hand was shaking so bad the screen was wobbling, and I took it from her and looked, and she had rewound the last 30 seconds of the recording, because this monitor had this feature where it kept a little loop of video, and there on the screen was Leo in his cot, and the music was playing clear as day from the speaker. But that wasn't what made my stomach drop. It was what I saw on the grainy infrared video. At the very edge of the frame, right by the side of his cot, there was a shape, a silhouette of a woman, slightly stooped over, with one arm extended like she was reaching down, and her hand was moving gently like she was rocking his cot. I watched it 3 times, maybe 4, I lost count, and my wife watched over my shoulder, her breath warm on my neck, and neither of us spoke, because what could you possibly say to something like that? We both saw it, we both heard it, and this wasn't our imagination playing tricks on us, this was real, and it happened 30 feet from where we were sitting, laughing and drinking wine like nothing was wrong. I looked back at his tent, at the mesh window where the camera was pointed, and I thought about how I was just inside that tent, how I was standing right where that woman must have been standing, and I didn't see her, I didn't feel her, I didn't know she was there at all. The video kept looping, and on the 3rd or 4th time through, something changed. The whisper came from the monitor speaker, soft and sweet like honey, and it said words that were not on the recording before, words that made my wife gasp and drop the unit in the dirt. "He's so warm," the voice said, clear as anything, and then the screen went black and the monitor shut off completely, and we were left in the dark with just the dying fire and the sound of our own ragged breathing. I picked the unit up from the ground and tried to turn it back on, but it was dead, not just off but dead, like someone had pulled the battery even though the battery was still inside. We sat there for a long time, not moving, not talking, just listening to the night, and for the first time the woods didn't feel peaceful. They felt huge and dark and full of places where things could hide. I finally got up and went back to Leo's tent, and I unzipped it and stood there watching him for I don't know how long, just making sure he was still breathing, still okay, still ours. When I came back to the fire, my wife had pulled her chair right up next to the tent, like she was guarding the entrance, and she looked at me with eyes I didn't recognize, eyes that had seen something they couldn't unsee. We didn't sleep that night, not a wink. We just sat there side by side with Leo's tent between us, waiting for dawn, waiting for the sun to come up and make everything feel normal again. And when the first light finally started creeping through the trees, I told myself it was over. Whatever it was just a one-time thing, a glitch, a mistake. We would pack up and go home and never think about it again. But even as I thought that, I knew it wasn't true, because in the back of my mind I could still hear that whisper, soft and sweet, telling me my son was warm, like she knew, like she had touched him, like she had been close enough to feel his skin. We packed up fast, throwing things in the car any old way, and I didn't look back at that campsite even once, because I didn't want to see if anyone was standing there watching us leave. On the drive home, my wife held the dead monitor in her lap, and every few miles she would try to turn it on again, and every time it stayed black and silent, and I pretended not to notice. Leo slept the whole way home, peaceful as ever, with a little smile on his face like he was dreaming about something good, and I caught myself looking at him in the rearview mirror and wondering what he saw in his sleep, what he heard, who visited him in the dark while we sat by the fire thinking we were being so smart with our modern parenting solutions. When we finally pulled into our driveway, I felt a wave of relief so strong it made my hands shake on the steering wheel, and I promised myself we would never go camping again. We would never use that monitor again. We would just stay home where things made sense, and the only sounds at night were the usual creaks and settling of an old house. But even as I made that promise, even as I carried Leo inside and laid him in his own bed, I couldn't shake the feeling that we hadn't left it behind, that somehow it had followed us home, that maybe it had been with us the whole time, and we just couldn't see it. That night, after Leo was asleep, and we were lying in bed staring at the ceiling, my wife turned to me and whispered, "Do you think she's still watching him?" And I didn't answer because I didn't know, and I was too afraid to find out. We never did figure out what happened to that monitor. It stayed dead no matter what we tried, and eventually I threw it in the trash and tried to forget the whole thing. But sometimes late at night, when the house is quiet and I'm half asleep, I think I hear something, a faint tinkling melody, soft and distant, like a music box playing somewhere far away, and I lie there with my eyes closed and tell myself it's just the wind, just my imagination, just a bad memory that will fade with time. And then I remember that whisper, "He's so warm," and I get up and go check on Leo, and he's always fine, always sleeping peaceful with his thumb in his mouth, and I stand there watching him breathe and tell myself we got lucky, we got out, it's over. But there's a part of me, a small part one try not to listen to, that wonders if maybe it's not over, if maybe it's just waiting, watching from wherever it went, biding its time until the moment we least expect it. I never told anyone this story, not even my wife talks about it anymore. We just pretend it never happened and go on with our lives like normal people. But I'm writing it down now because I need someone to know. I need there to be a record, just in case something happens and people start asking questions and wondering how it all began. It began with a camping trip, a brand new baby monitor, and a lullaby that came from nowhere. And it ended, or maybe it didn't end, with a whisper in the dark that I will never forget as long as I live. Leo is 3 now, and sometimes he talks to someone I can't see, someone in the corner of his room. And when I ask who he's talking to, he just smiles and says the lady, and my blood runs cold every single time. We thought turning it off would make it stop. We didn't understand it was never about the monitor. After we got home from that camping trip, me and my wife tried so hard to just go back to normal, to pretend like nothing had happened. And for a few days it almost worked. We went to work and made dinner and played with Leo and slept with his door open, so we could hear him breathing. And slowly the terror started to fade into something we could almost ignore. But then the dreams started, not for me but for Leo. He would wake up crying in the middle of the night, pointing at the corner of his room, saying the lady was there. And we would rush in and turn on all the lights and find nothing. And he would settle down after we held him for a while. But the next night it would happen again. My wife started sleeping in his room on a little mattress on the floor, and I would lie in our bed staring at the ceiling, listening to every little sound the house made. And I told myself it was just a phase, just toddler imagination, just nightmares from a scary camping trip that he didn't even really remember. But then Saturday came and we decided we needed to get out of the house, to do something normal like go to the park or the zoo. And we packed up the car and drove across town, and for a few hours we actually felt okay. We watched Leo run around and laugh and chase pigeons, and we almost forgot about the whole thing. On the way home we stopped for ice cream, and Leo fell asleep in his car seat with chocolate all over his face. And I looked at my wife and she looked at me, and we both smiled a little, a real smile for the first time in over a week. That night we put Leo to bed in his own room with his door open and the night light on. And we sat in the living room watching a movie on low volume, not talking about it, just being together. And I started to think maybe we were through the worst of it. Around 11 the movie ended, and we were both tired. And my wife went to check on Leo before we went to bed. And she came back with this look on her face that I knew right away meant trouble. She said his monitor, the one we had in his room that we used every night, was turned off, not just off but unplugged from the wall. And she hadn't touched it, and I hadn't touched it, and Leo certainly hadn't touched it. I went in there and sure enough the cord was pulled clean out of the outlet. Not loose like it had fallen out, but pulled like someone had yanked it. And I plugged it back in and turned it on, and the screen showed Leo sleeping peacefully. And I told myself it was nothing. Maybe the cord was loose, maybe it vibrated out somehow. But when I went back to the living room I saw the other monitor, the one from the camping trip that had been dead for days, sitting on the coffee table where I had left it. And it was glowing, the screen was on, and on that screen was a picture of Leo's room from an angle that wasn't possible. The camera was showing his crib from above, from the corner of the ceiling near his closet, like someone was standing on a ladder looking down at him. But there was no camera there. We had never put one there. The only camera in his room was the one on his dresser pointing at his bed. My wife grabbed my arm so hard it hurt, and we both just stood there staring at that impossible image, watching our son sleep from an angle that shouldn't exist. And then the sound came, that same tinkling lullaby from the campsite, soft and sweet coming from the monitor's little speaker. I grabbed the monitor and tried to turn it off, but the button didn't do anything. I held it down and nothing happened. I pulled the battery out from the back and the screen stayed on, glowing bright with that impossible picture of Leo in his crib scene from above. The lullaby kept playing and then it started to change. The notes got slower and slower like a music box winding down, stretching out into these long warped sounds that hurt to listen to, and the picture on the screen started to move. The camera was panning left, moving across the room like someone was holding it and walking. But there was no camera, there was nothing there. And on the screen I watched as the view moved past the window and past the dresser and stopped at the door. And then it zoomed in through the crack of the door into the hallway, where me and my wife were standing frozen with the monitor in our hands. On the screen we saw ourselves, our own terrified faces looking down at the device we were holding. And I realized we were watching ourselves being watched. That whatever was on the other end of that camera was showing us what it saw. And it saw us standing there in the hallway holding a dead monitor. My wife started crying, not loud but soft little whimpers, and I kept jamming the power button over and over even though I knew it wouldn't work. And then the view changed again. It cut to a different angle. A high angle looking down into our living room from outside the window, from the corner of the roof, showing us the empty couch and the cold fireplace and the coffee table where we had been sitting. The whisper came then, that same soft voice from the campsite, saying he deserves a proper mother. You leave him alone in the dark, and I felt something inside me break. Some wall I had built to keep myself sane just crumbled away. The screen flickered and changed again, and now it was showing a close-up of Leo's face, his eyes closed, his lips slightly parted, and on his face was this peaceful smile. Not like a baby smiling in his sleep, but something else, something knowing. And the whisper came one more time, saying he's dreaming of me now. Then the screen went black, and the monitor fell out of my hands onto the floor, and we stood there in the dark hallway not moving, not breathing, just listening to the sound of our own hearts pounding in our ears. I don't know how long we stood there, but eventually I picked up the monitor, and it was dead again, cold and dead like it had never turned on at all. And I wanted to throw it against the wall, but I was too scared to make noise, too scared to draw attention to ourselves. We went into Leo's room and turned on all the lights and woke him up, and he looked at us with those sleepy eyes and asked what was wrong. And we told him nothing, just wanted to check on him. And we sat on his floor until morning watching him sleep, watching the corners, watching the closet door, watching everything. When dawn finally came, we made coffee and sat at the kitchen table and talked about what to do. And my wife said we should move, just pack up and leave and never come back. But I knew that wouldn't work. You can't run from something that doesn't need roads to follow you. I called my mother and told her we needed to visit, needed to get away for a few days. And she said of course come anytime. And we packed bags and put Leo in the car and drove across town to her house, leaving everything behind, the monitors, the house, all of it. At my mother's house we tried to relax, tried to pretend we were just visiting for fun, and my mother cooked big meals and played with Leo and asked no questions even though she could tell something was wrong. That first night there I actually slept, really slept for the first time in weeks, with my wife beside me and Leo down the hall in a room with no monitors, no cameras, just an old house with creaky floors and the sound of wind in the trees. I woke up in the morning feeling almost human again, and I told myself maybe it was over, maybe whatever it was couldn't follow us here, maybe it was tied to the house or the monitors or something we left behind. We stayed 3 days and nothing happened, no whispers, no lullabies, no impossible images, and on the third day I started to believe we had escaped it, that we were free. But on the last night, as we were packing to go home, Leo came running into the kitchen holding something in his hand, something small and wooden, and he said, "Look what the lady gave me." And he held out an old music box, tiny and carved with flowers, the kind that plays a lullaby when you wind it up. My wife grabbed it and turned it over, and on the bottom was a name carved into the wood, a woman's name we didn't recognize, and a date from over 100 years ago, and I felt that cold fear crawl back up my spine and settle in my chest. I asked Leo where he got it, and he said from the lady, the nice lady who comes to see him at night. She said it was a present for me because I'm her special boy. My mother came in then and saw the music box in my hand, and her face went pale, and she said, "Where did you find that? I haven't seen that thing in 50 years. And I asked her what she meant, and she said that box belonged to her grandmother, that it had been lost for decades, that no one knew where it went. I looked at Leo and he was smiling, happy as could be, and he said the lady told him it was a family secret, that it had been waiting for him all along. And I realized then that we hadn't escaped anything, that it had followed us here, that maybe it had been here all along waiting for us to come. That night we didn't sleep. We sat in my mother's living room with all the lights on and the music box in the middle of the table, and we watched it like it might explode. But it just sat there, old and wooden and silent. Around midnight my mother started talking, telling us stories about her grandmother, about a woman who lost a baby a long time ago, about how she used to wander the house at night singing lullabies, about how after she died people would still hear her sometimes, singing to empty cribs. My mother said the family always thought of her as a guardian, a protector of the children, and she never seemed scary or mean, just sad, just lonely, just a mother who couldn't let go. But I remembered the whisper from the monitor, "He deserves a proper mother. You leave him alone in the dark." And that didn't sound like a guardian to me. That sounded like something else, something that wanted what we had. In the morning we packed up to go home, and my mother asked if we wanted to leave the music box with her. And I said yes, please keep it here. Don't let it near us again. She nodded and put it on a high shelf in the kitchen, and we drove away with Leo in the back seat waving goodbye to my mother. And I thought maybe that was it. Maybe leaving it behind would break the connection. But as we pulled onto the highway, Leo said from the back seat, "The lady says thank you for bringing her home. She says she missed this place." And I looked in the rearview mirror and saw him smiling at something in the seat next to him, something I couldn't see. My wife heard it too, and she turned around and said, "Leo, who are you talking to?" And he said, "The lady. She's right here. She came with us. She's always with us now." I pulled the car over so fast the tires squealed, and I got out and opened the back door, and there was nothing there. Just Leo in his car seat looking at me like I was crazy. And he said, "Daddy, why are you stopping?" "The lady says we have to keep going. She wants to see our house." We drove the rest of the way home in a kind of daze, not talking, just listening to Leo babble to someone only he could see. And when we finally pulled into our driveway, I didn't want to go inside. I wanted to keep driving forever, as far away as we could get. But Leo was tired and hungry, and we had no choice. So we went in and put him down for a nap and sat in the living room staring at nothing. And I asked my wife, "What do we do now?" And she just shook her head because neither of us had any answers. That night we put Leo to bed with his door open and the night light on. And we sat in the living room waiting, just waiting for something to happen. And around midnight we heard it, that soft tinkling lullaby coming from his room, playing clear as day. We ran in there and Leo was asleep, peaceful as ever, but on his nightstand was the music box, the one we left at my mother's house, playing all by itself with no one touching it. And standing in the corner, half hidden in the shadows, was a shape, a woman in old-fashioned clothes, watching Leo sleep with a look on her face that I can only describe as love, pure and simple and terrifying love. She turned and looked at us, right at us, and she smiled, a sad, gentle smile. And then she faded away like smoke, leaving nothing but the music box still playing that same lullaby over and over. I grabbed the box and threw it in the trash outside, and we sat up all night with Leo between us, not sleeping, just watching, just waiting. And in the morning I went to check the trash, and the box was gone, just gone, like it had never been there at all. We searched the whole house, every room, every closet, every drawer, and we never found it. But that night when we put Leo to bed, there it was again on his nightstand, playing that same song, waiting for us to find it. And I knew then that we couldn't win, couldn't fight, couldn't run, because whatever this was, it wasn't just a ghost or a haunting. It was something that had been part of our family for over 100 years, something that had decided Leo was hers. And no matter what we did, she wasn't going to let him go. We ran from the woods thinking we could leave it behind. We forgot that some things don't need legs to follow. After that second night, when we saw her standing in the corner of Leo's room watching him sleep, me and my wife knew we couldn't stay in that house another minute. It wasn't our home anymore. It was her home. And we were just visitors she tolerated because we happened to be related to the baby she wanted. We packed bags in a panic, throwing clothes and toys and diapers into anything we could find, not even folding things, just stuffing them in and zipping it all up while Leo sat on his bed watching us with this calm little smile like he knew something we didn't. I kept expecting her to appear again, to block the door or whisper something or do something to stop us from leaving. But nothing happened. The house was quiet, too quiet. And that almost made it worse because I knew she was there somewhere, watching us scramble around like rats leaving a sinking ship. We got Leo strapped into his car seat, and I ran back inside to grab one last bag, and that's when I saw the music box sitting on the kitchen counter. The same one we had thrown away twice now, just sitting there like it belonged, like it had always been there, and we were the ones who didn't belong. I wanted to smash it, to take a hammer to it and break it into a million pieces, but I was too scared that doing that would make her angry, would make things worse. So I just left it there and walked out and got in the car and drove away without looking back. We didn't have a plan, we just drove, any direction, as long as it was away from that house. And for the first hour nobody said a word. We just watched the roads and the trees and the other cars and tried to feel normal again. Leo fell asleep in the back around noon, and my wife turned to me and said we can't go home, not ever. And I nodded because I knew she was right. That house was lost to us now. It belonged to her, and we would never feel safe there again. But we had to go somewhere. We had jobs and bills and lives that didn't just stop because a ghost had decided to steal our son. And I thought about my mother's house, but we had just been there, and the music box had followed us. So that wasn't safe either. I thought about hotels, about staying in a different one every night, about never staying in one place long enough for her to find us. But I knew that wouldn't work. She had already proven she could follow us anywhere. She didn't need an address to find Leo. We ended up at a little motel off the highway, the kind with rooms you can park right in front of. And I paid cash for 2 nights because I didn't want a credit card trail leading her to us. Even though I knew that was stupid, she wasn't tracking our credit cards, she was tracking something else entirely. The room was small and musty with 2 double beds and a tiny bathroom and a TV that only got a few channels. But it felt safe because it was anonymous, because nobody knew we were there, because for a few hours we could pretend we were just a normal family on a normal trip. Leo thought it was an adventure. He jumped on the beds and watched cartoons and ate fast food burgers and laughed like he didn't have a care in the world. And I watched him and wondered if he even remembered the lady. If he knew she wasn't real like other people. If he understood that something was wrong. That night we put him to bed in one of the double beds and me and my wife lay in the other one staring at the ceiling, listening to every little sound, the cars outside, the ice machine down the hall, the people in the next room arguing about something stupid. Nothing happened, no lullabies, no whispers, no shapes in the corner. And as the night went on I started to relax a little, to think maybe motels were safe, maybe she couldn't find us in places we'd never been before. We woke up to sunlight coming through the thin curtains and Leo already awake watching cartoons. And for a minute I felt almost happy, like we had escaped, like we could just keep moving and never stop, and eventually she would give up and go away. We spent that whole day doing tourist things, visiting a little zoo and a playground and an ice cream shop, and we laughed and played, and for the first time in weeks we felt like a real family again, not people running from something in the dark. That second night in the motel we put Leo to bed and sat outside on the little walkway watching the cars go by. And my wife said maybe we should just keep driving, find a new city, start over somewhere far away where nobody knows us. I thought about it, really thought about it, about leaving everything behind, our jobs, our house, our friends, all of it, just to get away from her. And I said maybe that's what we have to do. We went back inside around midnight and checked on Leo, and he was sleeping peaceful with his thumb in his mouth. And we got into our own bed, and I was just drifting off when I heard it, that soft tinkling lullaby coming from somewhere in the room. I sat up so fast I nearly fell off the bed, and I looked around, and there it was, the music box, sitting on the little table by the window, playing all by itself. And my wife grabbed my arm, and I felt her whole body shaking next to mine. I got up and walked over to it. I don't know why, maybe to throw it out the window or smash it against the wall. But before I could touch it, the music stopped, and the box opened by itself, and inside was a tiny folded piece of paper I had never seen before. I picked up the paper and unfolded it, and written in old-fashioned handwriting were the words, "You can't drive away from me. I'm already in the car." My blood went cold, and I turned around and looked at Leo sleeping in his bed, and then I looked at my wife, and she had this expression on her face I will never forget, pure terror mixed with something else, something like defeat. We tore that motel room apart. We searched everywhere, under the beds, in the bathroom, in the closet, in our bags, in Leo's bags, everywhere we could think of, looking for anything that might explain how that box got there, how that note got inside. We didn't find anything, of course, just the same old stuff we had packed. And when I looked back at the table, the music box was gone, just gone, like it had never been there at all. And I wondered if I had imagined it, if I was going crazy from lack of sleep and too much fear. But my wife had seen it too. She had seen the note, she had heard the music, so I knew it was real. I knew she had found us again, that no matter where we went she would always find us. We didn't sleep that night. We just sat on the edge of the bed watching Leo breathe, waiting for her to appear, waiting for her to do something. But nothing happened. The room stayed quiet and still, and eventually the sun came up, and we were still there, still alive, still together. In the morning we got in the car and drove, not toward anything, just away, and Leo was quiet in the back seat, not babbling like he usually did, just staring out the window with this little smile that made my stomach turn. After about an hour on the highway, I heard something from the back. Not Leo's voice, but something else, that soft tinkling melody coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. And I looked in the rearview mirror and saw Leo holding something in his hands, something small and wooden. It was the music box. He had it in his lap, and he was turning the little crank, playing the lullaby himself. And when he saw me looking, he smiled and said the lady said I could keep this. She said it was mine now. I pulled the car over so fast we nearly flipped, and I grabbed the box out of his hands and threw it as far as I could into the woods beside the highway. And Leo started crying, not because I scared him, but because he was sad, because I took his present away. I got back in the car and drove, faster now, watching the rearview mirror constantly. And after a few miles Leo stopped crying and went to sleep, and I thought maybe, just maybe, we had finally gotten rid of it for good. We drove for hours, past cities and towns and farms, until we were almost out of gas and too tired to keep going. and we stopped at another motel. This one even smaller and more run down than the last. And I carried Leo inside and laid him on the bed, and he never even woke up. That night me and my wife sat in the dark listening to the sounds of the motel, the creaks and the footsteps and the distant traffic. And we talked about what to do, really talked, not just panicked ideas, but real plans. She said we needed help, professional help, someone who knew about this kind of thing. And I said who, a priest, a medium, a ghost hunter, because I didn't know who you called when a ghost was trying to steal your baby. She said maybe all of them. Maybe we needed to try everything, because doing nothing wasn't working and running wasn't working, and we were running out of options and out of places to go. I agreed. I didn't have any better ideas, and we decided that in the morning we would start looking, start calling, start finding someone who could help us before it was too late. Around midnight I got up to use the bathroom, and when I came out I saw Leo sitting up in bed, not crying, just sitting there staring at the corner of the room. And my heart stopped because I knew what that meant. I asked him what he was looking at, and he turned to me with those big innocent eyes and said, "The lady is here. She wants to tell you something." I felt the air in the room change, get colder somehow, and then I heard her voice, not from the corner but from right beside me, soft and sweet like honey, saying, "You can't keep running from me, he's mine, he's always been mine, and you know it." I spun around and there was nobody there, just empty air, but I could feel her presence like a weight on my chest, and I grabbed Leo and held him close and told her to go away, to leave us alone. She laughed then, a soft little laugh like bells, and said, "I'll never leave him alone, I'll always be with him. I'm his real mother. I'm the one who's always loved him." My wife woke up then and saw me holding Leo and heard the tail end of what she said, and she screamed at her, screamed for her to get out, to leave her baby alone. And the room got even colder, and then suddenly it was warm again, and we were alone. We sat there shaking until dawn, holding Leo between us. And when the sun finally came up we packed the car and drove to the nearest town and found a library and started searching the internet for anyone who might be able to help. I found a woman who called herself a medium, who claimed she could talk to the dead and help them move on, and her number was listed right there online like she was any other business. And I called and left a message and prayed she would call back. While we waited we got breakfast at a little diner, and Leo ate pancakes and laughed at the people around us. And for a few minutes he was just a normal little boy again, and I let myself pretend that everything was going to be okay. The medium called back around noon, and I explained the situation as best I could without sounding completely crazy, and she listened and asked a few questions, and then said she would come to wherever we were, that she didn't like doing this kind of work over the phone. I gave her the address of the motel, and she said she would be there that evening, and I hung up and felt something I hadn't felt in weeks, hope, small and fragile, but hope nonetheless. We spent the afternoon at a park, letting Leo run and play, and I watched him and wondered what he thought about all of this, about the lady who visited him at night, about the music box that kept coming back, about his parents who couldn't stop running. That evening we went back to the motel and waited, and around 8 there was a knock on the door, and standing there was a woman in her 50s with gray hair and kind eyes and a calm way about her that made me feel safe for the first time in a long time. She came in and sat down and asked us to tell her everything, from the beginning, every detail no matter how small. And we did. We told her about the camping trip and the monitor and the silhouette and the whisper and the music box and everything that had happened since. She listened without interrupting, just nodding sometimes. And when we finished she sat for a long moment with her eyes closed, and then she said she could feel her presence in the room with us right now, that she was here watching, listening. I looked around and didn't see anything, but I believed her. I could feel it too, that cold weight in the air, that sense of being watched by something you couldn't see. The medium closed her eyes again and started to speak, not to us but to her, asking her name, asking what she wanted, asking why she was here. And for a long time nothing happened, and then the room got cold, really cold, and I heard that soft tinkling lullaby coming from somewhere in the corner. The medium opened her eyes and looked at us and said her name is Eleanor. She lost a baby a long time ago. She's been waiting over 100 years to hold her child again, and she believes Leo is that child. I started to say something, but she held up her hand and said, "Wait, there's more. She's not angry. She's not evil. She's just stuck, trapped between this world and the next by her grief. And she doesn't understand that Leo isn't hers. She sees him and she sees her baby, and for her they're the same." My wife started crying and said, "Can you make her go away? Can you make her leave us alone?" And the medium looked at her with pity and said, "I can try, but she's been here a long time. She's strong, and she loves Leo with a love that's 100 years old. That kind of love doesn't just go away because you ask it to. The medium closed her eyes again and started talking to her, telling her she needed to move on, that her real baby was waiting for her somewhere else, that staying here was only causing pain. But the room got colder and colder, and the lullaby got louder, and then suddenly it stopped, and the medium opened her eyes and said she won't go. She says Leo is hers. She says she'll never leave him. She says if we try to take him away, she'll fight us. I felt something break inside me then, some last little piece of hope that we could fix this, that someone could help us. And I looked at Leo sleeping in the bed and wondered if we had already lost him, if he was already hers in some way we couldn't understand. The medium stood up and said she would do some research, would talk to other people she knew, would try to find a way to help Eleanor move on without fighting. But she couldn't promise anything. This was beyond anything she had dealt with before. She left us her card and told us to call if anything else happened. And then she was gone, and we were alone again with Leo, and the cold, and the feeling that no matter what we did, we couldn't win. That night we didn't sleep, we just sat there waiting. And around 3 a.m. I heard it again, that soft whisper right in my ear, saying you can't save him from me. I'm already part of him. I'm in his dreams and his thoughts and his heart, and one day he'll love me more than he loves you. I looked at Leo, and in the dim light from the window I saw him smile in his sleep, a peaceful, happy smile, and I wondered what he was dreaming about, who he was dreaming about, and I was too afraid to find out. We ran to family for safety. We didn't realize we were running toward the source. After that night in the motel with the medium and Eleanor's whisper in my ear, me and my wife knew we couldn't keep living like this, jumping from place to place, always running, always scared, never knowing when she would show up next. We needed somewhere to stop, somewhere to think, somewhere to figure out what to do. And even though my mother's house hadn't stopped the music box from following us, at least it was familiar, at least we had people there who loved us and could help. So we drove back across the state to my mother's little house in the suburbs, the same house I grew up in, with the same creaky stairs, and the same old oak tree in the front yard, and the same smell of cookies baking that had been there since I was a kid. My mother opened the door before we even knocked, like she had been watching for us, and she took one look at our faces and didn't ask any questions. She just pulled us inside and started making tea and sandwiches like that would solve everything. Leo ran off to play with the old toys my mother kept in a box in the living room, the same toys I had played with 30 years ago. And for a little while I just sat at the kitchen table and let myself breathe, let myself feel safe for the first time in what felt like forever. My mother sat down across from me and looked at me with those eyes that always knew when something was wrong. And she said, "Tell me what's happening, tell me everything." And I did. I told her about the camping trip and the monitor and the silhouette and the music box and the whispers and the motels and the medium and everything that had happened since we last saw her. She listened without interrupting, just nodding along like what I was saying made perfect sense. And when I finished, she sat for a long moment with her hands wrapped around her teacup, and then she said, "I think I need to show you something." She got up and went to a closet in the hall and pulled out a dusty old shoebox and brought it back to the table and opened it up, and inside were photographs, old faded photographs from a time long before I was born. She started pulling them out one by one, laying them on the table like she was dealing cards, and each one showed a baby, a different baby from different decades, but in each one there was something in the background, a wooden music box sitting on a dresser or a shelf, the same music box we had been throwing away for weeks. My mother pointed to the oldest photograph, a faded sepia image from maybe 1910, and she said that's her great-great-grandmother, and the baby in her arms is her daughter who died when she was just a few months old. I looked at the photograph and saw a woman in old-fashioned clothes holding a tiny baby wrapped in white, and even though the picture was faded and blurry, I could see the sadness in her eyes, a sadness so deep it had frozen there forever. My mother said her name was Eleanor, and after her baby died she was never the same. She would wander the house at night singing lullabies to an empty crib, and the family didn't know what to do with her, didn't have doctors or hospitals for that kind of thing back then. She lived another 40 years after her baby died, and for all those years she never stopped mourning, never stopped visiting the nursery, never stopped singing those lullabies to babies that weren't hers. My mother pulled out another photograph, this one from the 1930s, showing a baby in a christening gown with the music box clearly visible on a table behind him. And she said that's her grandfather, and his mother used to say that Eleanor watched over him, that she would see a woman standing by his crib at night singing softly, and she was never scared, she always thought it was a blessing. I looked at the photograph and felt cold all over, because I realized what my mother was telling me, that Eleanor had been here all along. that for over 100 years she had been watching the babies in our family, that she had never really left. My wife spoke up for the first time, her voice shaky, and she said, "Why didn't you tell us this before? Why didn't you warn us?" And my mother looked at her with sad eyes and said, "Because I didn't think it was real. I thought it was just an old family story, something we told at holidays to scare the kids. I never imagined it would actually happen to you." She pulled out more photographs, each one showing a different baby from a different generation, and in each one the music box was there, always in the background, always watching, always waiting. The last photograph she pulled out was from the 1980s, and it showed a baby boy in a blue sleeper with the music box on the nightstand next to his crib, and I recognized that baby. It was me. I stared at that photograph for a long time, at my own baby face, at the music box sitting there like it belonged, and I wondered if Eleanor had visited me when I was little, if she had sung to me, if she had watched me sleep and thought I was hers. My mother must have seen the look on my face, because she reached out and took my hand and said, "You were always fine. She never hurt you. She just watched, just sang, just loved you from a distance. And when you grew up and stopped needing a nursery, she moved on to the next baby." I asked her if she had ever seen Eleanor herself, if she had ever felt her presence, and my mother nodded and said, "Once, when your sister was born, I woke up in the middle of the night and saw a woman standing over the crib. And I was scared at first, but then I heard her singing, this soft, sweet lullaby, and I knew she wasn't there to hurt anyone. She was just lonely, just sad, just missing her own baby so much she couldn't let go." I thought about that, about a love so strong it lasted 100 years, about a grief so deep it kept a person trapped between worlds. And for just a moment I felt something like pity for Eleanor, for this woman who had lost everything and couldn't move on. But then I remembered the whisper in the motel, "He's mine, he's always been mine." And I remembered the look in her eyes when she stood in the corner of Leo's room, that possessive, hungry look that wasn't love at all, or at least wasn't the kind of love that was good for anyone. My mother put the photographs away and closed the shoebox and said, "There's something else you need to know, something I've never told anyone because I didn't want to sound crazy. But when your grandmother was dying, right at the very end, she sat up in bed and looked at the corner of the room and smiled and said, 'Eleanor, you came, I knew you would.' And then she lay back down and closed her eyes and was gone." I asked if she meant that Eleanor was there, that she came for her, and my mother said that's what it looked like, that's what it sounded like. And after that I always wondered if Eleanor wasn't just watching the babies, if she was watching all of us, waiting for the moment when we would need her most. That night we ate dinner together like a normal family, my mother and me and my wife and Leo, and for a few hours we laughed and talked and pretended that everything was okay, that we were just visiting Grandma for fun, that there was nothing lurking in the corners waiting to steal my son. After dinner my mother put Leo to bed in the same room I had slept in as a boy, with the same old furniture and the same view of the oak tree out the window, and she sang him a lullaby, an old song I remembered from my own childhood, and I stood in the hallway listening and felt tears prick my eyes for reasons I couldn't explain. Later that night, after everyone else was asleep, I sat in the living room with the lights on, too wired to sleep, too scared to close my eyes, and I thought about everything my mother had told me, about Eleanor and the babies and the 100 years of watching and waiting. I wondered why she had chosen Leo, why now, why him, and I wondered if there was something different about him, something special that made her want him more than all the others. I must have dozed off because I woke up to a sound, a soft tinkling melody coming from somewhere in the house, and I knew immediately what it was, knew it before I even opened my eyes. I got up and followed the sound down the hall to Leo's room, and I pushed open the door, and there it was, the music box, sitting on the dresser next to his bed, playing all by itself with the lid open and the little figure inside spinning around and around. But that wasn't what made my blood freeze. What made my blood freeze was what I saw next to the dresser. A woman in old-fashioned clothes standing there watching Leo sleep, her hand reaching out like she wanted to touch him but couldn't quite reach. She turned when I came in and looked at me, and for the first time I saw her face clearly, not just a silhouette or a blurry shape, but a real face, a beautiful face with sad eyes and a gentle smile, the face of someone who had been waiting a very long time for something she could never have. I opened my mouth to speak, but no words came out. I just stood there staring at her, and she looked at me with those sad eyes, and then she looked back at Leo, and her expression changed, softened into something so tender it hurt to see. She whispered something, too soft for me to hear, and then she faded away like smoke, leaving just the music box still playing that same lullaby over and over. I walked over to the dresser and picked up the music box and looked at it, really looked at it for the first time, at the carved flowers and the tiny figure and the little crank on the side, and I noticed something I had never seen before, a name carved into the wood on the bottom, Eleanor, and a date, 1910, the year her baby died. I put the box down and looked at Leo sleeping peacefully in his bed, his thumb in his mouth, his little chest rising and falling, and I wondered if he knew she was here, if he could feel her presence like I could, if he dreamed about her at night. I sat down in the rocking chair in the corner, the same chair my mother had rocked me in 40 years ago, and I watched Leo sleep and thought about Eleanor and her baby and the 100 years of grief that had brought us to this moment. After a while I heard footsteps in the hall, and my wife appeared in the doorway, her face pale in the dim light, and she looked at me sitting there, and then at the music box on the dresser, and she didn't say anything. She just came in and sat on the floor next to me and leaned her head against my leg. We stayed like that until dawn, watching Leo sleep, waiting for Eleanor to come back, but she didn't, not that night. And when the sun finally came up, we got up and made coffee and tried to act like everything was normal. My mother came down a little later and saw our faces and didn't ask any questions. She just made breakfast and played with Leo and let us sit in our own thoughts for a while. After breakfast I told my mother what had happened, about Eleanor appearing in Leo's room, about the music box playing by itself, about the look on her face when she watched him sleep. And my mother listened, and then she said, "I think she's getting stronger. I think being here, being in this house where she lived and loved and lost her baby, it's making her more real, more able to reach into your world." I asked her what we should do, how we could stop her, and my mother said, "I don't know if you can stop her. She's been here longer than any of us have been alive. She's part of this house, part of this family. Maybe the only way to end this is to help her find peace, help her understand that her baby is gone and Leo is not hers." That afternoon I went through more boxes in my mother's attic, looking for anything that might help, any clue about Eleanor's life or death or the baby she lost. And in an old trunk I found a diary, small and leather-bound with pages yellowed and brittle with age. It was Eleanor's diary, written in her own hand, and I sat there in the dusty attic reading her words, her thoughts, her fears, her hopes, and slowly I began to understand who she really was. She had been young when she lost her baby, barely 20, and her husband had died in an accident before the baby was born. So she was alone, completely alone, with no one to share her grief or help her through it. The diary entries after the baby died were heartbreaking, page after page of pain and longing and desperate love for a child who would never come back, and I cried reading them, cried for this woman I had been so afraid of. The last entry was dated a few days before Eleanor herself died, and in it she wrote that she knew she was dying, that she was glad, that she would finally see her baby again, that she would wait for her on the other side and never let her go. But something must have gone wrong, something must have kept her here, because here she was 100 years later, still waiting, still watching, still loving babies that weren't hers because she couldn't let go of the one that was. I closed the diary and sat in the attic for a long time thinking, and then I went downstairs and found my wife and my mother and told them what I had learned, told them that Eleanor wasn't a monster, wasn't evil, was just a heartbroken mother who couldn't move on. My wife looked at me with tears in her eyes and said that doesn't change anything, that doesn't make her less dangerous, that doesn't make her less likely to take our son, and I knew she was right. I knew that understanding Eleanor's pain didn't make her any less of a threat. That night we all sat in the living room together, me and my wife and my mother and Leo, and we talked about what to do next, and my mother suggested we try to talk to Eleanor ourselves, try to tell her that her baby was waiting for her, that she didn't need to stay here anymore. It sounded crazy, talking to a ghost like she was a person, but we had tried everything else, running and hiding in mediums and motels, and nothing had worked, so maybe this was the only option left. We put Leo to bed, and then we sat in the living room with the lights low, and we waited for her to come, waited for some sign that she was listening. Around midnight the air got cold, really cold, and I felt that presence I knew so well, that feeling of being watched by something you couldn't see. And then the music box appeared on the coffee table, just appeared out of nowhere, and it started playing that same soft lullaby. I took a deep breath and started talking, telling her we knew who she was, we knew about her baby, we knew how much she had suffered, and we were sorry, so sorry for everything she had been through. The music stopped and the room got even colder, and I felt her there, felt her listening, and I kept talking, telling her that her baby was waiting for her, that she didn't need to stay here anymore, that she could move on and be at peace and finally hold her child again. For a long moment nothing happened, and then the room warmed up a little, and I heard a whisper, soft and sad, saying, "My baby, I want my baby, where's my baby?" My wife spoke then, her voice shaking, saying your baby is waiting for you. She's been waiting for 100 years. She needs you to come find her. She needs you to let go of this world and come to her. There was another long pause, and then the whisper came again, saying Leo looks like her. Leo has her eyes. When I see Leo the first see my baby, I can't let him go. I realized then what was happening. Eleanor had transferred all her love, all her longing, all her desperate need onto Leo because he reminded her of the daughter she lost, and in her mind they had become the same person. I told her that Leo wasn't her baby, that her baby was somewhere else waiting for her, that she had to let Leo go so she could find her real child, the one who had been alone for 100 years waiting for her mother to come home. The room got warm all of a sudden, warm and peaceful, and I felt something shift, something change, and then the music box played one last note and disappeared, just vanished from the coffee table like it had never been there at all. We sat there for a long time not moving, not speaking, and then my mother said, I think she's gone. I think she finally understood. I think she went to find her baby. I wanted to believe that. I wanted so badly to believe that it was over, that Eleanor had moved on and left us alone. But as I walked down the hall to check on Leo, the first heard something, a soft whisper coming from his room, and I pushed open the door and saw him sleeping peacefully, and standing in the corner, barely visible, was Eleanor, watching him with those sad eyes. She looked at me and smiled, a gentle sad smile, and then she faded away, but before she disappeared completely I heard her whisper, just barely, saying I'll always watch over him. I'll always be here. Even if you can't see me, I'll never really leave. I stood there for a long time staring at the empty corner, and I knew then that Eleanor was gone, that she had moved on to wherever she needed to go. But I also knew that a part of her would always be here, always watching, always loving Leo from a distance. And maybe that wasn't such a bad thing. Maybe that was just what happened when you loved someone so much you couldn't let go, even after 100 years. I thought we had finally found peace. I thought Eleanor had moved on and left us alone after that night in my mother's living room when we talked to her, and she seemed to understand, and the music box disappeared. But the next morning proved just how wrong I was about everything. I woke up in my old bedroom with my wife beside me and the sun coming through the curtains, and for just a moment I felt light, felt free, felt like we had finally put all the horror behind us and could start living again like normal people. Then I heard Leo laughing from down the hall, that beautiful sound of a happy child, and I smiled and got up and walked to his room to see what was so funny. And when I pushed open the door I froze because there on the floor was the music box, sitting right next to his bed like it had never left, and Leo was playing with it, winding the little crank and making the lullaby play over and over. He looked up at me with those big innocent eyes and said the lady brought it back. She said I could keep it forever. She said it was a present from her to me, and I had to take good care of it because it was special. I felt my stomach drop and my heart start racing, and I grabbed the box out of his hands, and he started crying, really crying, not fake tears but real ones, like I had taken away his best friend in the whole world. My wife came running at the sound of his crying, and saw me holding the music box, and her face went white, and she said, no, not again, please not again. I didn't know what to do. I just stood there holding that cursed wooden box while Leo screamed, and my wife looked at me with desperate eyes. And then my mother appeared in the doorway, and saw everything, and her expression changed to something I couldn't read. She walked over and took the box from my hands very gently, like it was made of glass, and she looked at it for a long moment, and then she said, I think we need to understand why she keeps coming back. I think we need to know the whole story, not just the parts one remember from family gossip, but the real truth about Eleanor and what happened to her. We spent that whole day digging through my mother's attic again, going through boxes and trunks and old furniture that hadn't been touched in decades, looking for anything that might explain why Eleanor couldn't let go, why she kept coming back to Leo no matter what we did. My mother found an old Bible with family names written in the front, births and deaths and marriages going back to the 1800s, and she traced the names and dates and started putting together a timeline of who was who and when they lived and died. I found more photographs, dozens of them, each one showing a different baby with the same music box somewhere in the background. And I realized that Eleanor had been watching every child born into this family for over 100 years, that she had never missed a single one. My wife found letters, old handwritten letters tied with ribbon, and she sat on the dusty floor reading them with tears streaming down her face. And when I asked what they said, she just shook her head and handed them to me. They were love letters, written by Eleanor's husband before he died, full of sweet words and promises and dreams about the family they would have together. And reading them broke my heart, because I knew how it all ended. knew that none of those dreams ever came true. The last letter was written just days before his accident, and in it he talked about the baby they were expecting, about how he couldn't wait to be a father, about how he knew she would be the most amazing mother in the world because she had so much love to give. I put the letters down and looked at my wife, and she said she loved him so much. She loved him and she loved that baby, and then she lost them both, first him and then the baby, and she was all alone with nothing but those letters and that music box and a grief so deep it never healed. My mother found a newspaper clipping from 1910, yellowed and brittle, and on it was a short article about the death of Eleanor's baby. A tiny paragraph that said the infant had passed from fever and the mother was inconsolable, that the whole town was mourning with her. There was another clipping from 40 years later, from 1950, announcing Eleanor's own death, and in it they mentioned that she had never recovered from the loss of her child, that she had lived her whole life in the shadow of that grief, that she was found in the nursery of the family home, sitting in the rocking chair next to an empty crib, with the music box playing softly beside her. That image stuck in my head, Eleanor sitting in that chair with the music box playing, waiting for a baby who would never come, and I wondered how long she had been there before someone found her, how long she had waited even in death for her child to return. As the day went on, we pieced together more of the story, more of Eleanor's life and death and the 100 years that followed, and slowly we began to understand that Eleanor wasn't just a ghost, wasn't just a haunting, she was something more complicated, more human, more tragic than any of us had realized. She had loved her husband and lost him, loved her baby and lost her too, and in that loss something had broken inside her, something that couldn't be fixed even by death. The music box had been a gift from her husband, given to her when she told him she was pregnant, and she had wound it up and played it every day while she carried that baby, singing along to the lullaby and dreaming of the life they would have together. After her baby died, she kept the music box, kept winding it up and playing it, because it was all she had left, the only thing that connected her to the child she would never hold again. And when she died, sitting in that nursery with the music box playing, something of her had stayed behind. Some piece of her love and her grief and her desperate longing had gotten stuck in this world, trapped by the weight of everything she couldn't let go of. For 50 years after her death, the family kept the music box in the nursery, kept it playing for each new baby, and Eleanor watched over them all, not as a threat but as a guardian, a lonely woman who found comfort in watching the living children of her family grow and thrive. But something had changed with Leo, something was different, and we needed to figure out what it was before it was too late. My mother remembered something then, an old story her grandmother used to tell about Eleanor's baby, about how she had been born with a mark on her cheek, a small birthmark in the shape of a crescent moon, and how Eleanor had always said it meant the baby was special, chosen by the moon to be blessed. I thought about that for a minute, and then I felt my blood run cold because Leo had a birthmark on his cheek, the same spot, the same shape, a little crescent moon that we had always thought was cute but never thought much about. I looked at my wife, and I could tell by her face that she was thinking the same thing, that Leo had the same mark as Eleanor's baby, that maybe Eleanor saw him and saw her daughter, that maybe on some level she believed her baby had come back to her. We sat there in that dusty attic surrounded by 100 years of family history, and I felt like the ground had dropped out from under me, like everything we thought we knew was wrong, like this wasn't just a haunting but something deeper, something almost like fate. That evening after dinner we put Leo to bed, and then we sat in the living room with my mother and talked about what to do, and my mother said maybe we needed to embrace Eleanor instead of fighting her. Maybe we needed to accept that she was part of this family and always would be, and find a way to live with her instead of trying to make her leave. I thought about that, about sharing my son with a ghost, about knowing that she was always there watching him, and I didn't know if I could do it, didn't know if I could accept that kind of life. My wife was quieter than usual, just sitting there with her hands wrapped around a cup of tea staring at nothing. And when I asked what she was thinking, she looked at me with tears in her eyes and said, "What if she's right? What if Leo is hers in some way we don't understand? What if that birthmark means something? What if her baby's soul came back in our son?" I wanted to tell her that was crazy, that souls don't come back, that reincarnation isn't real, but after everything we had seen, everything we had been through, I didn't know what was real anymore. My mother spoke up then and said, "There's another story, one I never told you because I thought it was too strange, but my grandmother used to say that Eleanor's baby didn't really die, that she died and then came back, just for a moment, just long enough to look at her mother and smile before she was gone again. She said Eleanor always believed that her daughter had seen her, had known her, had loved her in that last moment. and that love had bound them together across death itself. I thought about Leo smiling in his sleep, about the way he talked about the lady like she was his friend, about the peace on his face when she was near, and I wondered if maybe there was some connection between them that went deeper than any of us could understand. That night I couldn't sleep. I just lay in bed staring at the ceiling thinking about Eleanor and her baby and Leo and that crescent moon birthmark, and around 2 a.m. I got up and walked to Leo's room to check on him. When I pushed open the door I saw her, Eleanor, sitting in the rocking chair by the window, not scary or threatening, just sitting there watching Leo sleep with that same sad, gentle smile on her face. She looked at me when I came in, and for a long moment we just looked at each other, two people on opposite sides of something neither of us fully understood. Then she spoke, her voice soft like wind through leaves, and she said, "I know he's not mine, I've always known, but when I look at him I see her, I see my baby girl, and for just a moment I can pretend she came back to me." I didn't know what to say to that. Didn't know how to respond to a ghost pouring out her heart to me in my son's bedroom in the middle of the night. She went on, saying, "I watched them all, every baby born into this family for 100 years, and I loved them all, but none of them ever looked at me like he does. None of them ever smiled at me like they knew me, like they remembered me from somewhere." I thought about Leo's smiles, about the way he would look at empty corners and laugh, about the times I caught him talking to someone I couldn't see, and I wondered if maybe he did remember her. If maybe on some level he could feel her love, even if he didn't understand where it came from. Eleanor stood up from the rocking chair and walked over to the crib, and she reached out one transparent hand and almost touched Leo's cheek, stopping just short of making contact, and she said I would never hurt him. I would die 1,000 deaths before I let anything hurt him. He's the most precious thing in my world. I believed her, standing there in that quiet room with the moonlight streaming through the window. I believed that she loved Leo with a love so pure and so deep that it had survived 100 years of waiting. She turned to me then and said, "I know you want me to leave. I know I scare you, but I can't leave him. I can't leave any of them. This is my family too, they're all I have." I asked her what she wanted, really wanted, not just from Leo but from all of us, and she looked at me with those sad eyes and said, "I want to be remembered. I want someone to know my name and my story and the baby I lost. I want to matter to someone after all these years of being just a shadow in the corner." I thought about that, about what it would be like to be forgotten, to fade away into nothing with no one left who knew your name, or your face, or the love you carried in your heart. I told her we would remember her, that we would tell Leo about her when he was older, that she would always be part of this family's story, and she smiled at me, a real smile this time, and then she faded away like morning mist burning off in the sun. I stood there for a long time after she left, watching Leo sleep, and I felt something I hadn't felt before, not fear or anger or desperation, but something like peace, like acceptance, like maybe we could find a way to live with this after all. In the morning I told my wife and my mother what had happened, what Eleanor had said, and they listened without interrupting. And when I finished, my mother reached out and took my hand and said, "Maybe it's time we stopped running. Maybe it's time we accepted that Eleanor is part of this family and always will be, and found a way to make peace with her instead of fighting." My wife was quiet for a long time, and then she said, "But what about Leo? What about when he grows up? What about when he doesn't need a guardian angel anymore? Will she let him go?" I didn't have an answer for that, none of us did, because nobody knew what Eleanor would do when Leo wasn't a baby anymore, when he grew up and stopped needing lullabies and nighttime visits. That afternoon we went to the cemetery where Eleanor was buried, an old plot in a small churchyard with a headstone so faded you could barely read the name, and we stood there in the sun, and we told her we remembered her, that we would always remember her, that she was part of us now. I don't know if she heard us, don't know if ghosts can hear the living when they stand on their graves and talk to the air, but something felt different after that. Something felt lighter, like we had finally done something right. That night when we put Leo to bed, I left the music box on his dresser, not hidden or thrown away, but right out in the open where he could see it, and he smiled at it and said "Night-night, lady" before he closed his eyes and went to sleep. Nothing happened that night, no lullabies, no whispers, no shapes in the corner, just a peaceful, quiet night with a sleeping child and parents who were finally learning to let go of their fear. But the next morning when I went to get Leo, the music box was gone from his dresser, and for a moment I panicked, thinking she had taken it back or it had disappeared like before. But then Leo opened his hand and showed it to me, small enough to fit in his palm, and he said the lady said I could keep it close. She said it would help me remember her when I get big. I looked at that little wooden box in his chubby toddler hand, and I realized that Eleanor wasn't trying to take him away from us. She was trying to give him something, a connection to something bigger than himself, a link to a past that stretched back 100 years and would reach forward into the future long after we were all gone. I took the box and put it back on his dresser and told him he could look at it whenever he wanted, and he smiled that beautiful smile and ran off to play, and I stood there in his room feeling something I couldn't name, something between sadness and hope and a kind of love I had never felt before. That was the day I stopped being afraid of Eleanor. The day I started to understand that she wasn't a monster or a threat, but just another mother who loved too much to let go. And maybe that was something we could live with. Maybe that was something we could even learn from. After that night when Eleanor and I talked in Leo's room, and I finally started to understand her, things changed between us, not completely or perfectly, but enough that we could breathe again. Enough that we could start thinking about going home instead of hiding at my mother's house forever. We stayed another week just to be sure, just to see if the peace would hold. And every night I would check on Leo and find him sleeping peacefully with the music box on his dresser, and no sign of Eleanor anywhere. And every morning he would wake up happy and laughing and full of life like any normal little boy. My wife and I talked a lot during that week, really talked about everything that had happened and what it meant for our future. And we decided that running wasn't the answer, that we had to go home and face whatever was waiting for us there, that we couldn't let fear control our lives forever. The day we left my mother's house was hard. She cried holding Leo and made us promise to call every day and come back if anything went wrong. And I hugged her tight and thanked her for everything she had done, for believing us, for helping us understand. On the drive home I kept waiting for something to happen, for the music box to appear or the lullaby to start playing or Eleanor to show up in the back seat. But nothing happened, just miles and miles of highway and Leo babbling in the back and my wife's hand in mine across the center console. When we pulled into our own driveway, I felt a knot in my stomach, a fear that had been living there for weeks. But I took a deep breath and got out and walked up to the front door and unlocked it and stepped inside. And the house was just a house, dusty from being empty, but otherwise normal, just walls and floors and furniture waiting for us to come back. We spent the rest of that day cleaning and unpacking and trying to make things feel normal. And Leo ran around laughing and playing with his toys like he had never been away. And by evening I started to think maybe it really was going to be okay. That night we put Leo to bed in his own room for the first time in weeks. And I stood in the doorway looking at him with his thumb in his mouth and his stuffed animals all around him. And I felt this wave of love so strong it almost knocked me over. I left his door open a crack like we always did, and went to the living room where my wife was waiting. And we sat on the couch watching TV, and pretending we weren't both listening for sounds that didn't belong. Nothing happened that first night, or the second, or the third, and slowly we started to relax, started to believe that maybe Eleanor really had moved on. Maybe our talk in the cemetery and at my mother's house had given her the peace she needed. A week passed, then 2, then a month, and life got back to normal. We went to work and took Leo to the park and had friends over for dinner and laughed at stupid things on TV. And the whole nightmare started to feel like a bad dream we had woken up from. I even put the music box in a drawer in the guest room. Not thrown away, but put away, out of sight but not destroyed, because something about destroying it felt wrong now, felt like disrespecting Eleanor and everything she had been through. Leo stopped talking about the lady, stopped pointing at empty corners, stopped waking up with that peaceful smile that used to scare me so much. And I thought maybe he had forgotten her, maybe children just move on from things like that. But sometimes late at night I would find myself thinking about her, about Eleanor sitting in that rocking chair watching over 100 years of babies, about the love that kept her here so long after she should have moved on. And I would feel sad for her, really sad, in a way I never expected to feel about a ghost. My wife and I talked about her sometimes, about whether she was really gone or just waiting, about whether we would ever see her again. And we never came to any conclusions, just accepted that we might never know for sure. Leo turned 3 a few months after we got home, and we had a little party with cake and presents and a few friends from the neighborhood. And I watched him blow out his candles and felt so grateful, so lucky, so happy that we had made it through everything and come out the other side. That night after the party, when Leo was in bed and we were cleaning up, my wife found something under the couch, a small wooden box that she pulled out and looked at and then went pale and handed to me without saying a word. It was the music box, the same one I had put in the guest room drawer, and there was no way it could have gotten under the couch, no way at all. I ran to the guest room and opened the drawer, and it was empty, the box was gone, and I stood there holding it in my hands, feeling that old familiar fear crawl back into my chest. My wife came up behind me and said maybe it's nothing, Maybe you just thought you put it away, but you didn't. Maybe Leo found it and was playing with it and left it under the couch. I wanted to believe that. I wanted so badly to believe that there was a normal explanation, but I knew in my heart there wasn't. I knew that Eleanor was still here, still watching, still waiting, even after all these months of peace. That night I couldn't sleep. I just lay in bed staring at the ceiling, waiting for something to happen, waiting for the lullaby to start or the air to get cold or Eleanor to appear in the corner. But nothing happened. The night passed quiet and still and normal. In the morning I checked on Leo and he was fine, playing with his toys and laughing like always, and the music box was back in the guest room drawer where I had found it the first time, and I wondered if I had imagined the whole thing, if my mind was playing tricks on me after everything we had been through. I didn't tell my wife about finding it back in the drawer, didn't want to scare her, didn't want to start the whole nightmare over again, so I just pretended everything was fine and went on with my day like normal. But that night when I checked on Leo before bed, I found something that made my blood run cold. A small photograph tucked into the frame of his mirror. An old faded photograph of a woman in old-fashioned clothes holding a baby, and I recognized her immediately. It was Eleanor, and the baby in her arms had a birthmark on its cheek, a crescent moon just like Leo's. I pulled the photograph out and looked at it closer, and on the back in faded handwriting were the words "my baby," "my heart," "forever," and a date from 1910. I stood there staring at that photograph for I don't know how long, and then I heard a whisper behind me, soft and familiar, saying, "I told you I would never really leave. I told you I would always watch over him." I spun around, and there she was, Eleanor, standing in the corner of Leo's room like she had never been gone at all, watching me with those sad eyes and that gentle smile. I wanted to be angry, wanted to yell at her for coming back, for breaking the peace we had found, but looking at her I couldn't find the anger. I just found sadness. Sadness for her, and for us, and for this endless cycle of love and loss that seemed to have no end. She spoke again, saying I tried to leave. I really did. I went to the place where my baby was waiting, and I held her, and it was beautiful. But part of me couldn't let go of this world. Part of me needed to come back, needed to watch over the living children of my family. I asked her if she would ever really leave, if there would ever come a time when she was gone for good, and she looked at me with those eyes that had seen 100 years of babies grow up and have babies of their own. And she said, "I don't know, maybe not. Maybe this is just what happens when you love too much to ever really let go." I thought about that, about what it would mean to have her here forever, watching over generation after generation, never leaving, never moving on, just always there in the corners of nurseries watching children sleep. She must have seen the fear in my eyes because she reached out, her transparent hand almost touching my face, and she said I would never hurt any of them. I would give my soul to protect them. They are my family, and I love them more than you can possibly understand. I believed her, standing there in the dim light of Leo's room with the ghost of a woman who had died 50 years before I was born. I believed that she loved us, all of us, with a love that had survived death itself. She faded away then, leaving me alone with Leo sleeping peacefully, and the photograph still in my hand. And I stood there for a long time trying to process what had just happened, trying to understand what this meant for our future. In the morning I showed my wife the photograph and told her about Eleanor coming back, and she listened without saying anything, just holding the photograph and looking at Eleanor's face, at the baby in her arms, at that crescent moon birthmark that matched our son's. When I finished she looked up at me and said maybe we need to stop thinking of her as a ghost and start thinking of her as family. Maybe we need to accept that she's part of our lives now and find a way to live with her instead of always fighting. It was the same thing my mother had said, the same thing I had been thinking myself, and I knew she was right, knew that fighting Eleanor had never worked and probably never would, that the only path forward was acceptance. So that night we did something that felt crazy at the time, but also felt right. We sat in Leo's room with the lights low, and we talked to Eleanor, told her we accepted her, told her she was welcome here, told her we understood that her love for the children of this family was real and true and would never hurt anyone. For a long moment nothing happened, and then the air in the room shifted, warmed somehow, and I felt her presence not as something scary but as something comforting, like a grandmother watching over her grandchildren from a rocking chair in the corner. Leo stirred in his sleep and smiled, that peaceful smile I used to be afraid of, and I knew he could feel her too, knew that on some level he understood that the lady was part of his life and always would be. From that night on things were different, not perfect or normal exactly, but different in a way that felt manageable, felt okay. Sometimes we would hear the lullaby playing softly from Leo's room at night, not scary like before but sweet, gentle, like a mother singing her child to sleep. Sometimes Leo would talk about the lady, about the things she showed him in his dreams, about the stories she told him of babies long ago, and we would listen and nod and not be afraid. And sometimes late at night I would go check on him and see her there, Eleanor, sitting in the rocking chair watching him sleep. And instead of feeling fear, I would feel something like gratitude. Gratitude that someone loved my son so much they would stay 100 years just to watch over him. I never told anyone outside the family about Eleanor. Never tried to explain to friends or co-workers why we kept an old music box on Leo's dresser, or why we sometimes heard lullabies in the middle of the night, because some things are too strange for people who haven't lived them. But I started writing all of this down, started keeping a record of everything that had happened, everything we had learned, everything we had come to understand about Eleanor and her love and her grief. I wanted Leo to know the truth someday, wanted him to understand that the lady who visited him at night wasn't a monster or a threat, but just another mother who loved too much to let go, and that her love was a gift, not a curse. The years passed and Leo grew, and Eleanor stayed, always there in the background, always watching, always loving from that place between worlds where she had lived for so long. When Leo's little sister was born a few years later, we saw Eleanor standing by her crib the very first night, singing that same soft lullaby, and we smiled at each other and knew that she would watch over both of them, would watch over all the children of this family for as long as there were children to watch. Sometimes I wonder what will happen when I'm gone, when my children are grown and have children of their own, whether Eleanor will still be here 100 years from now, watching over generations of babies she never got to hold. And I think probably yes, probably she will, because love like hers doesn't fade with time, doesn't die with the body, doesn't let go even when everything else is gone. That's the lesson Eleanor taught me, that love is stronger than death, stronger than time, stronger than anything this world can throw at it. It's a scary thought in some ways, knowing that she'll always be here, that my children and their children will never really be alone, that someone is always watching from the corners of nurseries. But it's also a comforting thought, knowing that no matter what happens, no matter how dark things get, there's a love that old and that strong watching over the people I love most in this world. So we live with Eleanor now, me and my wife and Leo and his little sister, and it's not always easy, not always comfortable, but it's our life, our strange, unusual life with a ghost in the nursery. And when I tuck Leo in at night and see that old music box on his dresser, I don't feel fear anymore. I feel something like peace, like acceptance, like gratitude for this woman who has loved my family for over 100 years and will probably love them for 100 more. Some nights I even talk to her, just little things. Thank you for watching over them. Good night, Eleanor. Sleep well wherever you are. And sometimes I swear I feel her smile, feel her presence warm the room for just a moment before she fades back into whatever place she goes when she's not watching over sleeping children. Leo is 10 now, too old for lullabies and night lights and a lady in the corner. But I know she's still there. I know she still watches, because some things don't change, some loves don't fade. And when he goes to college and moves away and starts his own life, I know she'll go with him, that small piece of our family history that has become as much a part of us as our own blood. That's the legacy Eleanor left us, not fear or horror or nightmares, but a love so strong it beat death itself, a love that will watch over our family until the end of time. Living with Eleanor became our new normal, and for a long time that was enough. We went to work and raised our kids and celebrated holidays and gradually stopped thinking about the strange circumstances that had brought us to this point. But there was always a part of me that wondered about the full story, about Eleanor's life before she became the ghost in our nursery, about the baby she lost and the husband who died too young, about all the years between her death and our camping trip when she had watched over generations of children without any of them really knowing she was there. When Leo turned 12, something shifted in him, the way it does with kids that age. He started pulling away from us a little, spending more time in his room with his headphones on, not wanting to talk about the lady anymore when we asked, and I couldn't blame him. He was becoming a teenager and had better things to do than think about the ghost who had watched him sleep since he was a baby. But I noticed that Eleanor seemed different too. She appeared less often in the corners of rooms, and when she did she looked sadder somehow, more distant, like she was fading or maybe like she was preparing to leave, and I didn't know whether to be relieved or heartbroken about that possibility. My wife noticed it too, and we talked about it one night after the kids were in bed, wondering if Eleanor's connection to the family was weakening as the children grew older, wondering if maybe she only really attached herself to babies and young children, and once they grew up she moved on to the next generation. That thought made sense in a way, because we had never heard stories about Eleanor appearing to adults, only to babies and the mothers who cared for them. So maybe her love was specifically for the smallest and most vulnerable members of the family, the ones who needed watching over the most. But then Leo's little sister, who was 8 by then, started talking about the lady again, about how she visited her at night and sang songs and told stories. And we realized that Eleanor hadn't left. She had just transferred her attention to the new baby in the family, the way she had done for over 100 years. That was when I decided I needed to know more, needed to understand the full scope of Eleanor's story, not just the bits and pieces we had gathered from my mother and the old photographs, but the real truth about who she was and why she stayed. I started spending weekends at libraries and historical societies, looking through old newspapers and census records, and anything else I could find that might mention Eleanor or her family. And slowly I began to piece together a picture of her life that was more complete than anything we had known before. She was born in 1885, the oldest daughter of a farming family, and she married young at 18 to a man who worked at the local mill. And from their wedding photograph I could see how much they loved each other, the way they leaned into each other, the smiles on their faces that even old faded film couldn't hide. They had been married for 2 years when she got pregnant, and from the letters I found in my mother's attic I knew how happy they were, how they planned for the baby, how he built a crib with his own hands, and she sewed tiny clothes, and they picked out names together, Eleanor for a girl and Thomas for a boy. But then the accident happened, just a few months before the baby was due. He was working at the mill, and something went wrong with the machinery, and by the time they got him out he was already gone, and Eleanor was left alone to have their baby without him. The newspaper accounts were brief, just a few lines about a tragic accident at the mill, a young husband killed, a widow left behind, but reading them 100 years later I could feel the weight of that loss, could imagine Eleanor getting the news and knowing that her whole world had just crumbled around her. She had the baby 2 months later, a little girl with her father's eyes and a tiny crescent moon birthmark on her cheek. And for a few short months Eleanor had something to live for, someone to pour all her love into, someone who needed her and loved her back. But then the fever came, the kind that took so many babies in those days before modern medicine, and Eleanor watched her daughter fade away just like her husband had, powerless to stop it, powerless to save the only thing she had left in the world. The death certificate said fever, cause unknown, and the baby was buried next to her father in the little churchyard where Eleanor would eventually join them 40 years later. But in between there were 4 decades of grief so deep it never healed. I found accounts from people who remembered her, old letters and diaries from family members who described Eleanor as a sad woman who never really recovered, who spent her days going through the motions of life but never truly living, who could often be found in the nursery of whatever relative had a new baby, just sitting and watching and sometimes singing soft lullabies that made the young mothers uncomfortable. One diary from Eleanor's sister described how Eleanor would show up at all hours to see the new babies, how she would hold them and sing to them and cry over them, and how the family eventually learned to just let her, because it seemed to bring her some small comfort, and she never hurt anyone. Another entry from years later described finding Eleanor in the nursery in the middle of the night, just sitting in the rocking chair watching the baby sleep, and when asked what she was doing she said she was watching over her, that someone had to watch over the babies because you never knew when they might be taken. After Eleanor died, the family kept the music box in the nursery, winding it up and playing it for each new baby, because it seemed like the right thing to do, like a way of keeping Eleanor's memory alive. And over the years the story of the sad woman who loved babies too much became just another family legend, something to tell at holidays and then forget about. But Eleanor never really left. She stayed in that nursery, watching over each new generation. And for 50 years after her death she was just a presence, barely noticed, easily dismissed, until Leo was born with that crescent moon birthmark, and something changed in her. Something made her want more than just watching from the shadows. The more I learned about Eleanor's life, the more I understood why Leo had affected her so deeply, because that birthmark was not just a random coincidence, it was a sign, a symbol of the daughter she had lost. And seeing it on Leo must have felt like her baby had come back to her in some way. I found a photograph of Eleanor's daughter finally, tucked away in an old album that had been donated to the Historical Society by someone who didn't know what they had. And when I saw it I felt my heart stop, because that baby looked exactly like Leo had as an infant, the same eyes, the same shape of face, the same tiny crescent moon on the same cheek. I sat in that library staring at that photograph for I don't know how long, trying to process what I was seeing, trying to understand if this was just coincidence or something more, something deeper that I couldn't explain. When I showed the photograph to my wife that night, she started crying, not from fear but from sadness, from understanding what Eleanor must have felt when she first saw Leo, must have thought that somehow, impossibly, her baby had come back to her. We talked for a long time about what this meant, about whether Leo really was connected to Eleanor's daughter in some way we couldn't understand, about whether souls could come back and be born again into the same family. And we didn't come to any conclusions, just held each other and felt grateful for the strange path that had led us here. The next weekend I went back to the Historical Society and kept digging, looking for anything else about Eleanor or her daughter. And I found records showing that Eleanor's daughter had been buried in a small plot that was later moved when the cemetery expanded, and that somehow, in the confusion of the move, her grave had been misplaced, lost, forgotten. Eleanor had spent her whole life visiting that grave, tending it, talking to her daughter, and after she died the family had kept it up for a while. But over the years the exact location had been forgotten, and now there was no marker, no headstone, nothing to show that a baby had ever been buried there. I thought about what that must mean for Eleanor, for a spirit who couldn't move on because she didn't know where her baby was, because the physical connection to her daughter had been lost, and she couldn't find her way to wherever she was supposed to go. That night I went to Leo's room after he was asleep, and I sat in the rocking chair where Eleanor always sat, and I talked to her, told her what I had learned about her daughter's grave, told her that I wanted to help her find it, to help her finally be at peace. For a long moment nothing happened, and then the air in the room shifted and she was there, standing by the window looking out at the night. And when she turned to me her eyes were wet with tears I could actually see, tears that belonged to a ghost who had been waiting 100 years for someone to help her. She spoke then, her voice soft and broken, saying, "I've looked for her for so long. I've searched and searched, but I can never find her. I feel her sometimes, so close, but I can never reach her, can never hold her again." I told her I would find her. I would find the grave and fix it and give her a marker so Eleanor would always know where her baby was. And Eleanor looked at me with such hope, such desperate hope, that I would have moved mountains to keep my promise. The next few weeks were spent tracking down old cemetery records, talking to church officials, walking through graveyards looking for any clue that might lead me to that lost grave, and slowly, piece by piece, I started to narrow down where she might be. I found an old map from the 1920s showing the original layout of the cemetery before it was expanded, and I compared it to modern maps and figured out approximately where the baby's plot would have been. And then I went to that spot and stood there and just waited, hoping for some sign, some feeling that I was in the right place. Nothing happened at first, just the wind and the birds and the distant sound of traffic, but then I felt something, a warmth in the air, a presence, and I knew I was close, knew that Eleanor's daughter was somewhere near. I marked the spot and went back to the church and talked to the groundskeeper, an old man who had worked there for 40 years and knew every inch of that cemetery. And when I showed him the spot he nodded and said there used to be a marker there, a small one, but it got knocked over years ago and never replaced, and he always wondered who was buried there because there was no record. With his help I was able to get permission to put a new marker on the grave, a simple stone with Eleanor's daughter's name and the dates of her short life. And when it was finally installed I stood there looking at it and felt a peace I hadn't felt in a long time. That night I went back to the cemetery with Eleanor. I don't know how I knew she was with me, but I did. I felt her presence like a warm light beside me as I walked to that grave and knelt down and told her this was it. This was where her baby was. She could find her now. For a long moment nothing happened, and then the air around me filled with a light so bright I had to close my eyes. And I heard a sound, the most beautiful sound I have ever heard. A woman crying and laughing at the same time. A sound of joy so pure it broke my heart. When I opened my eyes, Eleanor was standing there, but not the Eleanor I knew, not the sad ghost in old-fashioned clothes, but a young Eleanor, beautiful and whole, holding a baby in her arms, a baby with a crescent moon on its cheek, and they were both smiling at me with such love, such gratitude, that I started crying myself. Eleanor spoke one last time, saying thank you for bringing me to her, thank you for helping me find my baby, I can go home now, I can finally rest. And then they faded slowly, gently, like morning mist burning off in the sun, and I was alone in that cemetery with the new headstone and the memory of what I had just seen. I stayed there for a long time, just sitting on the grass thinking about Eleanor and her daughter and the 100 years they had been separated, thinking about love and loss and what it means to finally let go. When I got home that night, I went straight to Leo's room and looked at the music box on his dresser, And for the first time since this whole thing started, it felt like just an object, just wood and metal and old memories, not a connection to something beyond. Leo woke up while I was standing there and looked at me with sleepy eyes and said, "Dad, the lady said goodbye to me tonight. She said she had to go find her real baby, but she said she would always love me and watch over me from wherever she is." I hugged him then, hugged him tight and told him that was true, that she would always love him, that love like that never really goes away, it just changes form. In the days that followed, the house felt different, lighter somehow, like a weight had been lifted that we didn't even know we were carrying. Leo stopped talking about the lady, stopped having dreams about her, and his little sister eventually forgot about the stories she used to tell. The music box sat on Leo's dresser for years, just an old family heirloom that we wound up sometimes on special occasions, playing that same soft lullaby that had once scared me so badly. And sometimes, late at night, when the house was quiet and the kids were asleep, I would swear I felt a presence, not scary or threatening, but warm and loving, like a grandmother checking in on her family one last time before finally resting. I like to think that Eleanor found her peace, that she and her daughter are together somewhere beyond this world, watching over us in a different way now, not as ghosts in the corner, but as something else, something lighter, something free. And I like to think that someday, when my own time comes, I'll see her again, young and beautiful and whole, holding that baby in her arms, and she'll smile at me and say thank you for helping me find my way home. After Eleanor finally found her peace and moved on with her daughter, I thought our lives would go back to completely normal. No more ghosts, no more lullabies in the night, no more feeling like someone was watching from the corners. And for a while that's exactly what happened. The house felt lighter and cleaner, and more like just a house than it had in years, and we settled into a routine that was blessedly ordinary. Leo grew older and more independent, his little sister started school, and me and my wife fell into the comfortable rhythm of middle age, work and chores and weekend errands and the occasional date night when we could find a babysitter, and the whole Eleanor chapter of our lives started to feel like a distant memory, something that had happened to different people in a different time. But there was always a part of me that wondered if she was really gone, if a presence that had lasted 100 years could just disappear forever. And sometimes late at night I would find myself listening for that soft tinkling lullaby, not because I wanted to hear it, but because I wanted to prove to myself that it was really over. Years passed and the kids grew, and we moved to a bigger house in a better neighborhood. And the old house with its memories and its nursery, and its ghost became just another place we used to live. And I stopped thinking about Eleanor altogether, except on rare occasions when something reminded me. Then one night when Leo was 16 and away at a friend's house, and his little sister was asleep in her room down the hall, I woke up around 2 a.m. with a feeling I couldn't explain, a feeling that something was wrong, that someone was in the house who shouldn't be there. I lay in bed for a long time just listening, hearing nothing but the usual night sounds, the creak of the house settling, the hum of the refrigerator, the distant bark of a dog somewhere in the neighborhood. And I told myself I was being paranoid, that old fears were coming back for no reason. But the feeling wouldn't go away, it got stronger actually, and finally I got up and walked through the house checking doors and windows, finding everything locked and secure. And I was about to go back to bed when I passed by my daughter's room and noticed something that made my blood run cold. Her door was open a crack, not unusual since she liked it that way, but through that crack I could see a light, a soft glowing light that wasn't coming from her night light. And when I pushed the door open I saw something that I never expected to see again. There was a woman standing by my daughter's bed, not Eleanor but someone else, someone younger with long dark hair and a flowing white dress, and she was leaning over my daughter singing softly, that same lullaby, that same melody that had haunted me for so many years. I must have made a sound because she turned and looked at me, and I saw her face, beautiful and sad, with eyes that held a depth of sorrow I couldn't comprehend, and she smiled at me, a gentle smile that should have been comforting but somehow made my skin crawl. Before I could speak or move, she faded away, just dissolved into the air like smoke, leaving me alone in my daughter's room with my heart pounding and my mind racing. I stood there for a long time watching my daughter sleep, making sure she was okay, making sure nothing had happened to her. And when I finally went back to bed I didn't sleep, just lay there staring at the ceiling trying to make sense of what I had seen. In the morning I asked my daughter if anything strange had happened during the night, if she had seen anyone or heard anything, and she looked at me with those innocent 8-year-old eyes and said, "No, Daddy, I slept good, why do you ask?" I didn't tell her what I had seen, didn't want to scare her, didn't want to bring back all the fear we had worked so hard to put behind us. So I just said no reason, just checking, and let it go. But I couldn't let it go, not really. The image of that woman standing over my daughter's bed was burned into my brain, and I spent the next few days watching, waiting, listening for any sign that she might come back. A week passed and nothing happened, then 2 weeks, then a month, and I started to convince myself that I had imagined it, that it was just a dream or a trick of the light or my mind playing games with me after too many years of stress. But then I found something that proved I hadn't imagined it at all. A small object tucked behind my daughter's dresser. An old wooden music box that I had never seen before, carved with flowers and vines and a name on the bottom, a name I didn't recognize. I picked it up and wound the little crank, and it played that lullaby, that same damn lullaby that Eleanor had played for 100 years, and I knew then that she was back. Or maybe not her, but someone like her, someone else who couldn't let go. I showed the music box to my wife and told her what I had seen, and she looked at it with that expression I remembered from years ago, that mixture of fear and resignation and determination that came from dealing with the impossible. She said, "We need to find out who this is. We need to understand what's happening before it gets worse. We can't just ignore it and hope it goes away like last time." So we started digging again, going through old family records, talking to relatives, searching online databases, looking for any mention of another woman in our family's past who might have lost a child and stayed behind. It took weeks, but eventually we found her, a name in an old family Bible, a woman who had died in 1925 at the age of 22, leaving behind a baby who had survived, a baby who grew up and had children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren, including me. Her name was Margaret, and she had died of complications from childbirth, never getting to hold her baby, never getting to see her child grow up, and she was buried in the same cemetery as Eleanor and her daughter, just a few rows away. I went to that cemetery and found her grave, a small headstone with her name and dates and the words "Beloved Mother," taken too soon, and I stood there looking at it and felt that same sadness I had felt for Eleanor, that same understanding of a love so strong it couldn't let go. That night I sat in my daughter's room and waited, hoping Margaret would appear, hoping I could talk to her the way I had talked to Eleanor, hoping I could help her find the peace she needed. Around midnight the air in the room shifted, got cooler, and she was there, standing by the window looking out at the night. And when she turned to me I saw the same sadness in her eyes that I had seen in Eleanor's, the same longing, the same love that wouldn't die. I spoke to her gently, telling her I knew who she was, telling her I understood why she was here, telling her that her baby had grown up and lived a long life, and had children and grandchildren who remembered her and loved her even though they never knew her. She listened, her transparent form flickering in the dim light, and when I finished she spoke, her voice soft and young, saying I just wanted to see her, just once. I wanted to hold her and tell her I loved her, but they took her away and I never got the chance. I told her that her daughter had felt her love, that somehow love passes from mother to child even when they never meet, that her daughter had carried that love with her whole life and passed it down to her own children, including me. Margaret looked at me with those sad eyes and said, "She's here. Isn't she my daughter? She's in this house. She's the one who came before me, the one who watched over all the babies for so long." I realized then that she meant Eleanor, that Eleanor was her daughter, the baby she never got to hold, and that somehow they had both ended up here, mother and daughter, separated by death but bound by the same love, the same inability to let go. I told her about Eleanor, about how she had finally found peace and moved on, about how she was with her own daughter now, and Margaret smiled, a real smile this time, and said, "Then I can find her, I can finally see my baby, I can hold her after all these years." She started to fade then, but before she disappeared completely she looked at my daughter sleeping in her bed, and said, "Thank you for letting me watch over her, she's beautiful. She reminds me of my own little girl." And then she was gone, and the room was warm again, and the music box on the dresser stopped playing, and I knew she had moved on to wherever she needed to go. I sat there for a long time after she left, thinking about the chain of love and loss that connected all these women, Eleanor and her daughter, Margaret and her daughter, my own mother and grandmother, and all the generations before them, all bound together by blood and grief and a love that wouldn't quit. In the morning I told my wife what had happened, and she held me and cried a little, not from fear but from the beauty of it, from the understanding that love really does last forever, that death isn't the end of anything, just a change in form. We kept the music box, the one Margaret had left behind, and we put it on a shelf in the living room next to Eleanor's, two old wooden boxes that had carried the love of two mothers across decades and into our home. Sometimes late at night I think I hear them, not scary or threatening, just soft whispers of love, of gratitude, of peace finally found. And I think about my daughter growing up in a house that has been visited by ghosts, about the legacy she carries without even knowing it, about the love that surrounds her from women she never met. When she's older, I'll tell her the story. I'll tell her about Eleanor and Margaret and all the mothers who came before, who loved their children so much they couldn't leave even in death. I'll tell her about the music boxes and the lullabies and the women in white who watch over sleeping children. And I'll hope she understands that it's not scary, it's beautiful. It's what love looks like when it's too strong to die. And maybe someday, long after I'm gone, she'll see one of them standing by her own child's bed, and she'll smile instead of scream. And she'll know that she's part of something bigger than herself. A chain of love that stretches back over 100 years and will stretch forward for 100 more. That's the legacy of Eleanor and Margaret, not fear or haunting or horror, but love, pure and simple and eternal love, the kind that beats death itself. After Margaret moved on to join her daughter Eleanor, I really thought that would be the end of it, the final chapter in our family's long, strange history with ghosts and music boxes and mothers who loved too much to let go. And for a while life was exactly what we had always wanted it to be, ordinary and peaceful and blessedly free of the supernatural. The kids grew and thrived. Leo became a teenager with all the attitude and eye-rolling that came with it. His little sister turned 10 and discovered a love for horses that consumed every waking moment. And me and my wife settled into the comfortable routine of people who had been together long enough to finish each other's sentences and predict each other's moods. We kept the music boxes though, both of them, Eleanor's and Margaret's, sitting on a shelf in the living room where we could see them every day, not as reminders of fear, but as memorials to the women who had loved our family so deeply they couldn't leave even in death. Sometimes on quiet evenings I would wind them up and let them play, those old tinkling lullabies that had once terrified me. And I would think about Eleanor and Margaret and wonder if they could hear them wherever they were, if some part of them still lingered in the melodies that had bound them to this world for so long. Years passed and Leo went off to college, then his sister followed a few years later, and me and my wife were alone in the house for the first time in over 2 decades, and it was strange and quiet and a little sad but also nice in its own way, a new chapter in our lives together. We talked about selling the house, moving somewhere smaller, maybe near the beach where we had always talked about retiring, but somehow we never quite got around to it. Something always held us back, some feeling that this house was where we belonged, where our family's story had played out in ways we never could have imagined. Then one night when we were both in our 60s, me and my wife were sitting in the living room watching TV when we heard it. That sound we hadn't heard in decades, that soft tinkling lullaby coming from the shelf where the music boxes sat. We looked at each other with that old familiar fear creeping back into our eyes, and we got up and walked over to the shelf and saw that both music boxes were playing, their little figures spinning around and around, the melodies intertwining in a way that was almost beautiful but also deeply unsettling. I reached out to touch them and they stopped, both at once, like someone had thrown a switch, and then the air in the room shifted, got cooler, and I felt that presence I remembered so well, that feeling of being watched by something just beyond the edge of sight. A voice spoke then, not from any one place, but from everywhere at once, soft and young and unfamiliar, saying, "Hello, I've been waiting a long time to meet you." We spun around and there she was, a young woman standing in the corner of our living room, maybe 18 or 19 years old, with long dark hair and old-fashioned clothes and eyes that held a depth of sadness that made my heart ache just looking at her. She wasn't Eleanor or Margaret, she was someone else entirely, someone we had never seen before, and she looked at us with those sad eyes and smiled a gentle smile, and said, "I'm sorry to scare you. That's not what I want. I just need your help." My wife found her voice first, asking, "Who are you? What do you want?" And the young woman looked down at her hands and said, "My name is Sarah, and I died a long time ago, before I ever got to be a mother, before I ever got to hold my baby in my arms." She told us her story then, a story that broke our hearts and made us understand why she was here, why she had come to us after all these years. She had been engaged to a young man in 1918, just before the war ended, and she was pregnant with their child, and they were going to be married as soon as he came home from Europe. But the influenza came instead, swept through her town like fire through dry grass, and she was gone in a matter of days, her and the baby both, never getting to be a mother, never getting to hold the child she had carried for 8 months. She had watched from wherever she was as her fiancé came home to find her gone, as he mourned her and eventually married someone else and had children with that woman, children who were not hers, and she had felt a jealousy so deep it kept her tethered to this world, unable to move on, unable to find peace. For 100 years she had wandered, watching other women have babies, watching other mothers hold their children, and the jealousy had grown and festered and turned into something dark, something she didn't want to be but couldn't control. She had found our family somehow, drawn by the presence of Eleanor and Margaret, by the love that had kept them here so long, and she had been waiting for the right moment, waiting for a chance to finally hold a baby of her own. I asked her what she wanted from us, what we could possibly do to help her after all this time, and she looked at me with those sad eyes and said, "I want to hold a baby, just once. I want to know what it feels like to be a mother, even for a moment, even if it's not really mine." My wife and I looked at each other, both thinking the same thing, that we didn't have any babies anymore. Our children were grown and gone. There were no little ones in this house to hold. But Sarah shook her head and said, "Not here, not now, but soon there will be a baby, your granddaughter, she's coming, and I need you to let me hold her, just once, just for a moment, and then I can move on." We didn't know what she was talking about at first, our granddaughter. We didn't have any grandchildren yet. Leo was married, but they were waiting. His sister was still single. There were no babies on the horizon. But Sarah smiled and said, "She's coming. She's already growing. You just don't know it yet, and in a few months she'll be here. And I need you to let me see her, let me hold her just once." I started to say no, started to refuse, because the thought of letting a ghost hold our granddaughter was terrifying. But something in Sarah's eyes stopped me. Something so desperate and so sad that I couldn't just say no without understanding more. I asked her what would happen if we let her hold the baby. Would it hurt her? Would it leave some mark? Would it change anything? And Sarah shook her head and said, "No. I would never hurt a baby. I just want to know what it feels like, just for a moment, just to hold a warm little body against mine, and pretend she's mine, pretend I got to be a mother after all." My wife spoke then, her voice soft, saying, "If we do this, if we let you hold her, you'll move on. You'll leave us alone. You'll find peace." Sarah nodded, tears in her eyes, saying, "Yes, I will. I just need that one thing, that one moment, and then I can go wherever mothers go when their babies are waiting for them." We talked about it for hours after Sarah faded away, me and my wife, going back and forth about whether we could do this, whether we could let a ghost hold our unborn granddaughter, whether it was safe, whether it was right. In the end we decided to wait, to see if Sarah was even telling the truth about a baby coming, because for all we knew she was lying, or mistaken, or trying to trick us into something we would regret. But 2 months later Leo called with the news. His wife was pregnant, they were going to have a baby, and me and my wife looked at each other with that mixture of joy and fear that had become so familiar over the years. When the baby was born, a beautiful little girl with her mother's eyes and her father's smile, we held her and loved her and thanked God for this new life, this new generation of our family. And then we waited for Sarah to come, waited to see if she would keep her promise, waited to find out what would happen when a ghost held a living child. It happened when the baby was about 3 months old, on a quiet Sunday afternoon when me and my wife were babysitting while Leo and his wife went out for a few hours. The baby was sleeping in her portable crib in the living room, and I was reading a book and my wife was doing a crossword puzzle. And then the air got cooler and Sarah was there, standing by the crib looking down at the sleeping infant with such longing, such love, that it broke my heart. She looked at us with questioning eyes, asking permission without words, and after a moment I nodded, not sure if I was doing the right thing, but feeling in my heart that this was what we had to do. Sarah reached down and picked up the baby, so gently, so carefully, and held her against her chest. And the baby stirred but didn't wake, just snuggled closer to this warm presence that shouldn't have been there. Sarah started to cry, tears streaming down her transparent face, and she rocked the baby and sang that same old lullaby, that melody that had haunted our family for generations. And it wasn't scary or threatening, it was beautiful, heartbreakingly beautiful. She held the baby for a long time, maybe 5 minutes, maybe 10, I couldn't tell. Time seemed to stop in that room. And then she gently laid her back in the crib and looked at us with such gratitude, such peace, that I started crying too. She spoke one last time, saying thank you for this gift. I can go now, I can find my own baby. She's been waiting for me all this time. And then she faded away, slowly, gently, like morning mist burning off in the sun. And the room was warm again, and the baby slept on, peaceful and undisturbed. We never saw Sarah again after that day, never felt her presence in the house, never heard that lullaby in the night, and we knew she had finally found the peace she had been seeking for over 100 years. The baby grew up healthy and happy, and when she was old enough we told her the story. told her about Sarah and Eleanor and Margaret, about the mothers who had loved our family so deeply they couldn't leave even in death. She listened with wide eyes and asked questions and nodded in all the right places. And when we finished, she said, "I think I remember her. When I was really little, I remember a lady holding me and singing, and it felt like being wrapped in the softest blanket in the whole world." We kept the music boxes, all three of them now, Sarah's having appeared on the shelf one day after she left. A small wooden box carved with flowers that played a slightly different melody than the others, but just as beautiful, just as haunting. And sometimes on quiet evenings I wind them up, all three, and let them play together, those old lullabies intertwining in the twilight, and I think about the women who left them behind, the mothers who loved too much to let go. I think about Eleanor, who lost her baby and spent 100 years watching over other people's children until she finally found her own. I think about Margaret, who never got to hold her daughter and waited decades for the chance to see her again. I think about Sarah, who died before she could be a mother and just wanted one moment, one single moment, to hold a baby in her arms. And I think about all the other mothers, the ones we never met, the ones whose stories we'll never know, who loved their children so much that death itself couldn't separate them. That's the legacy of this family, not fear or horror or haunting, but love, love so strong it beats death, love so deep it lasts forever, love so pure it passes from generation to generation, carried in lullabies and music boxes and the memories of those who came before. When my time comes, and I know it's getting closer every day, I hope I'll see them, Eleanor and Margaret and Sarah, and all the other mothers who watched over my family for so long. I hope they'll be waiting for me with open arms, and I hope they'll thank me for helping them find their way home. And I hope that somewhere, in some nursery I'll never see, another mother is watching over another baby, singing that same old lullaby, passing that same old love down to another generation. Because that's what we do, we love, we lose, we grieve. And if we're lucky, we learn that love never really ends. It just changes form, waiting in the corners of nurseries for the next baby who needs watching over. After Sarah moved on to wherever mothers go when they finally find peace, I really believed that our family's long, strange journey with the supernatural was finally over, that we had helped every lost soul who needed our help, that the music boxes on our shelf were just old wooden boxes and nothing more. And for a while that's exactly how it felt, peaceful and normal and blessedly ordinary. The years rolled on and we grew older, me and my wife, watching our children become adults and start families of their own, watching our granddaughter grow from a baby into a little girl with pigtails and scraped knees and a laugh that could light up any room. Leo became a father himself, and then a father again, and his sister got married and had twins. And suddenly our quiet house was filled with the chaos of grandchildren visiting, toys everywhere, little voices calling our names, and we loved every minute of it. I would wind up the music boxes sometimes when the grandchildren were visiting, let them play those old lullabies, and I would tell the children stories about the ladies who left them behind. Not scary stories, but gentle ones. Stories about mothers who loved their babies so much they couldn't leave even after they died. The children listened with wide eyes and asked questions, and then ran off to play. And I would sit there with my wife and smile and feel grateful for this life, this strange, wonderful life that had given us so much more than we ever expected. But as I got older, into my 70s and then my 80s, I started to notice something. A presence in the house that hadn't been there before, not scary or threatening, but there, just at the edge of perception, like someone standing just behind you that you can't quite see. At first I thought it was my imagination, old age playing tricks on me, but my wife noticed it too, that feeling of being watched, that sense that we weren't alone even when we were the only ones in the room. We started looking for signs, listening for sounds, watching for shapes in the corners, but nothing appeared, nothing made itself known, just that persistent feeling of presence that wouldn't go away. Then one night when I couldn't sleep, I got up and went to the living room and sat in my favorite chair looking at the music boxes on their shelf. And I felt it strongest there, that presence, like someone was standing right next to me waiting to be noticed. I spoke into the darkness, said, "Whoever you are, whatever you want, you can show yourself. We've been through this before, we're not afraid." For a long moment nothing happened, and then the air in the room shifted, got warmer instead of colder, and I saw a shape forming in the corner. Not a scary shape, but a familiar one, a shape I had seen in old photographs my whole life. It was my mother, my own mother who had died 10 years before, standing there in the corner of my living room looking at me, with the same loving eyes I remembered from childhood. I couldn't speak, couldn't move, just sat there staring at her, and she smiled that smile I knew so well, and said, "Hello, my boy." I've been wanting to visit you for a long time, but I had to wait until you were ready." I asked her how, why, what was she doing here, and she laughed softly and said the same thing you've been helping all these years. "I couldn't let go. I couldn't leave you. I've been watching over you and your family since the day I died." She told me that death wasn't what any of us expected, that for some people it was easy. They moved on right away to whatever comes next. But for others, for mothers especially, it was harder. The love they felt for their children kept them tied to this world, watching, waiting, hoping for just one more moment with the ones they loved. She had been watching me for 10 years, she said, watching me grow old, watching me grieve for her, watching me help Eleanor and Margaret and Sarah find their peace. And she was so proud of me, so proud of the man I had become. I started crying then, tears streaming down my old face, and I asked her why she was showing herself now, after all this time, and she said, "Because I need your help, just like the others did. I need you to help me move on." She told me that she had been stuck between worlds, held here by her love for me and for my children and grandchildren. But she couldn't stay forever, couldn't watch forever. She needed to go wherever mothers go when their work is done. But there was something keeping her, something unfinished, something she needed me to do before she could leave. I asked her what it was, what I could possibly do for her after all these years, and she looked at me with those loving eyes and said, "I need you to forgive me." I didn't understand at first. Forgive her for what? She had been a wonderful mother, loving and kind, and always there when I needed her. What could there possibly be to forgive? But she shook her head and said, "Not for anything I did, but for leaving, for dying when you still needed me, for not being there to watch your children grow up, for missing so much of your life." I realized then that she had been carrying guilt all these years, guilt for something she couldn't control, guilt for dying, and that guilt was what kept her here, what prevented her from moving on to wherever she was supposed to go. I told her there was nothing to forgive, that she had been the best mother anyone could ask for, that her death wasn't her fault, that I had never blamed her for a single moment, that I loved her then, and loved her now, and would always love her. She smiled and cried at the same time, the way only mothers can, and she said, "Thank you. Thank you for saying that. I needed to hear it. I needed to know you were okay, that you forgave me for leaving." She started to fade then, slowly, gently, and I reached out my hand toward her, wanting to touch her one last time. But my hand passed through empty air, and she was gone, leaving me alone in the living room with the music boxes and the moonlight and the memory of her face. I sat there for a long time after she left, crying and laughing and feeling things I hadn't felt in years. And when I finally went back to bed, my wife woke up and asked if I was okay, and I told her about my mother, about what she had said, about helping her move on. My wife held me and we cried together, and in the morning we went to the cemetery where my mother was buried, and we stood at her grave and talked to her, told her we loved her, told her we were okay, told her she could rest now, she could finally rest. That night when we came home, there was a new music box on the shelf with the others, a small wooden box carved with flowers and a name on the bottom, my mother's name, and I wound it up, and it played a song I remembered from childhood, a lullaby she used to sing to me when I couldn't sleep. I put it on the shelf next to Eleanor's and Margaret's and Sarah's, and I looked at them all, for wooden boxes, for mothers who had loved too much to let go, for souls who had finally found their peace with a little help from our family. In the years that followed, I would sometimes feel my mother's presence, not scary or sad but comforting, like a warm blanket on a cold night. And I knew she was watching over me from wherever she was, not trapped between worlds anymore but free, able to visit when she wanted but not bound to stay. And I thought about all the mothers, all the women in my family going back generations, who had loved their children so deeply that death couldn't separate them, who had watched over us from the corners of nurseries, who had sung lullabies in the night to babies who would never know they were there. I thought about my daughter and my granddaughter, about the mothers they would become, about the love they would feel for their own children, love so strong it might keep them here long after they should have moved on. And I thought about the music boxes, 4 of them now, sitting on a shelf in my living room, each one representing a mother's love, each one holding a melody that had been sung to sleeping children for over 100 years. When I die, and I know it won't be long now, I hope I'll see them all, Eleanor and Margaret and Sarah and my mother, and all the other mothers who came before, waiting for me with open arms. I hope they'll thank me for helping them find their way home, and I hope they'll show me whatever comes next, whatever lies beyond this world of pain and loss and love so strong it beats death itself. And I hope that somewhere, long after I'm gone, another father will sit in another living room looking at music boxes on a shelf, and he'll tell his children about the mothers who loved them enough to stay, and he'll wind up those boxes and let the lullabies play, and he'll feel grateful for the strange path that led his family to this place. Because that's what it's all about in the end, not fear or horror or ghosts in the night, but love, love so deep it lasts forever, love so pure it passes from generation to generation, love so strong it beats death itself. After my mother moved on and left her music box on the shelf with the others, I thought our family's connection to the spirit world was finally complete, that we had helped every lost soul who needed our help, that the rest of my years would be peaceful and ordinary and filled with nothing more supernatural than the usual aches and pains of growing old. But life has a way of surprising you, especially when you think you've seen everything, and I was about to learn that the story of our family and the mothers who loved us was far from over. It started on a Tuesday, an ordinary Tuesday in the fall, when my granddaughter, the one Sarah had held as a baby, came to visit with her own new baby, a little boy just a few months old, my great-grandson, the newest member of our family. She was a young woman now, married and a mother herself, and she had brought the baby to meet us, to show him off, to let us hold him and love him the way we had loved her when she was small. We sat in the living room cooing over the baby, passing him back and forth, marveling at his tiny fingers and toes, at the way he yawned and stretched and made those little baby sounds that melt your heart. My granddaughter had brought a gift for him, a small wooden music box she had found at an antique shop. She said something about it had called to her, made her think of family and love and lullabies. I felt my blood run cold when I saw it, because it was like the others, carved wood with flowers and vines, old and worn and clearly from another time, and I knew before she even opened it that it would play a familiar melody. She wound it up and it played, that same old lullaby, that melody that had haunted our family for over 100 years, and my granddaughter smiled and said, "Isn't it beautiful?" I knew it was meant for him as soon as I saw it. I looked at my wife and she looked at me, and we both knew that this wasn't a coincidence. This was something more, something that meant our family's connection to the spirit world wasn't over at all. It was just beginning a new chapter. That night after my granddaughter and the baby went home, I sat in the living room staring at the shelf where the 4 music boxes sat, Eleanor's and Margaret's and Sarah's and my mother's, and I wondered what this new box meant, whose it was, why it had come to us now. I didn't have to wait long for an answer, because around midnight the air in the room shifted, got cooler, and I felt that familiar presence, that feeling of being watched by someone just beyond the edge of sight. A voice spoke, soft and old and tired, saying, "You must be tired of us by now. All these years, all these mothers, all these stories, but I need your help too, just like the others did." I turned and there she was, an old woman, older than anyone I had ever seen, with white hair and a face lined by a century of grief, standing in the corner of my living room leaning on a cane that wasn't really there. She smiled at me, a sad, gentle smile, and said, "My name is Martha, and I've been waiting a very long time for someone to help me find my way home." She told me her story then, a story that stretched back even further than Eleanor's, to a time before the Civil War, when she was a young mother with 3 small children and a husband who went off to fight and never came back. She had raised those children alone, worked herself to the bone to keep them fed and clothed, loved them with every piece of her heart, and watched them grow up and have children of their own, and she thought that was her reward, to see her family continue, to know that her love would live on through them. But when she died, old and worn out from a lifetime of work and worry, she found that she couldn't leave, couldn't move on to whatever comes next, because part of her was still here, still watching, still loving, still needing to make sure her children and their children and their children's children were okay. For over 150 years she had watched, through wars and depressions and good times and bad, through births and deaths and marriages and divorces, through all the messy, complicated business of being a family. She had seen generations come and go, had watched babies grow old and die, had loved each one of them with that fierce mother love that never fades. And now she was tired, so tired, tired of watching, tired of waiting, tired of being stuck between worlds with no way to move on. She had seen me help the others, Eleanor and Margaret and Sarah and my mother, and she had hoped that maybe I could help her too, that maybe I could give her the peace she had been seeking for so long. I asked her what she needed, what I could possibly do for a woman who had been waiting 150 years, and she looked at me with those old tired eyes and said, "I need to know they're okay, all of them, all my children and their children and their children's children. I need to know that the love I gave them meant something, that it lives on in them, that I didn't suffer and work and worry for nothing." I thought about that, about what it would be like to watch your family for a century and a half, to see them struggle and grow and change, to love them all without ever being able to touch them or talk to them or let them know you were there. I told her that her love had meant everything, that without her, without the sacrifices she made, without the strength she showed, none of us would be here, that her love lived on in every generation that came after her, carried in blood and memory and the stories we passed down. She smiled then, a real smile, and said, I know it in my heart, but I needed to hear it, needed someone to say it out loud, needed to know that my life mattered, that my love mattered, that I wasn't just a ghost watching from the shadows for no reason. She started to fade then, slowly, gently, and before she disappeared completely she looked at me and said, thank you for listening, thank you for helping all of us, thank you for being the one who finally understood that love doesn't die, it just waits. And then she was gone, and the room was warm again, and on the shelf with the other music boxes there was a new one, old and worn and carved with flowers, with a name on the bottom, Martha, and a date from 1863. I sat there for a long time looking at that box, thinking about Martha and all the mothers who had come before, all the women who had loved their children so deeply they couldn't leave even after death. I thought about my own mother and my grandmother and all the generations of women in my family whose names I would never know, who had worked and suffered and loved and lost, who had passed down to me the gift of life and the capacity to love. And I realized that the music boxes weren't just vessels for ghosts. They were symbols, reminders that love is the strongest force in the universe, stronger than death, stronger than time, stronger than anything this world can throw at it. In the weeks and months that followed, I would sometimes wind up Martha's box and let it play, that same old lullaby that had connected all these women across more than a century, and I would think about her watching over her family for 150 years, never giving up, never losing hope, never stopping her love. I told my granddaughter about it eventually, when she was older and ready to understand, and she listened with tears in her eyes and said that's why I was drawn to that music box. That's why it called to me. She wanted me to bring her home. We keep all 5 boxes on the shelf now, Eleanor and Margaret and Sarah and my mother and Martha, 5 mothers who loved too much to let go, 5 souls who finally found their peace with a little help from our family. And sometimes when the great-grandchildren come to visit, the littlest ones, the babies who don't know anything about ghosts or spirits or mothers who watch from the corners, I wind up the boxes and let them play, and I watch the babies smile in their sleep, and I know that somewhere, in some place beyond this world, 5 mothers are smiling too. After Martha moved on and left her music box with the others, I finally understood that our family was something special, not cursed or haunted in the way people usually think, but blessed with a connection to the mothers who came before, a bridge between the living and the dead that allowed love to flow both ways across the divide that separates this world from whatever comes next. I grew old, older than I ever thought I would be, and my wife grew old beside me, and we watched our family expand and flourish like a tree putting out new branches, children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren, all carrying within them the love of those 5 mothers who had watched over us for so long. The music boxes stayed on their shelf in the living room, 5 wooden boxes carved with flowers and vines, each one playing a slightly different version of that same lullaby, and I would wind them up on special occasions, birthdays and holidays and the births of new babies, and let their melodies fill the house with the sound of mother love. The children grew up knowing the story, knowing about Eleanor and Margaret and Sarah and my mother and Martha, knowing that they were watched over by women who had loved them before they were even born, and instead of being scared they found it comforting, found it beautiful, found it a source of strength in a world that can be so hard and cold. My granddaughter, the one Sarah had held as a baby, became a mother herself, and then a grandmother, and she carried on the tradition of telling the stories, of winding the music boxes, of teaching the little ones that love never dies, it just changes form. And I watched all of this from my rocking chair in the corner of the living room, feeling my own time growing shorter, feeling the pull of whatever comes next getting stronger with each passing day. I was 93 when my wife passed, peacefully in her sleep, and I held her hand and cried and thanked her for 68 years of marriage, for the children we had raised, for the life we had built together, for standing beside me through all the strangeness and fear and wonder of our time with the mothers. After she was gone, I felt her presence in the house, not scary or sad but comforting, like a warm blanket on a cold night, and I knew she was watching over me the way Eleanor had watched over Leo, the way all the mothers had watched over their children. I talked to her sometimes, sitting in my rocking chair looking at the music boxes, telling her about the day, about the kids, about the little things that happened, and I would feel her smile, feel her love, feel her there even though I couldn't see her. One night, when I was 95 and feeling every one of those years, I woke up and knew that it was time, that my body was finally giving out, that I would be joining my wife and my mother and all the others before the sun came up. I wasn't scared, wasn't sad, just ready to see what came next, ready to be with the ones I had loved and lost, ready to finally understand the mystery that had surrounded my family for so long. I got up from my bed slowly, painfully, and walked to the living room one last time, and I sat in my rocking chair looking at the music boxes on their shelf. 5 wooden boxes that held the love of 5 mothers who had needed my help to find their way home. I wound them up one by one, Eleanor's first, then Margaret's, then Sarah's, then my mother's, then Martha's, and I let them all play together, that old lullaby filling the room with its sweet, sad melody. And as they played, I felt the air in the room shift, get warmer, and I saw them, all of them, Eleanor young and beautiful holding her baby, Margaret reaching out to touch her daughter's face, Sarah cradling the infant she never got to hold, my mother smiling at me with those loving eyes, Martha standing tall despite her years, and behind them, stretching back into infinity, more women than I could count, mothers all, watching me with love and gratitude. My wife stepped forward from among them and held out her hand, and I took it, and I stood up from my rocking chair and felt no pain, no age, no weakness, just strength and peace and overwhelming love. She smiled at me and said, "It's time, my love. They've been waiting for you. We've all been waiting for you." I looked back at the room one last time, at my old body slumped in the rocking chair, at the music boxes still playing their lullabies, at the house that had held so much love and fear and wonder over the years. And then I turned and walked with my wife into the light that was opening before us. The last thing I heard before I left was that lullaby, that old familiar melody, playing on, carrying the love of 100 mothers into the night, and I smiled and let it carry me home. They found me the next morning, my granddaughter who came to check on me, sitting in my rocking chair with a peaceful smile on my face, and the music boxes still playing softly on their shelf. She knew I was gone, knew I had finally joined the mothers I had helped for so many years, and she cried and laughed and wound up the boxes again, and let them play while she held my hand and said goodbye. In the years that followed, she took care of the music boxes, added to the shelf when other mothers in our family passed and needed help finding their way, and the collection grew 10 boxes, then 20, then more than she could count, each one representing a mother's love that had been strong enough to survive death. And the story spread, passed down through generations, the story of the family that helped mothers find their way home, the family that understood that love never dies, it just waits in the corners of nurseries for the right moment to make itself known. I watch them sometimes from wherever I am now, watching my great-great-grandchildren grow in love and have children of their own, and I see the mothers standing in the corners of their nurseries, watching over them, loving them, waiting for the day when they too will need help finding their way home. And I know that this will go on forever, this chain of love stretching from the past into the future, binding our family together across generations, across death itself, across everything that tries to separate us. Because that's what I learned in my long, strange life, that love is the only thing that matters, the only thing that lasts, the only thing strong enough to beat death and time and everything else this world can throw at us. The music boxes still play somewhere, in a house I haven't seen in decades, played by hands I'll never hold again, but I hear them sometimes, that old lullaby carried on the wind, and I smile and remember and give thanks for the gift of being part of something so beautiful. And if you're reading this, whoever you are, know that love never dies, that the mothers who came before you are watching, waiting, loving you from wherever they are, and that someday when your time comes, they'll be there to take your hand and lead you home. That's the truth I learned, the truth I lived, the truth I'm passing on to you now, from one human being to another, across whatever distance separates us. The end, or maybe just another beginning, because with love like this, there is no end, there is only forever. Story number 2. My name is Danny, and I have been a firefighter at Engine 47 for going on 8 years now, long enough to not be the new guy anymore, but still young enough to draw the short straw for cleanup duty when the others are out running drills. And that is exactly where I found myself on that Tuesday afternoon in late October, stuck inside with 2 others while the rest of the crew was out training. The whole station feeling slow as molasses with nothing to do but sweep and organize and wait for the alarm that never seemed to come on days like this. And the rookie, that kid fresh out of the academy with the shiny badge and the eager eyes, he was the one sweeping the bunk room when he stopped and looked up at the ceiling with this curious expression. And he called out to us saying there was something wrong with one of the panels up there. It didn't sit right. And the older guy, the one with 20 years on the job who had seen just about everything, he just shook his head and said it was probably nothing, just an old access panel that had been painted over 100 times. But the rookie was already dragging the ladder across the floor, and before anyone could tell him to leave it alone, he was climbing up, pushing at the panel with his palm until it gave way with a groan, and dust came pouring down from that opening like someone had dumped a bag of flour from the rafters. Dust so old and fine it hung in the air, and made us all cough and wave our hands around, and the rookie looked down at us with this huge grin and said, "Hey, there's a whole space up here, an attic, I think," and none of us had ever known there was an attic, not once in all the years any of us had been at this station, and the older guy just shrugged and said that hatch had been sealed since before his time, probably just full of old junk and rat droppings, nothing worth climbing up for. But the rookie was already pulling himself through the opening, his boots disappearing into the dark above, and we heard him moving around up there, his footsteps creaking on the old beams, and then there was this long moment of silence that made the hair on my arms stand up, and his face appeared in the opening again, pale with dust, and with this look in his eyes I could not quite read. And he said, "You guys have got to come see this. You have got to come up here right now." So we took turns climbing up, me and the older guy and the other firefighter who had been helping with the cleaning. And when I pulled myself through that hatch and stood up as best I could in the cramped space, the ceiling sloped down so low I had to hunch over. I saw what the rookie had found. The attic was filled with the ghosts of old equipment, leather helmets from back in the 40s, a rusted siren with its crank still attached, newspaper clippings yellowed to parchment and brittle, enough to crumble if you touched them, and in the corner, propped up against the old brick chimney like someone had left it there on purpose, was this wooden board about 2 feet square, dark with age and covered in a thick layer of grime. But even under all that dirt we could see the letters painted in fading gold, A through Z in a nice arc across the top, and the numbers 0 through 9 in a row below that, and at the very top the words yes and NO in bigger letters, and below it all a teardrop-shaped piece of wood with a little glass window in it. And my stomach dropped because I knew what it was even before my brain caught up. It was a Ouija board, and one of the guys let out this nervous laugh and said it was probably just some prank from the 70s, someone messing around. But when I picked up the planchette, that teardrop-shaped piece, it was heavy in my hand, real solid wood, not like the cheap plastic ones you find in toy stores. And when I turned it over I saw, writing carved into the back, 3 lines that said E-47, and then the word rest, and then the word found, and then the word lost. And the rookie's face had gone white as a sheet under all that dust. And he whispered, "That is not funny, right? That is not someone's prank." And none of us answered him because we all knew the story of Captain Joe Reynolds, died in the 58 warehouse blaze. His whole crew lost except for one probie who made it out. And his company was Engine 47, and the nickname they carved on his memorial plaque, the one hanging in the day room downstairs, was Maverick. Bringing that board down from the attic felt like carrying a dead body. None of us wanted to touch it, but none of us wanted to leave it up there either. So we took turns holding it as we climbed back down the ladder, and we set it on the mess table in the day room where we eat all our meals, and we just stood there staring at it like it might do something. And that is when the captain walked in from his office, mid-shift change, and he stopped dead in his tracks, and for just a second, just one single second, his face did something I had never seen in all my years working under him. It showed fear, real primal fear, like he had seen a ghost. And then it was gone, replaced by his usual gruff authority. And he said that his antique junk, throw it out, but the rookie, that eager kid, he would not let it go. He had been reading all about firehouse traditions and the wall of honor we have with photos of fallen brothers. And he said real quiet like, "What if we tried it, just as a tribute to see if Captain Reynolds is still around?" And the older guys all scoffed and rolled their eyes, but the captain's eyes stayed fixed on that board. And after a long moment he nodded once and said 1 hour, then it goes in the dumpster. So we gathered around the table at midnight, 6 of us plus the captain standing in the doorway, like he was guarding the entrance to a bad club, and the room felt different somehow, colder maybe, or maybe that was just my nerves. And the rookie put his fingers on the planchette and looked at me, and I put my fingers next to his, and the wood was cold, colder than it should have been in a heated room, and we asked the question. We said, "Is anyone here?" And for a long moment nothing happened, and I was about to laugh it off and say this is stupid when I felt this vibration, so faint I thought I was imagining it at first, but then it got stronger, and the planchette started to move, not jerky like someone was pushing it, but smooth, purposeful, like it knew exactly where it wanted to go, and it slid across the board to the letter Y, then to E, then to S, and it stopped, And the rookie looked at me with tears in his eyes and whispered, "He is here. Maverick is here." And I felt this chill run through me, because that name, Maverick, was not just any name. It was the name on the plaque in the day room. The name we toasted every year on the anniversary of the warehouse fire. The name the old-timers still mentioned with a catch in their voice. And now here it was, spelled out on this old board by something none of us could explain. The captain stepped forward then, his face hard but his eyes unsure. And he said, "Ask it what it wants." So I took a breath and I said, "What do you want?" And the planchette moved again, slower this time, spelling out HELP. And then it stopped, and the older guy, the one with 20 years on the job, he said, "Help with what?" And the planchette moved to YOU, and then to FIND, and then to THEM, and the rookie asked, "Find who?" And the planchette spelled out MYCREW, and the room went so quiet I could hear my own heart beating. And I thought about that warehouse fire in '58, about 6 men going in, and only 1 coming out, about bodies that took 3 days to recover. And I felt this sadness well up inside me that did not even feel like my own. It felt like it was coming from somewhere else, from the board maybe, from whatever was on the other end of that planchette. The session went on for another 20 minutes or so, with the planchette moving and spelling out words, and we learned that whoever was talking to us, whether it was really Captain Reynolds or just our own imaginations, said they were trapped, said they had been waiting a long time, said they were glad we finally found them. And there was this warmth in the room, this sense of presence that felt almost protective, almost like a father watching over his kids. And when we finally stopped, when we took our fingers off the planchette and sat back in our chairs, we were all shaken but oddly comforted. And the rookie said he is still watching over us. That is beautiful, right? And we all nodded and agreed. And we went to bed that night feeling peaceful, feeling like we had been blessed by a ghost, feeling like we had connected with our fallen brother in a way that was special and meaningful. And I fell asleep smiling, unaware that I had just invited something into my dreams, unaware that we had all made a mistake we could never take back. I woke up at 3 in the morning standing in the apparatus bay, and I did not remember getting out of bed, did not remember walking down the stairs, did not remember pulling on my boots or my turnout pants. But there I was, fully geared up except for my coat, which was only half zipped. And I was not alone. My brothers were lined up beside me, all of them, the rookie and the older guy and the others, even the captain, all standing at attention in a perfect line facing engine 47, like it was some kind of altar, and no one spoke, no one moved. And then the rookie turned his head toward me real slow, and his eyes were open but they were empty, like there was no one home behind them. And he whispered, "You are awake. You are not supposed to be awake." And before I could answer, the captain's body jerked like someone had shocked him, and his mouth opened. And when the sound came out, it was not his voice. It was older, rougher, with a way of talking from another time, the time of leather lungs. And no air packs. And the voice said, "Box 52, alarm structure fire, multiple souls trapped, engine 47 respond." And the others in line responded as one. They said 10-4 chief. And they were not awake, they were sleepwalking, taking orders from a ghost. And I was the only one who could see it happening, the only one awake enough to be terrified. I started screaming at them, grabbing shoulders, shaking them, turning on lights, and they woke up confused and disoriented and angry. And the captain growled, "What the hell? Why are we in the bay?" And I tried to tell them. I tried to explain about the voice, about the orders, about box 52, and they looked at me like I had lost my mind. And the rookie laughed nervously and said, "Dude, you had a nightmare. We all sleepwalk sometimes. It is the stress of the job," but I saw it in their eyes. They remembered, they just would not admit it. And when the next shift came on, and we heard the alarm go out for a real fire at box 52, the captain's face went gray as ash, and the dispatcher said structure fire, multiple trapped, and 4 of our brothers from the next shift went in, and 2 of them did not come out. And I sat at the mess table staring at the Ouija board we never threw away, still sitting there where we left it, and the planchette had moved, pointing to one word, soon, and I realized then that what we had found in that attic was not a blessing, was not a guardian angel watching over us. It was something hungry, something waiting, something that had just taken the first 2 of what I feared would be many. And I looked at that board and I wondered if we had just doomed us all. After the funerals for the 2 guys from the next shift, the ones who went into that box 52 fire and never came out, things at engine 47 got weird in a way I could not explain to anyone who was not living through it. The captain barely spoke to anyone for 3 days, just stayed in his office with the door closed. And the rookie walked around with this distant look in his eyes like he was listening to music only he could hear. And me, I could not stop thinking about that night in the apparatus bay, the way we all stood there in our sleep, the way that old voice came out of the captain's mouth, the way the planchette had moved to point at the word soon. And I tried to tell myself it was just stress, just grief messing with our heads. But every time I walked past that mess table I saw the board sitting there, and every time I saw it I felt this cold spot in my chest that would not go away. The captain finally came out of his office on the fourth day, and called a meeting in the day room. All of us gathered around while he stood there with his arms crossed, and his face looking older than I had ever seen it. And he said what happened to those two men was a tragedy, a terrible accident, a building that should have been empty, but was not, a floor that gave way for no good reason. And he said we need to move on, we need to get back to work. We cannot let grief eat us alive, and everyone nodded and said yes sir and tried to look like they believed it. But I saw the way the rookie kept glancing at the board, and I saw the way the older guy with 20 years on the job kept rubbing his chest like something hurt in there. And I knew we were not moving on from anything, we were just pretending. That night I could not sleep. I lay in my bunk staring at the ceiling and listening to the sounds of the firehouse, the hum of the refrigerator down the hall, the occasional crackle of the dispatch radio, the breathing of the other guys in their bunks. And I must have drifted off at some point, because the next thing I knew I was standing in the apparatus bay again, fully dressed in my turnout gear, boots on, coat zipped, helmet under my arm, and it was 3 a.m, I knew it without looking at a clock, the same time as before, and I was not alone. My brothers were lined up beside me, all 7 of them, the captain at the head, then the older guys, then the rookie at the end, all standing at attention facing engine 47. And this time I was not surprised. This time I just stood there and watched, and the captain's mouth opened and that old voice came out, the voice of Captain Joe Reynolds from the 58 fire, and it said Box 52, alarm structure fire, multiple souls. Trapped, engine 47 respond, and the others answered together 10-4 chief. And then the captain turned, still asleep, still with that empty look in his eyes, and he walked toward the rig, and the others followed, and I watched them climb into engine 47, watched them start it up, watched them pull out of the bay into the night, and I stood there frozen, unable to move, unable to speak, unable to do anything, but watch my brothers drive away to answer a call from a dead man. I ran after them, I screamed, I waved my arms, but the rig kept going, turning the corner and disappearing into the dark, and I stood in the middle of the street in my turnout gear at 3 a.m. with no idea what to do. And after a while I walked back inside and sat at the mess table and stared at the Ouija board. And the planchette had moved again, pointing this time at the word yes, and I put my fingers on it and I said, "Where did you take them?" And the planchette moved, slow and smooth, spelling out TOWORK, and I said, "What work?" And it spelled out THEFIRE, and I said, "What fire?" And it spelled out THEONETHATNEVERENDS. And I took my hands off the planchette and sat there shaking until the rig came back an hour later, pulling into the bay with my brothers inside, all of them, waking up confused and disoriented, none of them remembering where they had been or what they had done. And the captain looked at the mileage on the rig, and his face went white. 32 miles, he said. We drove 32 miles in our sleep, and nobody had an explanation. The next day I went to the city records office and looked up everything I could find on Box 52, and what I found made my blood run cold. The address was an old warehouse in the industrial district, abandoned since 1958 after a fire that killed 6 firefighters, the same fire that killed Captain Joe Reynolds and his crew. And the records showed that the building had been cited for demolition multiple times over the decades, but somehow it never got torn down, permits got lost, funding fell through, contractors backed out, and it just sat there, empty and rotting, waiting. And I also found records of other fires at that same address, not big ones, not like the 58 blaze, but small fires that kept happening every few years, trash fires, suspicious fires, fires that always seemed to happen at night. And every time there was a fire, firefighters responded, and every time firefighters responded, someone got hurt, not always killed, but hurt, falls, collapses, close calls. And I thought about those 2 guys from the next shift, the ones who died, and I wondered if they had answered a call from Box 52 in their sleep too, if they had been dreaming when they went in, if they had been following orders from a ghost. I took what I found to the captain, spread the papers out on his desk, and told him everything about the sleepwalking, about the rig driving off in the night, about the history of Box 52. And he listened, he really listened. And when I was done he sat back in his chair and rubbed his face with both hands, and said, "I know, I have known for years. I just did not want to believe it. and he told me that when he was a rookie, back in the 80s, there was an old guy at the station who had been there since the 50s, a probie from back then who survived something terrible and never talked about it. And that old guy told the captain once, before he retired, that there were things in this job you could not explain, things you could not fight, things you just had to outlast. And he said the old guy told him about a board in the attic, a board that should be left alone, a board that brought nothing but trouble. And the captain said he forgot about it, forgot for 30 years, until we brought that thing down and he saw it with his own eyes and remembered everything. The captain and I sat in his office for a long time after that, trying to figure out what to do, and we decided we had to destroy the board, had to get rid of it for good. So that night after everyone went to bed, I took it out to the parking lot behind the station. I poured lighter fluid all over it. I struck a match and dropped it, and the flames caught immediately, beautiful and hungry, black smoke curling up into the night sky. And I watched the letters bubble and warp, watched the wood crack and pop, watched it burn for a good 20 minutes until there was nothing left but a pile of ash and a few glowing embers. And I kicked the ashes across the pavement just to be sure. And then I went inside and washed my hands and fell into bed and slept deeper than I had in weeks. And at 3 in the morning I woke up standing in the apparatus bay with my brothers lined up beside me. And when I opened my locker the next morning, the board was sitting there, clean and whole and untouched. The planchette pointing at the word yes, and I felt something inside me break just a little bit. The rookie found me staring at the board in my locker, and he put his hand on my shoulder and said maybe we should just leave it alone. Maybe we should just pretend we never found it. And I looked at him and saw that distant look in his eyes was worse now, stronger, like he was not all the way here anymore. And I said, "Are you okay?" And he smiled this peaceful smile that did not reach his eyes and said, "I am better than okay. I am exactly where I am supposed to be." And he walked away humming that old song, that song from the 50s that I had heard the captain humming in his sleep. And I knew then that it was not just the board anymore. It was them. It was my brothers. They were changing, slipping away a little more every night. And I was the only one who seemed to notice, the only one still fighting. That night I tried to stay awake. I drank coffee. I pinched myself. I walked laps around the bunk room. I sat in the day room with all the lights on and the radio playing loud. And at 2:55 in the morning I was sitting on my bed feeling triumphant. I made it. I thought I beat it. And then the rookie sat up in his bunk, his eyes open but empty. And he turned to me and said, "The chief says it is your turn." And suddenly my body was not mine anymore. I was standing. I was walking. I was in the apparatus bay. And my mouth opened and that old voice came out. My voice but not my voice, saying 2 and 2 out. I need volunteers for the interior. And in my trance I watched my brothers raise their hands, all of them, every single one, smiling those peaceful smiles, ready to go, ready to follow, ready to die for a ghost. And I screamed inside my own head. I fought and I struggled, and somehow, someway I broke free. I shook it off and I ran. I ran through the station turning on lights, shaking them awake, screaming at them to wake up. And they did, confused and annoyed. And the rookie said, "What is wrong with you?" And I looked at him and I looked past him, at the shadow behind him. The shape of a man in old-fashioned gear standing in the doorway watching us with hungry eyes. And it was smiling. And I knew then that we had not invited a protector into our home. We had invited something else entirely. Something that had been waiting a very long time for a new crew to play with. And as I stood there staring at that shadow, it raised one hand and pointed at me. And then it was gone. And I was left standing in the apparatus bay at 3 in the morning with my confused brothers, and a feeling in my gut that the worst was yet to come. After I saw that shadow in the doorway, that shape of a man in old-fashioned gear standing there watching us with hungry eyes, I could not go back to sleep. I sat in the day room with all the lights on, and watched the sun come up through the windows. And when the others started stirring and making coffee, and going about their morning routines, they acted like nothing had happened. Like they had not been standing in the apparatus bay at 3 in the morning ready to follow a ghost into hell. And the rookie came in and poured himself a cup and sat across from me and said, "You look terrible. You should get some rest." And I looked at him and saw that distant look in his eyes was still there, maybe worse than before. And I said, "Do you remember last night?" And he said, "Remember what?" And I said the bay, the line, the chief. And he just laughed and said, "You are still hung up on that dream stuff. Let it go, man. It is not healthy." And he walked away humming that old song, and I felt more alone than I had ever felt in that firehouse. I decided right then that I had to do something. I had to destroy that board for good, no matter what it took. So I waited until the station was empty, everyone out on a call or running errands, and I took the board from the mess table, where it had been sitting since the night it came back from the ashes. and I carried it out to the parking lot, and I grabbed an axe from the tool shed, and I swung that axe into the wood as hard as I could, again and again, until the board was nothing but splinters and broken pieces scattered across the pavement. And then I gathered up every last piece, and threw them into a metal barrel we used for burning trash. And I poured gasoline over them, and lit a match and watched them burn. And this time the fire was hotter, fiercer, the wood crackling and popping and sending up flames that licked at the sky. And I stood there until there was nothing but ash and melted metal from the planchette. And I stirred the ashes with a stick and poured water over them and stirred again. And then I drove to the river and threw the ashes into the water and watched them float away and sink. And I went back to the station feeling like I had finally won. That night I slept easier than I had in weeks. I did not dream. I did not wake up. I slept straight through until morning. And when I opened my eyes and saw sunlight streaming through the windows, I felt this huge relief wash over me. It was over. I had done it. The board was gone for good. And I got up and took a shower and went to the kitchen for coffee. And there on the mess table, clean and whole and untouched, was the Ouija board, the planchette pointing at the word yes, and I just stood there staring at it while my coffee grew cold in my hand. And the captain came in and saw my face and saw the board and said nothing, just poured his own coffee and walked back to his office. And I knew then that I could not destroy it, could not burn it or break it or throw it away. It would always come back, always be there, always waiting. I spent the rest of that day in a kind of daze, going through the motions of the job, but not really present, not really there. And I noticed things I had not noticed before, the way the older guys would stop mid-sentence and stare at nothing, the way the rookie would hum that old song under his breath while he cleaned his gear, the way the captain left his office door open at night, and I could hear him talking to someone in the dark, not on the phone, just talking low and steady like he was having a conversation with someone sitting right there in the room with him. And I knew who it was, I knew who he was talking to, and I did not know how to stop it. That night I tried something different. Instead of fighting the sleep, instead of trying to stay awake, I let myself drift off. I let myself fall into that darkness, and I found myself standing in a place I had never been before, an old warehouse with flames roaring all around. But the flames did not burn. They just lit everything in this strange orange glow. And in front of me stood a man in old-fashioned turnout gear, leather helmet, wool coat, the kind they wore back in the 50s, and he looked at me with eyes that were kind and sad and hungry all at once. And he said, "You are the stubborn one. You are the one who keeps fighting." And I said, "You are Captain Reynolds." And he said, "I was a long time ago. Now I am just the chief." And I said, "What do you want from us?" And he said, "I want what every chief wants. I want my crew back. I want to fight fires with my brothers again. I want to feel alive." And I said, "You are dead." And he smiled and said, "So are you, in a way, all of you are. You just do not know it yet." I woke up gasping, sitting bolt upright in my bunk, and it was 3 a.m, and I was alone in the bunk room. Everyone else was gone, their beds empty, their sheets thrown back, and I ran to the apparatus bay, and there they were, all 7 of them, lined up in front of engine 47, fully geared up, and the captain was speaking in that old voice, saying box 52, alarm structure fire, multiple souls trapped, engine 47 respond. And they all answered 10-4 chief and climbed into the rig. And I ran after them. I grabbed the rookie's arm and tried to pull him back. But he turned to me with those empty eyes and said, "Let go. I have to go. The chief needs me." And he pulled away and climbed into the rig, and they drove off into the night. And I stood there in the empty bay watching the taillights disappear and feeling more helpless than I had ever felt in my life. I waited for them to come back. I sat in the day room staring at the board, and at 4:30 I heard the rig pull into the bay. And they all climbed out, yawning and stretching like they had just woken up from a normal sleep. And the rookie looked at me and said, "Why are you still up? Everything okay?" And I said, "Where did you go?" And he said, "What do you mean? I have been in bed all night." And I looked at the others, and they all nodded. All said they had been asleep. All said they did not remember anything, but I saw the mileage on the rig, 32 miles again, the same as before, and I knew they were lying, or they did not know they were lying, or something in between. The next morning I went to see the only person I could think of who might have answers, the old probie from the 58 fire, the one who survived when the rest of his crew died. I found him in a nursing home on the edge of the city, a tiny room with yellowed curtains and the smell of medicine and old age, and he was in a wheelchair with oxygen tubes in his nose and hands twisted up with arthritis. But when I showed him a picture of the board, his eyes got sharp and clear, and he said, "You found it, you found the board." And I said yes. And he closed his eyes for a long time, and when he opened them they were wet, and he said, "I told them to burn it in 58. I told them to burn it and never look back, but they did not listen, they never listened." And I said, "What is it? What is the board?" And he said, "It is a door to a place that should stay closed, a door that Joe opened when he died and could not find his way back through." The old man told me everything, told me about that night in '58, the warehouse fire at box 52, the floor collapsing, the heat so intense it melted the buckles on their coats, watching his brothers fall into hell and not being able to save them. And then afterwards, back at the station, seeing Joe standing in the bay covered in ash, pointing up at the attic, and how they found the board up there the next day, and how they tried to destroy it, but it always came back, and how over the years firefighters kept dying in ways that did not make sense, and how the board kept showing up again every generation, waiting for the next crew to find it. And he said Joe does not want to hurt you. That is the worst part. He loves you. You are his crew now, and he wants you with him forever. And I said, how do I stop it? How do I save them? And he just shook his head and said, you cannot stop the dead. You can only delay them. And he grabbed my arm with a strength that surprised me and said, but you can save yourself. You can run. You can leave that place and never look back. And I said, I cannot leave my brothers. And he said, then you are already lost, just like the rest of us. I left the nursing home feeling worse than when I arrived, feeling like there was no hope, no way out. And as I walked to my car, my phone rang, and it was the station, the rookie's voice on the other end saying, you need to come back. Something is wrong. The chief is acting strange. And I said, what do you mean? And he said he is talking to someone who is not there. He is giving orders to an empty room. He is scaring us. And I got in my car and drove back as fast as I could. And when I walked into the station, the captain was standing in the middle of the day room with his arms spread wide, talking to the air, saying, I hear you, chief. I am ready. I am ready to go. And the others were gathered around watching him with scared faces. And I walked up to him and grabbed his shoulders and said, snap out of it. And he looked at me, and for a second his eyes were his own, scared and confused. And he said, I cannot stop hearing him. He is always talking, always telling me about the fires, about the crew, about how we will all be together soon. And then his eyes went distant again, and he smiled that peaceful smile and said, soon, so soon. And I knew then that I was losing them, one by one, night by night, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. After I left the nursing home the first time, after hearing that old man tell me I was already lost just like the rest of them, I could not get his words out of my head. I drove back to the station with my mind spinning, and when I walked in, the captain was still standing in the day room with that peaceful smile on his face. But the others had managed to get him sitting down, and someone had made him coffee, and he was staring into the cup like it held all the answers to the universe. And the rookie pulled me aside and whispered, what is wrong with him? What is wrong with all of us? And I looked at this kid, this eager kid who just months ago was so full of life and hope about the job, and I saw the fear in his eyes, real fear, the kind that comes when you realize the world is not what you thought it was. And I said, I do not know, but I am going to find out. I went back to the nursing home the next day, and the next, and the next. I sat with that old man for hours at a time, listening to his stories, writing things down, trying to piece together the truth about what happened in 1958 and what it meant for us now. And the old man, he seemed grateful for the company, grateful that someone finally wanted to hear what he had been carrying around for 65 years. And little by little he told me everything, the whole story from beginning to end. And I sat there in that tiny room with the yellowed curtains and the smell of medicine, and I felt like I was falling into another world. He told me about how he got on the job in 1957, just 18 years old, a kid from the neighborhood who wanted to be a firefighter like his old man had been, and how he was assigned to Engine 47, the busiest house in the city back then, and how Captain Joe Reynolds was the chief, a man they all looked up to like a father, fearless in a fire, smart as they come, the kind of leader who made you want to be better just by being around him. And he told me about the crew, 6 men. Besides himself, all of them tight as brothers, the kind of family you only find in a firehouse. And he told me about the night of December 12th, 1958, the call that came in at 10 o'clock at night, Box 52, a warehouse fire in the industrial district, multiple floors involved, and how they rolled out on Engine 47 with the lights flashing and the siren wailing, not knowing they were rolling toward the end of everything. He told me about arriving at that warehouse, how the flames were already shooting out of every window on the top floors, how the heat hit you like a wall even from across the street, how Captain Reynolds stood there studying the building with that look he got, figuring out the best way in, the best way to save whoever might be trapped inside, and how he gave the orders and they went to work, stretching hose lines, advancing into the building, fighting their way up the stairs through smoke, and heat that would kill a normal man, and how they made it to the fourth floor where the fire was worst, how they were making progress, how they thought they might actually win, and then the floor just gave way, collapsed right under them. And he was at the back of the line, the probie, the kid they kept near the exit, and he watched his brothers fall into hell, 6 men dropping into flames that looked like they came from the center of the earth. And he tried to go after them, he tried, but the heat drove him back, drove him to his knees, and he crawled out of that building with his eyebrows singed off and his lungs burning and his heart broken into a million pieces. He told me about the days after, the searching, the waiting, the finding, how it took 3 days to recover all the bodies, how they buried them one by one with full honors, how he stood at attention through 6 funerals and felt like he was the one who should be in the ground. And then he told me about the night they found the board, how they were back at the station cleaning up the gear, packing away the things of the dead, and he was in the bunk room when he saw something out of the corner of his eye, a figure standing in the doorway, and he turned and it was Joe, Captain Reynolds, standing there in his turnout gear covered in ash, looking as real as you or me, and he pointed up at the ceiling at the attic hatch, and then he was gone, and the old man, he was just a kid then, he got a ladder and climbed up and found the board propped against the chimney, and he brought it down and showed the others, and they all looked at it and wondered what it meant. He told me how they tried to use it, how they thought maybe it was a way to communicate with Joe, to say goodbye, to find some kind of closure, and how at first it seemed beautiful, seemed like a blessing, Joe's spirit watching over them, guiding them, keeping them safe, and then things started to change. The sleepwalking started, the dreams, the feeling that someone was always there just out of sight, and firefighters started dying, not in big fires, not in ways that made sense, just accidents, falls, heart attacks. One guy drove his car into a tree, and they never figured out why, and the board kept coming back no matter how many times they tried to destroy it. And the old man, he was the only one who noticed the pattern, the only one who understood that Joe was not protecting them, he was collecting them. He told me about the night he finally ran, 1963, 5 years after the fire. He was a different man by then, older than his years, haunted by what he had seen. And he woke up at 3 in the morning standing in the apparatus bay with his gear on, lined up with the rest of the crew, all of them asleep, all of them waiting for orders from a dead man. And he broke free somehow, ran out the back door and kept running, transferred to another station, moved to another city, changed his name even, but he could never really get away. The dreams followed him, the sense that Joe was always looking for him, always waiting for him to come home, and he lived with that for 65 years, always looking over his shoulder, always knowing that someday the door would open again and he would have to choose. He told me about the door, the one he found in the warehouse that night, the one that led out of the fire and back to the world, how he stumbled on it when the flames shifted, when the building groaned and twisted, and how he went through it without thinking, without looking back, and how he spent the rest of his life wondering if he should have stayed, if he should have died with his brothers, if running made him a coward or just a survivor. And he told me that in all the years since, in all the dreams and visions and moments when he felt Joe reaching for him, he never once felt anger from his old chief, only love, only longing, only the desperate hope that his lost crew would finally be whole again. I sat there in that nursing home room listening to this old man pour out his soul, and I felt like I was looking at my own future, 65 years from now, alone in a room somewhere, still haunted by the ghosts of my brothers, still wondering if I made the right choice. And I asked him the question that had been burning in my mind since this whole thing started. I said, is there a way to stop it? Is there a way to close the door for good? And he looked at me with those old eyes that had seen too much and said, I do not think the door can be closed. I think it was always there and always will be. But I think you can choose not to go through. You can choose to live. And it will cost you everything, your brothers, your career, your sense of who you are. But you can choose life. And that is what I did. And look at me now, 93 years old in a nursing home with no family, no friends, nothing but memories and regrets. And I still do not know if I made the right choice. As I got up to leave, as I thanked him for his time and turned toward the door, he called out to me and said, wait, there is something else, something I never told anyone. And I turned back and he was sitting up straighter in his chair, his eyes clear and sharp. And he said, the night I ran, the night I went through that door, I looked back just for a second, and I saw them all standing there in the flames, Joe and the others, and they were not angry. They were not sad. They were smiling, waving at me like they were sending me off on a trip. And Joe said something. I heard it clear as day, even over the roar of the fire. He said, we will wait for you. We will always wait for you. And I have been hearing those words in my head every night for 65 years. And I think maybe that is the worst part, not the fear, not the guilt, but knowing that somewhere out there, in a place between life and death, my brothers are waiting for me to come home. And someday I will walk back through that door, and they will be there with open arms, and I will finally be where I belong. I left the nursing home with my head spinning, the old man's words echoing in my mind. And as I walked to my car, I noticed the sky was getting dark, evening coming on faster than I expected. And I checked my phone and saw I had been in there for hours, most of the day gone. And I had a bunch of missed calls from the station, all from the rookie. And I called him back, and he answered on the first ring and said, "Where have you been? Something is wrong. The captain is gone." And I said, "What do you mean gone?" And he said he left, took his gear, took the rig, just drove off, and we do not know where he went. And my blood ran cold because I knew exactly where he went. And I got in my car and I drove as fast as I could toward the industrial district, toward box 52, toward the warehouse that had been waiting since 1958 for another crew to join the fire. I drove toward the industrial district with my hands gripping the wheel so tight my knuckles went white. The old man's words still ringing in my head about doors and choices and brothers waiting in the flames. And I kept calling the rookie back every few minutes to ask if anyone had heard from the captain, if the rig had been spotted, if there was any word at all. And each time the rookie said no, nothing. We are all just sitting here waiting. And I could hear in his voice that distant quality. Again, that peaceful acceptance that terrified me more than any ghost ever could. And I pressed the gas harder and raced through the streets until I reached the old warehouse district, the part of the city where buildings sat empty and forgotten, where nothing had changed since the 50s except the graffiti on the walls and the cars parked along the curb. And I drove down the street where box 52 was supposed to be, the address I had looked up in the records, and when I got there I found nothing, just an empty lot with weeds growing through cracked concrete, and a chain-link fence around it with a faded sign that said "Property of the city, do not enter." And I sat in my car staring at that empty lot, and feeling like the world had shifted under my feet. I got out and walked the fence line, looking for something, anything, that would tell me I was in the right place. And I found an old marker half buried in the weeds, a granite stone with numbers carved into it. 52, just 52, no street name, no nothing. And I stood there looking at that stone and wondering if I had lost my mind, if the captain had driven off into the night for some other reason, if the old man's stories were just the ramblings of a confused mind. And then my phone rang, and it was the rookie, and he said he is back, the captain is back. He pulled into the bay 5 minutes ago, and he is just sitting in the rig staring straight ahead, and we cannot get him to move. And I said, "Do not touch him. Do not go near him. I am coming." And I drove back to the station faster than I should have, running lights, running stop signs, not caring about anything except getting there before something else happened. When I walked into the apparatus bay, the captain was still sitting in the driver's seat of engine 47, both hands on the wheel, eyes open but not blinking, staring straight ahead at the bay door like he was waiting for something, and the others were gathered around, the rookie and the older guys and the newer guys, all of them looking scared and confused. And I walked up to the rig and opened the door and said, "Captain, can you hear me?" And he turned his head slow, so slow, and looked at me with eyes that were not quite his own. And he said, "I went to see him. I went to see the chief." And he showed me the fire that never ends. And he said there is a place for us there, a place for all of us, and we will be together soon. And then his eyes closed and he slumped forward, and I caught him before he hit the steering wheel, and we carried him inside and put him on his bunk, and he slept for 16 hours straight without moving. The next day when he woke up, he did not remember any of it, did not remember driving to box 52, did not remember sitting in the rig, did not remember what he said to me. And he looked around the station like he was seeing it for the first time, and said, "Why does everyone look so worried?" And we told him what happened, and he just shook his head and said I must have been sleepwalking again. It is the stress. The job gets to all of us sometimes. And he went about his day like nothing was wrong, but I watched him, I watched all of them, and I saw things that made my stomach turn. I saw the way the older guys would stop what they were doing and stare off into space with these little smiles on their faces. I saw the way the rookie hummed that old song constantly now, not even realizing he was doing it. I saw the way the captain left his office door open at night, and I could hear him talking, low and steady, having conversations with someone who was not there. And I knew they were slipping away, all of them, one by one, night by night, and I was the only one who seemed to. Notice, the only one still fighting. I tried to talk to them, tried to make them see what was happening. I sat them all down in the day room one afternoon, and I told them everything, about the old man in the nursing home, about the 58 fire, about the door in the warehouse, about the way the board kept coming back no matter how many times we tried to destroy it. And they listened, they nodded, they looked concerned. And then the rookie spoke up and said, "That is a really interesting story, but what does it have to do with us?" And I said, "Everything. It has everything to do with us. We are living it right now." And the older guy with 20 years on the job laughed and said, "You have been watching too many horror movies. It is just an old board, just a piece of junk." And the captain said, "I think you need some time off, some rest. You are not yourself." And I looked at their faces and saw that they were not hearing me. They could not hear me. Because something else was already speaking to them. Something else was already filling their heads with whispers and promises and dreams of eternal fire. That night I could not sleep. I lay in my bunk listening to the sounds of the station, the hum of the refrigerator, the occasional crackle of the dispatch radio, the breathing of the others. And at 2 in the morning I heard something else, a voice, low and soft, coming from the bunk across from me where the rookie slept. And I listened and realized he was talking in his sleep, saying, "Yes, Chief. I hear you, Chief. I am ready, Chief." And I sat up and looked around the room and saw that all of them were talking, all 7 of them, mumbling the same words. "Yes, Chief, I hear you. I am ready." And their voices blended together in this low chorus that made the hair on my arms stand up. And I got up and walked to the day room and sat at the mess table and put my hands on the board and said, "What are you doing to them?" And the planchette moved, slow and smooth, spelling out GIVINGTHEMWHATTHEYWANT. And I said, "They do not want to die." And it spelled out THEYWANTTOBEL. And I said, "They already belong. They belong here with me, with each other." And it spelled out THEYBELONGTOTHEFIRE. And I took my hands off the planchette and sat there shaking until the sun came up. The next few days blurred together in a kind of nightmare. I watched my brothers go about their duties, answering calls, fighting fires, saving lives, and they were good at it, better than ever, actually, focused and calm and efficient. But there was something wrong in their eyes, something distant, like they were only half there, like the other half was somewhere else, somewhere with the chief, somewhere in that eternal fire. And at night the sleepwalking continued. Every night at 3 in the morning they would line up in the apparatus bay and take orders from a dead man. And every night I would watch them from the doorway, unable to stop it, unable to wake them, unable to do anything except stand there and feel the cold creep into my bones. And one night the captain, still asleep, still with that empty look in his eyes, turned to me and said, "You are not supposed to be awake. You are not supposed to watch." And I said, "I am not going to let you take them." And he smiled, that peaceful smile that was not his, and said, "You cannot stop what is already happening. They are already mine. They just do not know it yet." I went back to the nursing home one more time, desperate for answers, desperate for anything that might help. And I found the old man weaker than before, paler, like something was draining the life out of him. And he looked at me with those old eyes and said, "You came back. I knew you would." And I said, "I need to know how to save them. There has to be a way." And he said, "There is no way. They have already chosen. Maybe not with their waking minds, but with their hearts, with the part of them that longs for something more than this world can offer." And I said, "They have not chosen anything. They are being tricked." And he said, think about it. Think about what this job does to a person, the things you see, the things you carry, the weight of it all. And then think about an offer to lay that weight down forever, to be part of something eternal, to fight the perfect fire with your brothers by your side forever. Would that really be so hard to say yes to? And I opened my mouth to argue, but the words would not come because I knew somewhere deep down that he was right, that the offer Joe was making was not a trick. It was a gift, a terrible gift, but a gift nonetheless. I stayed with the old man until visiting hours ended, and as I was leaving he grabbed my arm with that surprising strength and said, "They will ask you to join them. Sooner or later they will ask, and when they do you will have to choose." And I said, "Choose what?" And he said, "Choose between living alone or dying with your brothers. Choose between the world and the fire. Choose between everything you know and everything you love." And I stood there in the doorway of that nursing home room and felt the weight of his words pressing down on me. And I walked out into the night and drove back to the station with no idea what I was going to do. No idea how to fight something that was offering my brothers exactly what they most wanted. When I got back, the station was quiet, too quiet, and I walked through the day room and the kitchen and the bunk room and found no one, empty beds, empty chairs, empty lockers standing open. And I ran to the apparatus bay and found engine 47 gone, the bay door open, the night air blowing in cold and empty. And I stood there in the middle of the floor knowing they had gone without me, knowing they had answered the last alarm, knowing that somewhere out there in the dark my brothers were driving. toward Box 52, toward the warehouse that might or might not exist, toward the fire that never ended, and I was alone, left behind, the one who would not join, the one who would not say yes. And I sat down on the cold concrete and put my head in my hands and wondered if the old man was right, if choosing life meant losing everything that made life worth living. I sat on that cold concrete floor in the empty apparatus bay for what felt like hours, my head in my hands, the reality of being completely alone in that firehouse sinking into my bones like a chill that would never leave. And I thought about the old man's words, about choosing life meaning losing everything, and I wondered if that was really a choice at all. If living alone in a world where your brothers had gone somewhere you could not follow was really any kind of life worth having. And then, I heard something that made me look up, a sound so faint I thought I imagined it at first, the sound of an engine, far away but getting closer. And I got to my feet and walked to the open bay door and looked out into the night and saw headlights approaching. One set, then another, then a whole line of them. And as they got closer I saw they were fire trucks, engine 47 in the lead, followed by others, trucks from stations all over the city, rolling slowly, quietly, no sirens, no lights, just moving through the dark like ghosts. And they pulled up in front of the station and stopped. And from each truck climbed firefighters, dozens of them, all in turnout gear, all moving with that same dreamlike quality, and they lined up in front of me facing the station, and at the front of the line stood my captain, my rookie, my brothers from engine 47, and behind them firefighters I had never seen before, from different eras, different decades, their gear old and new and everything in between, and they all stood there looking at me with those empty, peaceful eyes. And the captain stepped forward and opened his mouth, and that old voice came out, the voice of Joe Reynolds, saying, "We came back for you. We cannot do this without you. You are part of the crew." And I stood there frozen, not knowing what to do, not knowing what to say, and behind them I saw more figures emerging from the darkness, hundreds of them, lining the street as far as I could see, all in turnout gear, all waiting, all watching, and I felt the pull then, the same pull I had felt in my dreams, the desire to step forward, to join them, to finally belong. But something held me back, something deep inside that would not let go, and I shook my head and said, "No, I am not going with you." And the captain's face did not change, that peaceful smile still there. And he said, "You will, sooner or later you will, they all do." And he turned and walked back to engine 47 and climbed in, and the others followed, and one by one the trucks started up and pulled away, disappearing into the night. And I was alone again, standing in the bay door watching them go. And when the last taillight faded I went inside and sat at the mess table and stared at the board, and the planchette had moved, pointing at the word soon. And I knew then that this was not over, that it would never be over, that as long as that board existed they would keep coming, keep asking, keep waiting for me to say yes. The next morning the station was quiet. The captain and the others were back in their bunks like nothing had happened. And when they woke up they had no memory of the night before, no memory of the parade of ghost trucks, no memory of standing in front of me with those empty eyes. And they went about their day like normal, drinking coffee, checking equipment, telling jokes. But I could not shake the feeling that something had changed, that they were not really back, that the ones walking around. The station were just shells, and the real them was somewhere else, somewhere with the chief, somewhere in that eternal fire. And I watched them closer than ever, looking for signs, and I found them, the way the rookie would pause mid-sentence and stare at nothing, the way the older guys would hum that old song without knowing they were doing it, the way the captain left his office door open at night, and I could hear him talking. Not in words, but in that low murmur, like he was having a conversation with someone who understood him better than any living person ever could. I went back to the nursing home one last time. I needed to tell the old man what I had seen, needed to ask him if this was how it had been for him, needed to know if there was any hope at all. And when I got there his room was empty, the bed stripped, the yellowed curtains gone, and a nurse told me he had passed in the night, peacefully, in his sleep, with a smile on his face. And I asked if he had said anything before he went. And she said yes. He said, "Tell them I am coming home. Tell them I am finally coming home." And I stood there in that empty room and felt the tears come. Not for the old man, not really, but for myself, for the future I could see stretching out in front of me, alone, haunted, always wondering if I had made the right choice. I drove back to the station with a strange feeling in my gut, a feeling that something was different, something had shifted. And when I walked in, the captain was waiting for me in the day room, sitting at the mess table with the board in front of him, his hands on the planchette, and he looked up at me with eyes that were clear and sharp and fully his own for the first time in weeks. And he said, I remember everything, the driving, The warehouse, the fire, the chief, all of it, and I sat down across from him and said, "What do you remember?" And he said, "I remember standing in front of a door, an old wooden door in the middle of the fire, and on the other side I could see them, all of them, Joe and his crew and so many others, and they were happy, truly happy, and they wanted me to come through, they wanted me to join them, and I almost did. I had my hand on the door, but then I thought about you, about the others, about everyone I would be leaving behind, and I could not do it. I turned around and walked back out through the fire and got in the rig and drove home, and I've been fighting ever since to remember, to hold on to what is real, and I need you to help me. I need you to help me stay." I looked at this man, this captain who had been like a rock for as long as I had known him, and I saw the fear in his eyes, real fear, the kind that comes from almost losing yourself and knowing you might not be so lucky next time. And I said, "I will help you. We will fight this together, but we have to destroy the board. We have to find a way to destroy it for good." And he looked at the board and nodded and said, "I know a place where they took things like this back in the old days, a church basement where a priest used to help people with things that could not be explained." And I said, let us go right now." We took the board and drove across the city to an old church in a part of town I had never been to, a stone building with stained glass windows and a cemetery in back. And we knocked on the door, and an old priest answered, a man with kind eyes and a face that had seen a lot of life. And we told him our story, all of it, from the attic to the sleepwalking to the warehouse to the door. And he listened without interrupting. And when we finished, he looked at the board and said, "This is not the first one I have seen, and it will not be the last, but I can help you. I can perform a rite that has been used for centuries, a rite that might seal the door, might keep whatever is on the other side from reaching through. But you need to understand it might not work, and even if it does, the door is still there. It just might be harder to open." We followed him down into the church basement, a cold stone room with candles and old books, an altar that looked like it had been there for hundreds of years. And he had us place the board on the altar, and he began to pray, not in English but in Latin, old words that sounded like they came from another time. And he sprinkled water on the board and waved incense around it and read from a book that looked older than the church itself. And as he did, I felt something shift in the air, something release, like a pressure I had not even noticed was there suddenly let up. And when he finished, the board looked different, older, deader somehow, like whatever life had been in it was gone. And he said, "It is done. Take it now and burn it and scatter the ashes in running water. And if it comes back after that, there is nothing more I can do." We took the board and drove to a place outside the city where a river ran fast and deep, and we built a fire and burned the board one more time, and we watched it turn to ash, and we scooped up the ashes and threw them into the river and watched them float away and disappear. And we stood there on the bank for a long time, just breathing, just feeling the weight lift. And the captain looked at me and said, "Do you think it worked?" And I said, "I do not know. I hope so." And we drove back to the station in a kind of daze, not sure what to expect, not sure if we had won or just delayed the inevitable. That night I slept better than I had in months. No dreams, no waking up in the apparatus bay, no voices in my head. And when I woke up the next morning, the sun was shining, and the station was full of the sounds of normal life. Coffee brewing, guys laughing, the dispatch radio crackling with routine calls. And I walked into the day room and saw the mess table empty, no board, no planchette, just the usual coffee cups and newspapers. And I felt a smile spread across my face for the first time in what felt like forever. And the captain came in and clapped me on the shoulder and said, "It looks like we did it." And I said, "Yeah, it looks like we did." And we went about our day like normal, answering calls, fighting fires, saving lives. And for a few weeks, that is how it stayed, normal, peaceful, the way it used to be. And I started to believe it was really over, started to believe we had beaten it, started to believe that the door was closed for good. But late one night, about a month after we burned the board, I woke up at 3 in the morning for no reason I could name, and I lay there in the dark listening to the sounds of the station, and I heard something, faint at first, then clearer, the sound of the captain's voice coming from his office, low and steady, having a conversation with someone. And I got up and walked down the hall and stood outside his door, and I heard him say, I know, but I am not ready yet. Give me more time." And then a pause, and then he said, "Yes, Chief, I hear you, I will come, just give me more time." And my blood ran cold because I knew then that it was not over, that it would never be over, that the door was still there and Joe was still calling, and sooner or later, maybe not tonight, maybe not tomorrow, but someday the captain would answer, and so would the others, and so would I, because once you have touched that board, once you have heard that voice, once you have seen that fire, you are never really free. You are just waiting Just like the old man waited for 65 years, just like all of them wait, for the day when you finally stop running and go home. I stood outside the captain's office door with my heart pounding in my chest, listening to him talk to someone who was not there, hearing him say, "Yes, Chief, I hear you, I will come, just give me more time." And I felt the hope I had been carrying for the past month drain out of me like water from a broken cup. All that relief, all that belief that we had actually won, that the right had worked, that the board was gone for good. It all just vanished in an instant, and I was left standing in the dark hallway with the cold creeping back into my bones and the knowledge that we had not escaped anything. We had just been fooling ourselves. I did not go in. I did not confront him. I just stood there until his voice faded and I heard him settle back into his bed. And then I went back to my own bunk and lay there staring at the ceiling until dawn, trying to figure out what to do, trying to figure out how to fight something that kept coming back no matter what we tried. And when morning came, I got up and went through the motions like nothing was wrong, made coffee, checked equipment, nodded at the guys as they came in for breakfast. And I watched the captain when he finally emerged from his office, watched him pour his coffee and sit down at the mess table and joke with the rookie like everything was normal. And I saw the look in his eyes, that distant quality that I had not seen in weeks. And I knew he was slipping again, that whatever hold Joe had on him was still there, still pulling, still waiting. I pulled him aside later that day, found him in the apparatus bay checking the hose loads. And I said, "I heard you last night. I heard you talking to him." And he looked at me with this expression I could not read, part guilt, part relief, part something else. And he said, I know you heard. And I have been trying to fight it. I have been trying so hard. But he is always there, always in the back of my mind, whispering, telling me about the fire, telling me about the crew, telling me about how peaceful it is on the other side. And sometimes I think maybe he is right. Maybe it would be easier to just give in, to just go, to just be done with all of this. And I grabbed his shoulders and said, "No, you cannot. We have to keep fighting. We have to find another way." And he looked at me with eyes that were tired, so tired, and said, "What other way? We burned the board. We did the right. We did everything we could think of. And he is still here, still calling, still waiting, so maybe there is no other way. Maybe this is just how it ends for all of us." I spent the next few days watching them all more closely than ever, and what I saw scared me worse than anything that had come before. The rookie was humming that old song constantly now, not just under his breath, but out loud all the time. And when I asked him about it, he said he did not even realize he was doing it, said it just came into his head and would not leave. The older guys were having conversations with each other that did not make any sense, talking about things that happened decades ago like they were happening right now, talking about people I had never heard of, names from the old days, from before any of us were born. And the captain, he was the worst. He would stand in front of the wall of honor, the one with the photos of fallen brothers, and he would stare at the picture of Joe Reynolds for hours, just standing there, not moving, not blinking, just staring. And when I tried to talk to him, he would not answer, would not even look at me, like I was not even there. I went back to the church, back to the old priest with the kind eyes, and I told him what was happening, told him the right had not worked, told him the captain was still hearing the voice, still being pulled, and he listened and nodded, and said I was afraid of this. I was afraid it would not be enough, because the board was not the source, it was just a tool. The source is something else, something older, something that has been there for a very long time. And I said, "What is it? What is the source?" And he said, "I cannot tell you for sure, but I can tell you that places like that warehouse, places where terrible things happen, they can become doorways, openings to something beyond. And once that door is open, it is very hard to close, sometimes impossible. And the only thing you can do is choose not to go through, choose to stay on this side, and help others do the same." And I said, "But how? How do I help them choose, when they cannot even hear me anymore?" And he said, "You have to. Remind them of what they love, what they live for, what they would miss. You have to give them a reason to stay." I went back to the station with those words in my head. Remind them of what they love, give them a reason to stay. And I tried. I really tried. I talked to the rookie about his girlfriend, the one he was always talking about before all this started, the one he was going to marry. And he looked at me with those distant eyes and said, "She will understand. She knows what the job means to me. She knows I have to go where I am called." And I said, "But she loves you. She wants you here." And he just smiled that peaceful smile and said, "She will always have me. I will always be with her. Just not in the way she thinks." And I wanted to shake him, wanted to scream at him, but I knew it would not do any good. He was too far gone, they all were. I tried with the captain, reminded him of his kids, his grandkids, the pictures he kept on his desk, the ones he used to show me with such pride. And he looked at those pictures, and for a moment I saw something flicker in his eyes, something like pain, something like regret. And then it was gone, and he said they will be fine. They have each other. They do not need me. And I said, but they do, they need you, we all need you. And he just shook his head and said, no, you do not, you have yourself. You are stronger than you know. And he walked away, and I stood there holding one of the pictures, a little girl with pigtails and a big smile. And I wondered if she would ever see her grandfather again, or if he was already gone, already somewhere else, already walking toward that door. That night I could not sleep. I sat in the day room with all the lights on, not because I was trying to stay awake, but because I did not want to be in the dark, did not want to be alone with my thoughts. And at 3 a.m. I heard them, the sound of footsteps, many footsteps, moving toward the apparatus bay. And I got up and followed and found them all there, my entire crew, lined up in front of engine 47, fully geared up, and the captain was standing at the front with his mouth open. And that old voice coming out, saying box 52, alarm structure fire, multiple souls trapped, engine 47 respond. And they all answered 10-4 chief and climbed into the rig. And I ran after them, grabbed the captain's arm as he was about to get in. And I said, please, please do not go, please stay. And he turned to me with eyes that were half his, half something else. And he said, I have to, he is calling, they are all calling. I can hear them, so many voices, so many brothers, and they are waiting for me. And I said, what about us? What about the ones who are still here? And he looked at me, and for just a second his eyes cleared, became his own. And he said, you will be okay. You are the strong one. You always were. And then he got in the rig and they drove away. And I stood there in the empty bay watching the taillights disappear and feeling the weight of being the last one, the only one, the one left behind. I waited all night, sitting in the day room staring at the door, and just before dawn I heard the rig pull in. And I ran to the bay and saw them climbing out, all of them, the captain, the rookie, the older guys, all looking tired but normal, like they had just come back from a regular call. And the captain saw me and said, what are you doing up? Everything okay? And I looked at him and saw no recognition in his eyes, no memory of what had just happened. And I said, where did you go? And he said, what do you mean we have been here all night? I just got up to use the bathroom. And I looked at the others and they all nodded. All said they had been asleep. All said they did not remember anything. And I looked at the rig and saw the mileage, 32 miles, same as always. And I knew they had gone. They had answered the call. They had stood in front of that door. And somehow, some way they had come back, but for how long? How many more nights could they keep coming back? How many more times could they resist before the pull became too strong, before they finally stepped through? I pulled the captain aside later that day, sat him down in his office, and told him everything I had seen, the lineup, the drive, the voice, all of it. And he listened and his face went gray, and he said, I do not remember any of it, not a single thing, but I believe you. I believe you because I can feel it, something pulling at me all the time, something calling, and it is getting harder to ignore, harder to fight, and I do not know how much longer I can hold on. And I said we have to find another way, we have to close that door for good. And he said how we tried everything, we burned the board, we did the right, we did everything anyone could think of, and nothing worked. So maybe there is no way, maybe this is just how it is, maybe we just have to live with it until we cannot anymore. And I said I will not accept that, I will not just give up, and he looked at me with those tired eyes and said then keep fighting, keep looking, but do not blame yourself when you cannot save us. Because some things cannot be saved. I spent the next week searching, reading, calling anyone I could think of who might know something about things like this. I talked to historians, to priests, to old firefighters who had heard stories. I dug through archives and old newspapers and police reports, looking for anything that might tell me how to close a door that should not exist. And what I found made my blood run cold. Box 52 was not just a warehouse. It was built on a piece of land that had a history long before the warehouse. Was there a history of fires, of deaths, of things that should have stayed buried? The land had been the site of a factory fire in 1887 that killed 23 workers, and before that a stable fire in 1843 that killed 40 horses and the stable hand who refused to leave them. And before that, going back to the earliest records, there had always been fires on that spot, always deaths. Always something that drew firefighters to that place, something that kept them there. I took what I found to the captain, spread it out on his desk, and I said it is not just Joe, it is not just the 58 fire, it has been happening for over 100 years. That place has been collecting firefighters for a century, and we are just the latest, the next in a long line. And he looked at the papers and said then there is no hope, no way to stop it, it has been going on too long, it is too strong. And I said maybe not, maybe we can still do something. Maybe we can break the cycle. And he said how? And I said I do not know yet, but I am not giving up, and he looked at me with something like respect in his eyes and said, "You are a good man. You are a good firefighter. Do not let this destroy you. No matter what happens, do not let it destroy you." That night I went to bed with a plan forming in my mind, a crazy plan, a plan that would probably get me killed, but a plan nonetheless. And at 3 in the morning I woke up standing in the apparatus bay, fully geared up, lined up with my brothers, and the captain was speaking in that old voice, saying Box 52, alarm structure fire, multiple souls trapped, engine 47 respond. And we all answered 10-4 chief and climbed into the rig. And this time I did not fight it. This time I let it happen. I let them drive me to Box 52. I let them take me to that empty lot with the granite marker. And I watched as the warehouse appeared out of nowhere, rising from the ground like it had always been there, flames pouring from every window. And I followed my brothers as they walked toward the door. And I stood behind them as they lined up in front of it. And I watched as the door swung open, and inside I saw them, hundreds of firefighters from every era, every decade, all standing in the flames with smiles on their faces. And at the front stood Joe Reynolds, looking just like his picture, young and strong and alive. And he held out his hand and said, "Welcome home. We have been waiting for you." I stood there in front of that open door with the flames roaring all around, and the heat washing over me in waves that should have burned but somehow did not. And I watched Joe Reynolds hold out his hand and say, "Welcome home, we have been waiting for you." And behind him I could see my brothers, the captain and the rookie and all the others, already moving forward, already walking into that fire with smiles on their faces. And I felt the pull so strong it was like a physical force, like something grabbing me and trying to drag me through that door. And for a moment, just a moment, I wanted to go. I wanted to let go and step through and join them and finally be done with all the fighting and the fear and the loneliness. But something held me back, something deep inside that would not let go. And I took a step backward instead of forward, and then another, and I watched my brothers disappear into the flames, watched them join the ranks of the dead, watched them become part of that eternal crew. And then I turned and I ran away from that door, away from that warehouse, away from everything. And I ran until I could not run anymore. And when I finally stopped, I was back in the empty lot with the granite marker. And the warehouse was gone, and the flames were gone. And it was just me standing alone in the dark with the sound of my own breathing and the knowledge that I had left them behind. I walked back to where I had parked my car, miles away it seemed, and I drove back to the station in a daze, not really seeing the road, not really thinking about anything except the image of my brothers walking into that fire. And when I got back, the station was empty. Really empty this time, not like before when they came back and did not remember. This time they were gone for good. I could feel it. I walked through the day room and the kitchen and the bunk room and saw their things still. There, their photos, their gear, their coffee cups sitting on the table, but they were not coming back, not ever. And I sat down at the mess table and put my head in my hands and let the tears come. For the first time in years I let myself cry, cried for the captain who had been like a father to me, cried for the rookie who never got to marry his girl, cried for all of them, all the ones I could not save. I must have fallen asleep there because the next thing I knew it was morning, sunlight streaming through the windows, and I lifted my head and looked around and everything was the same, empty, quiet, still. And I got up and made coffee like it was a normal day and sat there drinking it and wondering what I was supposed to do now, how I was supposed to go on, how I was supposed to be a firefighter without my crew, without my brothers. And then the dispatch radio crackled and a voice said Box 52. Alarm structure fire, multiple souls trapped, engine 47 respond. And I sat there listening to that call and feeling the pull again, that same pull I had felt at the door. And I knew then that it was not over, that it would never be over, that as long as I lived that call would come and that pull would be there, waiting for me to finally give in. I did not respond. I could not. I just sat there and let the call go unanswered. And after a while the dispatcher repeated it, and then again, and then finally gave up and sent another company. And I listened to the radio as they rolled out, as they arrived, as they reported heavy fires showing, as they went to work, and I waited, dreading what I knew was coming. And sure enough, an hour later the radio crackled, and a voice said, "We have a mayday, we have firefighters down." And I listened as the chaos unfolded, as they called for help, as they pulled 2 guys out and rushed them to the hospital. And I sat there knowing that it was my fault, that if I had gone, if I had answered that call, maybe things would have been different, maybe those guys would be okay. But I did not. I stayed here, safe, alone, useless. I spent the next few weeks in a fog, going through the motions, eating when I remembered, sleeping when I could not stay awake anymore. And the station stayed empty, no new crew assigned yet. just me rattling around in that big building with all the ghosts of my brothers. And at night I would hear things, footsteps in the bunk room, voices in the day room, the sound of the rig starting up in the bay, and I would go check and find nothing, just empty space and the echoes of what used to be, and I started to wonder if I was losing my mind, if the isolation was finally getting to me, or if they were really there, really still around, still waiting for me to join them. One night I woke up at 3 in the morning, and I was standing in the apparatus bay, fully geared up, and I was not alone. My brothers were there, all of them, lined up in front of engine 47, and the captain turned to me and smiled and said, "We have been waiting for you. We knew you would come." And I looked at them and they looked so real, so solid, so alive, and I said, "But you are dead. You went through the door." And the captain said, "Dead is just a word. We are more alive now than we ever were. We fight the perfect fire every night. We save each other over and over. We are together always. And we want you with us. We need you with us. You are part of the crew." And I felt that pull again, stronger than ever, and I took a step toward them, and then another, and then I was climbing into the rig with them, sitting in my usual seat, and we drove through the night toward box 52, toward the warehouse, toward the door. When we got there, the warehouse was blazing, flames shooting out of every window, and we lined up in front of it just like before. And the captain said, "This time do not run. This time stay with us." And I nodded and we walked toward the door, and it swung open, and inside I saw them all, the hundreds of firefighters from every era, all standing in the flames with smiles on their faces, and Joe Reynolds was at the front holding out his hand, and behind him I could see others, faces I recognized. From the old photos on the wall of honor, firefighters from decades past, all of them watching me with those peaceful eyes, and I took a step forward, ready to finally go through, ready to finally join them, ready to finally belong. But then I saw something that stopped me cold. In the back of the crowd, standing apart from the others, was the old man from the nursing home, the probie from the 58 fire, and he was shaking his head slowly back and forth, and his lips moved, and I heard his voice even over the roar of the flames, saying, "Not yet. It is not your time yet. You have more to do." And I stopped right there on the threshold, and I looked at Joe, and I said, "Why is he here?" He ran. He got out, and Joe's face changed, just for a moment, and he said he came back. They always come back eventually. It just took him longer than most. And I looked at the old man again, and saw that he was not smiling like the others. He was sad, so sad. And he shook his head again, and mouthed the words, go back while you still can." I do not know what happened next. I do not know if it was the old man's words or something inside me. But I turned away from that door, away from Joe, away from my brothers, and I ran out of that warehouse and through the flames and into the night. And behind me I heard them calling, my brothers, the captain, the rookie, all of them saying, "Come back. Do not leave us. We need you." But I kept running, kept going until I could not hear them anymore. And when I finally stopped, I was back in the empty lot, alone, gasping, and the warehouse was gone and I was alive, and I did not know if that was a good thing or a bad thing. I made it back to the station somehow. I do not remember the drive, and I sat in the day room until dawn, trying to understand what had happened, trying to understand why the old man had been there, trying to understand why he had told me to go back. And when the sun came up I drove to the nursing home. I had to see, I had to know. And when I got there they told me the old man had died weeks ago, the same night I had last visited. And I said, "But I saw him last night," and they looked at me funny and said, "That is not possible. He has been gone for a month." And I left there with my head spinning and my heart pounding, and no idea what was real anymore. I went back to the station and I sat at the mess table, and I thought about everything that had happened, everything I had seen, everything I had done, and I realized that the old man had been right. It was not my time yet. I still had more to do. But what could I possibly do? I was alone, my crew was gone, the door was still there, the fire was still burning, and I was just one guy, one firefighter with no backup, no plan, no hope. And I sat there in that empty firehouse and I wondered if maybe the old man had done me a disservice. Maybe it would have been better to go through that door. Maybe it would have been better to be with my brothers than alone in this world with nothing but memories and regret. But then I thought about what the captain had said before he left. "You are the strong one. You always were." And I realized that maybe being strong did not mean never falling. Maybe it meant getting back up every time you fell. Maybe it meant keep fighting even when there was no hope. Maybe it meant being the one who stayed behind so that others did not have to be alone. And I looked around that empty firehouse and I made a decision. I was not going to give up. I was not going to go through that door, not tonight, not ever. I was going to stay here in this world, and I was going to fight. I was going to find a way to close that door for good, or at least to warn others, to keep them from making the same mistakes, to be the one who said do not go, do not answer the call, do not let the fire take you. I got up from that table and I walked to the wall of honor, the one with the photos of all the fallen brothers from Engine 47, and I looked at their faces, Joe Reynolds and his crew from 58, and the ones from the decades since, and my crew, my captain, my rookie, all of them now up there on that wall. And I said I will not forget you, any of you, and I will not let your sacrifice be for nothing. I will find a way to stop this. I will find a way to make sure no more firefighters answer. That last alarm, and I stood there for a long time, just looking at their faces, feeling their presence, knowing that in some way they were still with me, still watching, still waiting, but not in the fire, not in that door, but here in this station, in my heart, in the memory of everything we had been through together. And as I turned to leave, as I walked away from that wall, I heard something, faint at first, then clearer, the sound of a voice, not Joe's voice, not the captain's voice, but the old man's voice, saying, "Good choice, you made the right choice. Now keep going, keep fighting, you are not done yet." And I smiled, the first real smile in weeks, and I walked out of that firehouse and into the morning sun, and I knew that whatever came next, whatever challenges lay ahead, I would face them, I would. Keep going, I would be the one who stayed, the one who remembered, the one who made sure that the last alarm did not claim another soul, at least not while I was still around to stop it. I walked out of that firehouse into the morning sun with the old man's words still echoing in my head. Good choice, you made the right choice. Now keep going, keep fighting, you are not done yet. And I stood there on the sidewalk for a long time just feeling the warmth on my face, and trying to figure out what exactly I was supposed to do next. I was alone, my crew was gone, the door was still there, and somewhere out there the fire was still burning, and the calls were still coming in sooner or later another crew would answer, and another set of brothers would walk into that warehouse and never come back. And I knew then what I had to do. I had to go back to box 52, not to go through the door, not to join them, but to understand, to figure out what it really was and how to stop it, to be the one who finally broke the cycle. I spent the rest of that day getting ready, gathering supplies, flashlights and rope and a camera and a notebook, everything I could think of that might help, and I waited until dark, until the city settled into that quiet time between night and dawn, and then I drove, alone, no sirens, no lights, just me and my thoughts and the road ahead, and as I got closer to the industrial district I felt that familiar pull, that tug at the edges of my mind, but this time I did not fight it, this time I let it guide me, let it lead me to where I needed to go. And when I reached the empty lot with the granite marker, I stopped the car and got out and stood there in the dark waiting for something to happen. At first nothing did, just the wind and the distant sounds of the city, and the feeling of being completely alone in a place that felt wrong somehow. But then I saw it, a flicker at the edge of my vision, a glow that was not there a moment before, and I turned and watched as the warehouse began to appear. Not all at once but slowly, like it was being built by invisible hands, floor by floor, wall by wall, until it stood there in front of me, solid and real and burning, flames pouring from every window just like before, and I walked toward it, my heart pounding in my chest, my mouth dry, my legs feeling like they belonged to someone else, and I stopped at the door, that same door I had stood in front of so many times before, and I put my hand on it and felt the warmth, not heat, just warmth, like it was alive, like it was waiting for me. I pushed the door open and stepped inside, and the flames roared all around me but did not burn, and I walked through corridors of fire that parted as I approached, and I saw them, the firefighters, hundreds of them, lining the walls, standing in doorways, sitting at tables, all of them in turnout gear from every era, all of them with those peaceful smiles, and they watched me as I walked past but did not try to stop me, did not try to talk to me, just watched, and I kept walking deeper into the warehouse, looking for something, I did not know what, looking for answers, looking for a way to understand. I found myself in a large open space that might have been the main floor, and there they were, my crew, sitting around a makeshift table playing cards. And they looked up when I approached, and the captain smiled and said, "We knew you would come back. We knew you could not stay away." And I sat down with them, and for a while we just talked about the old days, about the fires we had fought, about the laughs we had shared, and it felt good, felt right, felt like old times, and I almost forgot where I was, almost forgot why I had come. But then I noticed something, the same card hands, the same conversations, the same jokes, repeating, looping, and I realized they were not really here, not really alive. They were just echoes, just moments frozen in time, playing over and over forever. I asked the captain about it, asked him if he knew what was happening, and he looked at me with those peaceful eyes and said, "Of course I know, we all know, but it does not matter. We are together, we are fighting the fire, we are doing what we love." And I said, "But you are not really fighting. You are just repeating the same moments over and over." And he said, "Maybe, but it feels real to us, feels like forever." And is that so bad? Is that not what everyone wants, to do what they love forever with? The people they love, and I did not have an answer for that, did not know how to argue with something that sounded so right but felt so wrong. I left them there at the table and kept walking, deeper into the warehouse, past more firefighters, more scenes of eternal firefighting, and eventually I came to a door I had not seen before. A door that was different from the others, older, made of wood so dark it was almost black, and carved into it were names, hundreds of them, thousands maybe, covering every inch. And I ran my fingers over the carvings and recognized some of them, names from the old records, names from the Wall of Honor, names of firefighters who had died at Box 52 over more than a century, and at the bottom, fresh and clear, I saw the names of my crew, the captain, the rookie, all of them, and below that space, empty space, waiting for more. I stood there looking at that door, and I knew what it was. It was the door, the real door, the one that led out, the one the old man had found, the one he had gone through 65 years ago, and I put my hand on it and felt the warmth, stronger now. And I heard voices on the other side, faint but clear, calling to me, saying, "Come through, come home, we are waiting." And I recognized them. My mother who died when I was young. My grandfather who had been a firefighter too, friends from years. Past, all of them on the other side of that door, all of them calling me home. I wanted to go. I wanted to push that door open and step through and see them all again. To finally be done with the loneliness and the fear and the fighting. But something held me back, something the old man had said, "Not yet. It is not your time yet. You have more to do." And I took my hand off the door and stepped back, and the voices faded. And I was alone in that corridor with the names carved into the wood, and the knowledge that I had just turned away from everything I loved. I walked back through the warehouse, past the firefighters, past my crew still playing cards, past the flames that did not burn, and I found the entrance and stepped outside into the night, and the warehouse vanished behind me, gone like it had never been there. And I stood in the empty lot with the granite marker and felt the tears running down my face, not from sadness, not from fear, but from the weight of it all, from the knowledge that I had just walked away from my brothers, from my mother, from everyone I had ever loved, because I had more to do, because it was not my time yet. I drove back to the station in a daze, not really seeing the road, not really thinking about anything except the faces on the other side of that door. And when I got back, I sat in the day room and stared at the Wall of Honor, at the photos of all the fallen brothers, and I thought about what the captain had said. Is that not what everyone wants, to do what they love forever with the people they love? And I realized that maybe he was right. Maybe that was what everyone wanted, but it was not what I wanted. Not really. What I wanted was to live, really live, to experience new things, to grow and change and someday grow old, to fight fires that were real, to save people who were really there, to be part of a world that moved forward instead of repeating the same moments forever. I thought about the old man, the probie from the 58 fire, who had run from that door and lived for 65 years, alone, haunted, always wondering if he made the right choice. And I wondered if that would be me, if I would spend the rest of my life alone, always feeling that pull, always hearing those voices, always knowing that on the other side of a door that only I could see, my brothers were waiting for me to join them. And I wondered if that was a better fate than going through, if living with the memory of love was better than living in the moment of love forever. I did not have an answer, I still do not, but as I sat there in that empty firehouse watching the sun come up through the windows, I made a decision. I was going to keep living, keep fighting, keep being a firefighter, and I was going to do everything I could to make sure that no one else ever found that board, ever opened that door, ever had to make the choice I had made, and I was going to be the one who stayed behind, the one who remembered, the one who carried the stories of the fallen into the future so that they would not be forgotten, so that their sacrifice would mean something. I got up from that table, and I walked to the apparatus bay, and I looked at engine 47, sitting there clean and ready, waiting for the next alarm, and I climbed in and sat in the driver's seat, and I said to the empty station, to the ghosts of my brothers, to whoever might be listening, I will not forget you, any of you, and I will not let you down. I will be the best firefighter I can be. I will save everyone I can, and I will make sure that when my time finally comes, when I am old and ready and have done everything I came here to do, I will walk through that door with my head held high and join you in the fire. But not yet, not today, not for a long time yet. And as I sat there in that rig, I heard something, faint at first, then clearer, the sound of the dispatch radio crackling to life, and a voice said Box 52, alarm structure fire, multiple souls trapped, engine 47 respond. And I sat there listening to that call and feeling the pull, always the pull. And I took a deep breath and I reached for the radio, and I said engine 47 responding. And I started the rig and I drove out of the bay into the night, not toward Box 52, not toward the door, but toward whatever fire was really burning, whatever souls were really trapped, whatever lives I could really save. And I knew that as long as I kept answering those calls, as long as I kept fighting the real fires, I would be okay. I would be doing what I was meant to do. I would be honoring my brothers in the only way that mattered. I drove through the night with the siren wailing and the lights flashing, heading toward a real fire, a real call, real people who needed help. And for the first time in months I felt like myself again, felt like a firefighter instead of a haunted man running from ghosts. And when I arrived at the scene, it was an apartment building, 3 stories, flames coming from the 2nd floor, people hanging out of windows screaming for help. And I jumped out of the rig and went to work like I had done 1,000 times before, pulling hose, forcing doors, climbing ladders, pulling people out. And by the time the fire was out and the last victim was safe, I was exhausted but alive, really alive. And I stood there in the street watching the smoke rise into the night sky, and I felt like I had finally found my way back. The weeks that followed were strange but good. New guys were assigned to Engine 47, a whole new crew, rookies and transfers, and one old-timer who had been around long enough to know better, and I became the senior man, the one they looked to for guidance, the one who had been there through things they could not imagine, and I trained them and taught them and tried to pass on everything I had learned. And at night I would lie in my bunk and listen to the sounds of the station, the normal sounds, the ones I had missed so much, and I would think about my old crew, about the captain and the rookie and all the others, and I would wonder if they were okay, if they were happy in that eternal fire, if they ever thought about me. But the pull never went away. It was always there, a whisper at the edge of my mind, a tug at the corner of my thoughts. And every night at 3 in the morning I would wake up, not standing in the apparatus bay like before, just awake, staring at the ceiling, feeling that pull, knowing that somewhere out there the door was still open and my brothers were still waiting, and I would lie there and fight it, fight the urge to get up and drive to Box 52, fight the urge to go back and finally give. And somehow every night I won. I stayed in my bunk, I stayed in this world, I stayed alive. The new guys noticed, I could tell. They saw the way I would sometimes stop and stare at nothing, the way I would flinch when the dispatch called out Box 52, the way I never talked about what happened to the old crew, and they would ask sometimes, careful, gentle, and I would just shake my head and say it is a long story, maybe someday, and they would nod and let it go. And I was grateful for that, grateful that they did not push, did not pry, did not try to dig into things that were better. Left buried. One night the pull was stronger than usual, stronger than it had been in months, and I woke up at 3 in the morning, and I could feel them, my old crew, standing just outside the station waiting, and I got up and walked to the bay door and opened it, and there they were, all of them, the captain, the rookie, the older guys, standing in the street in their turnout gear, looking at me with those peaceful smiles. And the captain said, "We came to see you. We wanted to make sure you were okay." And I said, "I am okay. I am doing okay." And he said, "We know, we watch you. We see you training the new guys, fighting the fires, saving the people. And we are proud of you, so proud." And I felt tears prick at my eyes, and I said, "I miss you. I miss you all so much." And the rookie stepped forward and said, "We miss you too. But we understand. You have to live your life. You have to do what you were meant to do. And when it is your time, when you are ready, we will be here. We will always be here, waiting." I stood there looking at them, my brothers, my family, and I wanted to reach out and touch them, to hug them, to tell them everything I had never said. But I knew I could not, knew they were not really there, not in the way I needed them to be. And the captain seemed to read my thoughts and said, "We are as real as we need to be, as real as you need us to be, and that will have to be enough." And then they turned and walked away, fading into the night until there was nothing left but the empty street and the sound of my own breathing. And I stood there for a long time before I finally closed the door and went back to my bunk. The next morning I woke up feeling different, lighter somehow, like a weight I had been carrying had been lifted, and I went about my day with a new energy, a new purpose. And the new guys noticed and joked that I must have finally gotten a good night's sleep. And I laughed and said something about it being the coffee. And we went out on calls and fought fires and saved people. And it was good. It was really good. And I started to think that maybe I could do this. Maybe I could live with the pull. Maybe I could be okay. But the door was still there, and the fire was still burning. And one night, months later, I got a call that made my blood run cold. It was from a firefighter at another station, a guy I knew from training, and he sounded scared, really scared. And he said we found something in our attic, an old board with letters on it. And we tried to burn it, but it came back. And now guys are sleepwalking, talking in their sleep, hearing voices. And I did not know who else to call, I remembered. What happened at your station? I remember the rumors. And I need help, please, I need help. I sat there with the phone in my hand, and the weight of what he was saying pressing down on me. Another station, another crew, another board. And I knew then that it was not just Engine 47. It was not just Box 52. It was something bigger, something that had been spreading for decades, maybe centuries. And I was the only one who knew, the only one who understood, the only one who could do anything about it. And I took a deep breath, and I said, I will come, I will help you, tell me where you are. And I wrote down the address, and hung up the phone, and sat there in the day room looking at the wall of honor, at the faces of my old crew. And I said, I guess I am not done yet, I guess there is still more to do. I drove to that other station that night, walked in and found a crew of scared young firefighters huddled in the day room, and on the table in front of them was a board, just like the one I had found, same letters, same planchette, same wrongness radiating from it. And the guy who called me, he looked at me with desperate eyes and said, what is it? What do we do? And I looked at that board and I thought about everything I had been through, everything I had lost, everything I had learned, and I said, first, you do not use it, you do not touch it, you do not even look at it if you can help it. And second, you listen to me, you listen to everything I have to say, because what I am about to tell you might save your lives. And I sat down with them, and I told them the whole story, from the beginning, from the attic at Engine 47 to the door at Box 52, from the old man in the nursing home to the last time I saw my crew standing in the street. And they listened, really listened. And when I was done, they looked at each other, and then back at me, and the guy who called said, what do we do? How do we stop it? I told them about the old priest, about the rite, about burning the board and scattering the ashes in running water. And I told them it might not work, it might come back, but it was the only thing I knew. And I told them about the pull, about how it would never really go away, about how they would have to be strong, stronger than they ever thought they could be. And I told them about my crew, about how they came to visit me, about how they said they would be waiting when it was my time. And I said that might be the only comfort I can offer, that you are not alone, that even on the other side you will have brothers, but do not go before your time. Do not give in, live your lives, fight your fires, save your people, and when you are old and ready, when you have done everything you came here to do, then you can go, then you can join them. They took the board to the church that night, the same church I had gone to, and the old priest was still there, older now but still with those kind eyes, and he performed the rite again, and we burned the board and scattered the ashes in the river, and I stood on the bank watching them float away. And I thought about all the boards, all the stations, all the crews that had been touched by this thing, and I wondered if it would ever end, if there would ever be a final board, a final fire, a final door. I went back to my station after that, back to my new crew, and life went on. Fires were fought, people were saved, years passed, and I grew older, grayer, slower, but I never stopped fighting, never stopped being a firefighter, and the pull never went away. It was always there, always whispering, but I learned to live with it, learned to ignore it most days, and on the nights when it was too strong to ignore, I would get up and walk to the wall of honor, and look at the faces of my old crew, and I would say, not yet, not today, I still have work to do. And then one day, many years later, I woke up and I just knew, that it was time. I was old, my body was tired, I had done everything I could do, saved everyone I could save, trained everyone I could train, and it was time to go home. And I got dressed in my old turnout gear, the one I had kept all these years, and I drove to Box 52, to that empty lot with the granite marker, and I stood there waiting. And the warehouse appeared, just like always, flames pouring from every window, and I walked toward it, toward the door, and it swung open, and inside I saw them, all of them, the old man from the nursing home, my captain, my rookie, my whole crew, and behind them hundreds more, firefighters from every era, all standing in the flames with smiles on their faces, and Joe Reynolds was at the front, holding out his hand, and he said, "Welcome home, we have been waiting for you." And I took his hand and stepped through the door, and the flames wrapped around me like a warm blanket, and I was home. I stepped through that door, and the flames wrapped around me like a warm blanket, and I was home, really home for the first time in what felt like forever. And I looked around at all the faces, hundreds of them, firefighters from every era, from the 1800s with their leather helmets and waxed mustaches to the modern ones with their Nomex hoods and SCBA masks. And they were all smiling, all peaceful, all glad to see me. and at the front stood Joe Reynolds, looking just like his. Photograph from 1958, young and strong and alive, and he put his hand on my shoulder and said, "Welcome, brother. We have been waiting a long time for you." And I felt tears running down my face, but they were good tears, happy tears, the kind you cry when you finally come home after being away too long. Behind Joe I saw my captain, my rookie, all my old crew, and they rushed forward and surrounded me, hugging me, laughing, slapping my back. And the captain said, "We knew you would come. We knew you would not make us wait forever." And the rookie, who looked just as young as the day I first met him, said, "It is so good to see you. We have missed you so much." And I looked at them, and I looked at all the others, and I said, "What is this place? What happens here?" And Joe gestured around at the burning warehouse and said, "This is the fire that never ends. This is where we fight forever. This is where we save each other over and over again. And it is everything we ever wanted." I spent what felt like days just wandering through that place, meeting firefighters from every decade, hearing their stories, learning about the fires they had fought and the brothers they had lost and the peace they had found. And I realized that this was not a prison, not a trap, not the hell I had imagined. It was something else entirely. It was a place where firefighters could keep being firefighters forever, where the job never ended, where the brotherhood never dissolved, where every day was the same perfect day of danger and purpose and love. And I understood then why they were all smiling, why they were all peaceful, why they had all chosen to stay. But even as I felt that peace settling over me, even as I started to feel that pull to just let go and be part of this forever, I noticed something, the same something I had noticed before with my crew, the repetition, the loops, the way conversations repeated and moments replayed. And I asked Joe about it, asked him if they knew, and he looked at me with those kind eyes and said, "Of course we know, we all know, but it does not matter, because every time we fight this fire it feels real, every time we save each other it feels new. And after a while you stop noticing the repetition, you stop caring, because the feeling of being together, of being brothers, of doing what you love, that feeling never gets old, never fades, never repeats. It is always fresh, always true." I thought about that, thought about what he was saying, and I realized he was right, in a way, because even in life we repeated things, every shift was the same, every fire had similarities, every day blended into the next, but the moments that mattered, the moments of connection, of courage, of love, those were always new, always different. And maybe that was what this place was, not a trap, but a distillation of all those moments. A place where the good parts of being a firefighter went on forever, and the bad parts, the boredom, the paperwork, the politics, the grief, those just faded away. I found my crew again, my old crew, and we sat around that makeshift table and played cards and told stories and laughed. And for a while I forgot that I was dead, forgot that I had left the world behind, forgot everything except the joy of being with my brothers again. And the captain looked at me and said, "See, this is not so bad. This is actually pretty good." And I nodded and said, "Yeah, it is, it really is," and I meant it. But even as I said it, even as I felt that joy, there was a part of me that remembered, a part that thought about the world I had left behind, about the new crew at Engine 47, about the fires still burning, the people still needing help, the lives still waiting to be saved. And I wondered if I had done enough, if I had trained them well enough, if they would be okay without me. And Joe must have seen something in my face, because he came and sat down next to me and said, "You are thinking about them, the ones you left behind." And I nodded, and he said, "That is good. That means you are still a firefighter. That means your heart is still in the right place. And do not worry, they will be fine. You taught them well. And when their time comes, when they are old and ready, they will come through that door, and you will be here to welcome them, just like we welcomed you." I looked at Joe and I said, "How long have you been here? How many have you welcomed?" And he thought for a moment and said, "I do not know. Time does not work the same here. But I have welcomed many crews from every decade since I arrived. And each time it is the same. Each time it is beautiful. Each time it is like welcoming family home." And I said, "Does it ever get lonely waiting?" And he smiled and said, "How can I be lonely when I have all of you? When every day I get to fight fires with my brothers, when every moment is filled with the people I love? No, it is not lonely. It is the opposite of lonely." I stayed there with them for what felt like a long time, maybe days, maybe weeks, maybe years. I could not tell. And I got to know the other firefighters, learned their names, their stories, the fires they had come from. And I realized that this place was not just for the ones who died at Box 52. It was for any firefighter who had ever answered a call they could not come back from. Any firefighter whose heart was so tied to the job that they could not let go. And we were all here, all together. All still fighting, all still saving, all still brothers. But there was one face I had not seen, one person I had been looking for since I arrived, the old man from the nursing home, the probie from the 58 fire, and I asked Joe about him, asked where he was, and Joe's face changed, just a little, and he said he is here, but he keeps to himself, he has not quite found his peace yet. And I said, can I see him, can I talk to him? And Joe nodded and pointed toward a corridor I had not noticed before, a hallway leading deeper into the warehouse. And he said, go, he will want to see you, he always spoke of you, always hoped you would make it. I walked down that corridor, past more firefighters, past more scenes of eternal firefighting, until I came to a small room, a room that looked like a nursing home room, with yellowed curtains and the smell of medicine, and in a chair by the window sat the old man, looking just as he had when I first met him, old and tired and sad. And he turned when I came in and smiled and said, I knew you would come. I knew you would find your way here eventually. And I sat down across from him and said, why? Are you here? Why are you not out there with the others, fighting the fire? And he looked at me with those old eyes and said, because I am not ready. I have been here for a while now, since that night I died in the nursing home, and I still cannot let go of the guilt, the regret, the wondering if I did the right thing by running, by leaving them, by living so long. I looked at this man who had given me the strength to keep going, to stay in the world, to live my life, and I saw the pain in his eyes, the same pain I had felt for so many years. And I said, you did do the right thing. You lived, you carried their memory, you warned others, you helped me. And without you I would not be here. I would have given up long ago. And he shook his head and said, but I left them. I left my brothers. I ran when I should have stayed. And I said, you did not run. You survived, there is a difference, and you spent 65 years honoring them, remembering them, making sure they were not forgotten. And that is not running. That is carrying them with you. That is loving them the best way you could. He looked at me for a long time, and then he smiled, a real smile, the first I had seen on his face. And he said, maybe you are right. Maybe I did okay. And I said, you did more than okay. You did everything. And now you are here. And they are waiting for you, all of them, your crew from 58. They have been waiting a long time. And it is time to go to them. It is time to let go of the guilt and join your brothers. He stood up then, slowly, and I saw the years fall away from him, saw him grow younger, stronger, until he looked just like the young probie in the old photographs. And he smiled at me and said, thank you for everything. And he walked past me out of that room and down the corridor toward the main floor. And I followed and watched as he walked into the crowd of firefighters, watched as they recognized him, watched as Joe Reynolds stepped forward and embraced him, and I saw the tears on both their faces, and I knew that he was finally home, finally at peace, finally where he belonged. I stood there watching them, all of them, my crew, Joe's crew, hundreds of firefighters from over a century, all together, all brothers, all doing what they loved, and I felt a peace settle over me that I had never felt before, a peace that came from knowing that this was right, this was good, this was where I was supposed to be, and I turned to look for my crew, to go back to the table and play more cards and tell more stories. But before I could take a step, I heard something, a sound that did not belong, a sound that cut through the roar of the flames like a knife. It was a voice, young and scared, calling out from somewhere beyond the walls of the warehouse, calling for help, calling for a firefighter, calling for anyone who could hear. I looked around and saw that the others had heard it too. They had all stopped what they were doing and were listening. And Joe came up beside me and said, that is a new one. That is a call from the other side, from the world, from someone who needs us. And I said, but we are dead, we cannot go back. And he said, we cannot go back, no, but we can answer, we can be there in spirit, we can guide them, we can give them strength. We can be the reason they make it through. That is what we do here, that is part of the fire. We answer the calls that come from the living. We help them find their way. I listened to that voice, that scared young voice calling for help, and I felt something stir in me, something I thought I had left behind, the need to save, the need to help, the need to be a firefighter. And I looked at Joe and said, what do I do? How do I answer? And he smiled and said, just reach out, just think of them, just send them your strength, your courage, your love, and it will find them, it always does. And I closed my eyes and I thought of that scared voice. I thought of them alone, in the dark, facing something terrible, and I sent them everything I had, every ounce of courage I had ever felt, every moment of love I had ever shared, every bit of strength I had ever found. And I felt it leave me, felt it travel across the void between worlds, felt it wrap around that scared voice like a warm blanket. And then I heard it, faint but clear, the voice saying, thank you, I think I can do this now, I think I can make it. I opened my eyes and Joe was looking at me with something like pride. And he said, you see, we are still firefighters, we still save people, we still matter. And I nodded and smiled and said, yeah, I see. And I turned and walked back to my crew, back to the table, back to the cards and the stories and the laughter. And I sat down and the rookie dealt me a hand and said, "Your turn, old man." And I picked up my cards and felt the peace settle over me again, deeper now, richer now, because I knew that. Even here, even in the fire that never ends, I was still a firefighter, still saving lives, still part of something bigger than myself. And that was enough, that was more than enough, that was everything. I sat at that table with my brothers, playing cards and telling stories and laughing. And for the first time since I had arrived in this place, I felt completely at peace, completely at home, completely where I belonged. And the rookie dealt hand after hand, and the captain told his old stories, and the older guys joked and teased. And it was just like the old days, like the firehouse before everything went wrong, before the board, before the door, before the fire that never ended. And I let myself sink into it, let myself forget that I was dead, let myself just be present in the moment with the people I loved. But even as I sat there, even as I laughed and played and enjoyed myself, I could feel something at the edges of my awareness, something that had been there since I arrived, a whisper, a pull, a sense that there was more to this place than just the endless fire and the endless card games. And I tried to ignore it, tried to lose myself in the company of my brothers, but it would not go away. It kept getting stronger, more insistent, until finally I could not pretend anymore. And I set down my cards and looked at the captain and said, "What is it? What am I feeling? What else is here?" The captain looked at me with those peaceful eyes and said, "You are feeling what we all feel eventually, the call, the real call, the one that comes from deeper in the fire, from the heart of this place, from whatever is at the center." And I said, "What is at the center?" And he said, "We do not know. None of us have ever gone that far. We are content here. We have everything we need. But you were always the curious one, the one who needed to understand. So maybe it is time for you to go to find out what is really here, to see the source of it all." I looked around at my brothers, at the rookie who was suddenly not smiling, at the older guys who looked worried, at the captain who seemed sad but resigned. And I said, "If I go, will I come back? Will I see you again?" And the captain said, "We do not know. No one has ever gone that deep and returned. But if anyone can, it is you. You have always been the strong one, the one who could resist the pull, the one who could walk away from the door. So maybe you can walk into the fire and come back out. Again, maybe you can find what is at the center and still find your way home." I stood up from the table and looked at them, all of them, my crew, my brothers, my family, and I felt tears in my eyes, and I said, "I do not want to leave you. I just got here." And the rookie stood up and hugged me and said, "We know, but you have to know, you have to understand. And then you can come back and tell us, and we will be here waiting. We will always be here waiting." I walked away from that table, away from the card game, away from the laughter, and I walked deeper into the warehouse, past more firefighters, past more scenes of eternal firefighting, and the flames grew brighter as I went, hotter, more intense. But still they did not burn, still they just illuminated and warmed. And I walked for what felt like hours, maybe days, maybe years. Time did not work the same here, until I came to a place I had not seen before, a place where the fire was so bright I could barely look at it, a place where the heat was so intense I could feel it pressing against me like a physical force. And in the center of that brightness, that heat, that light, there was something, a shape, a figure, a presence. I squinted against the brightness and tried to see, tried to make out what was there, and slowly, as my eyes adjusted, I began to see. It was a firefighter, but not like any I had ever seen. Their gear was from another time entirely, leather and wool and brass, but old, so old, older than anything in the museum, older than the oldest photographs, and they were standing in the center of the flames with their arms outstretched. And as I watched, I saw other figures emerging from the fire around. Them, firefighters from every era, walking toward them, touching them, and then fading into the light, becoming part of the brightness, becoming part of the source. I walked closer, drawn by something I could not name, and as I got nearer the figure turned and looked at me, and I saw their face, old and young at the same time, wise and innocent, tired and full of energy. And they smiled and said, "You came. I knew you would. You are the one who always needed to understand." And I said, "Who are you? What is this place?" And they said, "I am the first. I am the one who started it all. I am a firefighter from a time before records, before written history, who died in a fire on this spot, on this very ground, and found that I could not leave, that the fire had become part of me and I had become part of it. And over the centuries, as more firefighters died here, they joined me, became part of the fire, became part of this place. And now we are all one, all connected, all part of the same eternal flame." I stood there looking at this being, this first firefighter, and I felt the weight of all those centuries, all those lives, all those sacrifices pressing down on me. And I said, "Why? Why do you call them? Why do you bring them here?" And they said I do not call them. The fire calls them. The fire that burns in every firefighter's heart. The love of the job, the love of the brotherhood, the love of saving lives. That fire is the same as this fire. And when a firefighter dies with that love still burning, they are drawn here, drawn to the source, drawn to join the eternal crew. And it is not a trap, not a prison, it is a homecoming. It is coming home to where you always belonged. I thought about my brothers, about all the firefighters I had met here, about the peace on their faces, the joy in their eyes, and I realized that the first firefighter was right. This was not a curse, it was a gift for those who loved the job so much that they could not bear to leave it. And I said, what about the ones who do not come? The ones who choose to move on, to go wherever souls go after death. And they said they go. They find their peace elsewhere, but the ones who stay, the ones who choose the fire, they are here forever, doing what they love, with who they love, and that is its own kind of heaven. I stood there in that brightness, in that heat, in that presence, and I felt the pull stronger than ever, the pull to let go, to merge with the fire, to become part of the source, to join the first firefighter and all the others in that eternal flame. And for a moment I wanted to give in, to let go, to become part of something bigger than myself. But then I thought about my crew, about the rookie and the captain, and the older guys waiting for me back at the table, waiting for me to come back and tell them what I had found. And I knew I could not stay, I could not merge, I had to go back, I had to return to my brothers. I looked at the first firefighter, and I said, I cannot stay, I have to go back, they are waiting for me. And they smiled and said, I know, that is why you are the strong one. That is why you could walk into the fire and walk out again. Go back to your brothers, live with them in the flames, be happy, be at peace, and know that I am here, we are all here, the source of the fire, the heart of the brotherhood burning forever, waiting for any who choose to join. I turned and walked away from that brightness, away from that heat, away from the source, and I walked back through the warehouse, past the firefighters, past the scenes of eternal firefighting, and eventually I found my way back to the table where my crew was waiting. And they looked up when I approached, and the captain said, you came back. You actually came back. And I sat down and picked up my cards and said, I told you I would. I told you I would always come back. And the rookie grinned and dealt another hand and said, your turn, old man. And I looked at my cards and looked at my brothers and felt the peace settle over me again. Deeper now, richer now, because I knew the truth. I knew the source. I knew that this fire, this place, this eternal brotherhood was not a curse but a gift for those who loved the job enough to never leave it. And so we played cards and told stories and laughed and fought the eternal fire when it was our turn. And I learned to love the repetition, to find joy in the loops, to appreciate every moment even as it repeated. Because every moment was a moment with my brothers, and that was enough, that was more than enough, that was everything. And the years passed, or what passed for years in that place, and new firefighters arrived, and we welcomed them, and old ones merged with the source, and we honored them, and the cycle continued, eternal and beautiful and heartbreaking and wonderful. But even in that peace, even in that joy, I never forgot the world I had left behind, never forgot the living, the ones still fighting the real fires, still saving the real people, still carrying on the tradition. And sometimes, in the quiet moments between card games and fires, I would feel a call, a faint whisper from the other side, from some scared firefighter in trouble, some crew facing something they did not understand. And I would reach out, just as I had before, and send them my strength, my courage, my love, and I would feel them receive it, feel them find the strength to keep going, feel them survive whatever they were facing. And I knew that even here, even in the eternal fire, I was still a firefighter, still saving lives, still making a difference. And one day, after what felt like forever, I felt a call that was different, stronger, more urgent, a call from a young firefighter at Engine 47, my old station, the one I had left behind, and they were facing something terrible, something that reminded me of what I had faced so long ago. And I reached out with everything I had, poured all my strength and courage and love into that call, and I felt them grab hold of it, felt them find their footing, felt them face whatever was coming with new resolve. And then I heard a voice, faint but clear, saying, thank you for being there, thank you for not forgetting us. And I smiled and looked at my brothers and said, they're going to be okay, they're going to make it. And the captain nodded and said, of course they are firefighters, that is what we do. And I picked up my cards and played another hand, and knew that this was where I belonged, this was where I would stay, forever and ever, in the fire that never ends, with the brothers who never leave, answering the calls that never stop, being a firefighter until the end of time. Story number 3. I came back to our campsite laughing, my legs still buzzing from the 8-mile loop we'd just finished. And the first thing I noticed was that something felt off. Not loud or obvious, just a little wrong in a way I couldn't name right away. My partner dropped their pack by the tent with a satisfied groan while I headed straight for the camp stove, still thinking about the dehydrated pasta I'd been craving for the last 2 miles. Our dog, a black and brown shepherd mix named Buddy, who usually never stopped moving, collapsed in the dirt with his tongue hanging out. Too worn out even to beg for the treats I usually caved and gave him. The fire pit still had the gray ashes from our morning coffee, and our camp chairs sat exactly where we'd left them, angled toward the pretty view of the ridge. Everything looked fine. Everything looked normal. But I stopped walking anyway, and I couldn't figure out why. My partner asked what was wrong, and I just shook my head and said nothing, even though my gut was telling me different. I told myself I was just tired from the hike, that my brain was playing tricks on me after 8 hours on the trail. I told myself that nothing could possibly be wrong, because we were in the middle of nowhere on a beautiful afternoon, and we had earned this night of rest. I told myself a lot of things in that first minute, all of them lies. My partner wandered off toward the trees to use the bathroom, while I started pulling out the camp stove and the food bag. I was crouched down messing with the fuel canister when I heard this sharp sound from the treeline. Not quite a scream, but more like someone had just gotten the air knocked out of them. I looked up and saw my partner standing frozen at the edge of the woods, staring at something I couldn't see. For a second I thought they'd seen a bear or maybe a mountain lion, and my heart started slamming in my chest as I stood up and called out to ask what was wrong. They didn't answer right away, just pointed at this big ponderosa pine right in front of them, the kind with the bark that smells like vanilla if you put your nose up close to it. I walked over fast, my legs still sore from the hike, and when I got close enough to see what they were pointing at, I forgot how to breathe for a second. Somebody had carved words into that tree. Deep cuts, fresh cuts, the kind where you can still see the wet sap dripping out like the tree was bleeding. 3 words carved right at eye level. You are here. And underneath those words, somebody had carved an arrow pointing back toward our campsite. I remember reaching out and touching the cuts with my fingertip, and it came away sticky with sap. My first thought was that it was kids, maybe teenagers from another campsite messing around, playing some kind of prank. I said that out loud to my partner, tried to laugh it off, but even as the words came out of my mouth I knew something wasn't right. The cuts were too deep for a regular pocket knife, and they were too clean, like whoever made them had used something sharper and really taken their time. And the arrow pointing back at our camp, that detail bothered me in a way I couldn't explain. It wasn't pointing toward the trail or toward the road or toward anything that made sense. It was pointing right where our tent was, right where we slept, right where we kept all our stuff. My partner grabbed my arm and pointed at the next tree, and then the next, and that's when the real fear started to settle into my bones. Every single tree around our campsite had the same carving. Not just the big ones, but the little saplings too, the scrub pines, even the dead standing trees at the edge of the clearing. Every single one of them had "You are here" carved into the bark, and every single one had that arrow pointing right back at the center of our camp. We walked around the whole perimeter, counting them without meaning to, and I got to 37 before I stopped because the number didn't matter anymore. What mattered was that someone had been here, right here in our space, for hours probably, working their way around the whole clearing while we were gone. We'd been hiking for 8 hours, laughing and taking pictures and feeling good about life, and someone had been right here the whole time, carving their message into every tree they could reach. That thought made my skin crawl in a way I can't describe. It wasn't just that someone had been in our space. It was that they'd taken their time doing it, that they'd been methodical about it, that they'd wanted us to come back and find this exact thing. We stood in the middle of the clearing, surrounded by all those arrows pointing at us, and for a long minute neither of us said anything. The dog, who'd been too tired to move when we got back, was now standing up with his hackles raised, staring into the woods with these low growls rumbling out of his chest. I've had that dog for 6 years, and I've never seen him act like that before. He was looking at something I couldn't see, something in the trees that had his full attention, and no amount of calling his name would get him to look away. My partner asked me what we should do, and I could hear the shake in their voice, that little tremor that meant they were really scared. I wanted to tell them it was fine, that we were fine, that this was just some stupid prank, and we should laugh it off and go back to making dinner. But the words wouldn't come, because I didn't believe them myself. I decided to check our stuff, thinking maybe whoever did this had stolen something, that this was just a weird distraction while they took our gear. I marched over to the tent and unzipped it and started going through everything methodically. Sleeping bags were still there. Camp stove fuel was still there. The little bag where we kept our cash and IDs was still tucked in my partner's backpack exactly where we'd left it. Nothing was missing. Not one single thing had been taken, and nothing in the tent looked disturbed at all. Even the bag of trail mix I'd left open on my sleeping bag was still there, still open, still full. That was somehow worse than if they'd robbed us blind. If they'd taken our stuff, it would have been a normal crime with a normal reason. But this was something else. This was someone spending hours doing something that didn't benefit them in any way, something that only existed to mess with our heads. And it worked, because my head was thoroughly messed with right then. My partner suggested we pack up and go find the ranger station, report what happened, maybe camp somewhere else tonight. I agreed because I didn't have a better idea, so we grabbed the essentials and left most of our gear behind, figuring we'd come back after we talked to someone official. The hike back to the ranger station took about 45 minutes, and the whole way I kept looking at the trees, checking every piece of bark for carvings, expecting to see those words everywhere. I didn't see any more until we got close to the station, and that almost made me feel better, like maybe it was just our sight, just some local kids who knew that spot and thought it would be funny to scare campers. The ranger on duty was an older guy with leathery skin and a gray mustache, the kind who looks like he's been working in the woods his whole life. He listened to our story with this flat expression on his face, nodding along while we described the carvings and the arrows and how they all pointed at our tent. When we finished, he just shrugged and said it was probably kids, that they get bored and do stupid stuff, that marking trees is illegal, but they can't catch everyone who does it. He said he'd make a note of it and maybe send someone out to look in the morning. I tried to explain about the arrows, about how they all pointed inward, about how it felt personal and targeted and not like random vandalism at all. He cut me off with this little wave of his hand and said that people do weird things in the woods, that they drink too much or get bored or think they're being funny, and the best thing we could do was just ignore it and enjoy the rest of our trip. He suggested we move to a different campsite tomorrow if we were worried, but he didn't offer to come back with us or inspect the place or do anything that would actually help. Walking back to our site, I remember thinking that his reaction was almost as unsettling as the carvings themselves. If the person whose job it was to protect this place didn't see it as a threat, then we really were on our own out here. We stood at the edge of our campsite when we got back, packs still on our backs, and we had the argument right there. My partner wanted to leave, to pack everything up right then, and find another spot, maybe even drive the 2 hours back to the nearest town and get a motel room. I was the one who pushed back, and I'm still not sure why. I said it was getting dark, that we didn't know where another good site was, that whoever did this was probably miles away by now. But that wasn't really why I wanted to stay. The truth, the part one couldn't admit even to myself at the time, was that I wanted to prove something. I wanted to show that we weren't scared off, that we wouldn't be driven out by some vandal with a knife and too much free time. It was pride, plain and simple, and that pride made us stay when every instinct should have told us to run. We rebuilt the fire, bigger than before, and we sat with our backs to the flames facing that ring of trees with their messages. We ate our pasta in silence, jumping at every crackle of the fire and every rustle of leaves in the breeze. The dog wouldn't settle down at all, pacing back and forth along the edge of the camp, stopping every few seconds to stare into the dark woods and growl. I kept telling myself it was just animals out there, just the normal night sounds of the forest, but I didn't believe it, and neither did my partner. We sat there for hours, not talking much, just watching the trees and waiting for something to happen. Nothing did, not then anyway, and eventually we convinced ourselves that it really was just a prank, just some dumb kids who were long gone by now. We went to bed around midnight, zipping ourselves into the tent with the dog wedged between us like he always slept. I lay there in the dark listening to my partners breathing slowly, even out as they fell asleep, and I tried to do the same. I was just starting to drift off, that fuzzy place between awake and asleep, when I heard it. A scratching sound, soft but steady, coming from somewhere outside the tent. Not like an animal scratching, not like a squirrel or a raccoon rooting around. This was deliberate, rhythmic, the sound of something being carved into wood. I lay there frozen, listening, telling myself it was just a branch rubbing against something, just the wind, just anything but what I knew it really was. The scratching continued for what felt like forever, and then it stopped. I waited a long time, holding my breath, and when nothing else happened I finally convinced myself I'd imagined it. In the morning we woke up to sunlight filtering through the tent fabric, and for a few seconds everything felt normal again. Then I remembered the carvings and the scratching, and I sat up fast, unzipped the tent, and stepped outside to look around. The first thing I saw was that the fire pit was cold, exactly as we'd left it. The second thing I saw was the trees. I walked over to the nearest one, the big ponderosa where I'd first touched those wet carvings, and I stopped breathing. The words had changed. "You are here" was still there, but underneath it, somebody had added something new. 3 more words, freshly carved, sap still glistening in the morning light. "We are waiting." I stood there staring at those words for a long time, feeling the blood drain out of my face. My partner came up behind me and asked what was wrong, and I just pointed. They read the words and grabbed my arm so tight it hurt. The dog came bounding over from wherever he'd been sniffing, and when he reached us he stopped dead and stared into the woods with that same growl from last night. I looked past the tree, past the clearing, into the forest beyond. The shadows between the trees seemed darker than they should have been, and for just a second I thought I saw something moving in there. Something that watched us back. We packed up fast that morning, throwing everything into the car without any kind of order, just wanting to get out of there as quick as we could. As we drove away, I looked in the rearview mirror at our campsite getting smaller and smaller behind us. I could still see the trees, all those trees with their carvings, and I could have sworn that every single one of them had that new message now. "We are waiting." The words followed me out of that place, burned into my memory, and I knew with a certainty I couldn't explain that we hadn't seen the last of whoever or whatever had left them. We drove away from those woods, but something told me we weren't really leaving. Something told me that wherever we went from here, those words would follow. "We are waiting." And the worst part was, I believed them. We drove for about an hour before any of us spoke, me watching the road, and my partner staring out the window, and the dog curled up in the back seat, still trembling every now and then like he couldn't shake whatever he'd felt back at that campsite. I kept checking the rearview mirror, expecting to see something following us, some sign that those trees or whoever carved them was right behind us. But the road stayed empty, and the forest along the sides eventually gave way to open fields, and then small towns, and then the outskirts of a city I'd been to once before on a work trip. My partner asked where we were going, and I said I didn't know. I was just driving, putting distance between us and that place. They nodded and went back to staring out the window, and I could tell they were thinking the same thing I was thinking, which was that we hadn't really escaped anything. Those words were still in our heads. "We are waiting," and no amount of driving was going to erase them. We stopped for gas at a little station on the edge of a town I'd never heard of, and while I was filling up the tank, my partner went inside to get snacks and coffee. I stood there watching the pump tick over, and I caught myself looking at the trees along the edge of the parking lot. Just ordinary trees, maples and oaks, the kind you see everywhere. But I was looking at their bark anyway, checking for carvings, for words, for anything out of place. There was nothing there, just normal trees doing normal tree things, and I felt stupid for even looking. But I kept looking anyway, because once you've seen something like that you can't unsee it, and you can't stop your brain from scanning every piece of bark you pass for the rest of your life. My partner came back with coffee and a bag of donuts, and that look on their face that meant they'd been thinking hard about something. They got in the car and handed me my coffee and said we needed to talk about what happened, really talk about it, not just pretend it was some kids playing a prank. I said okay, even though I didn't want to talk about it at all. They said that the carvings changing overnight meant someone came back while we were sleeping, that whoever did this was still there, still watching, still adding to their message. I said I knew that, I'd figured that out already. They said that meant whoever it was could have hurt us if they wanted to, could have done a lot worse than just carving more words into trees, but they didn't. They just left that new message and disappeared. I asked what they were getting at, and they said maybe this wasn't about hurting us. Maybe this was about something else, something we didn't understand yet. I didn't have an answer for that, so I just started driving again, heading east now because east felt like the direction away from everything. We drove for another couple hours, passing through more small towns and more open country, and eventually we crossed into a different state without really meaning to. The dog had finally calmed down and was sleeping in the back seat, and my partner had dozed off too, their head against the window. I was alone with my thoughts for the first time since we'd found those carvings, and that was maybe the worst thing that could have happened, because my thoughts were not good company. I kept seeing those arrows in my mind, all pointing at us, all saying you are here like we were the only thing that mattered in that whole forest. I kept seeing the new words, we are waiting, and wondering who we was and what they were waiting for. I kept feeling that scratching sound in my ears, the one I'd heard outside the tent, The one I still wasn't sure was real, or just something my brain made up because I was so scared. We stopped for the night at a motel on the outskirts of a medium-sized city. The kind of place with cheap rates, and a parking lot full of trucks, and a neon sign that buzzed when the sun went down. I got us a room with 2 beds, even though we usually shared one, because after everything that happened I wanted space to think without my partners breathing right next to me. They didn't say anything about it, just grabbed their bag and went inside and sat on the edge of one of the beds staring at the TV that wasn't turned on. I sat on the other bed, and we just existed in that room for a while, not talking, not moving, just being 2 people who'd been through something we couldn't explain and didn't know how to process. That night I had dreams about trees, about being surrounded by them, about their branches reaching for me, and their roots coming up out of the ground to wrap around my ankles. I woke up sweating with the sheet twisted around my legs and my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The room was dark except for the little light from the bathroom that my partner had left on, and for a second I didn't know where I was or how I'd gotten there. Then I remembered, and I lay back down and stared at the ceiling and tried to slow my breathing down. That's when I noticed the dog wasn't on the bed with me. He'd been sleeping at my feet when I drifted off, but now he was over by the window, standing on his hind legs with his front paws on the sill, looking out at something. I called his name soft so I wouldn't wake my partner, and he turned his head to look at me for just a second before going back to whatever he was watching out there. I got up and walked over to the window and looked out. The parking lot was mostly empty, just a few trucks and our car, and some trash that had blown up against the fence. Beyond the parking lot was a field, and beyond that field was a line of trees, the kind of trees that separate a town from the countryside. They were just standing there in the moonlight like trees do, nothing special about them at all. But the dog kept staring at them, and his hackles were up, and every few seconds this little whine would come out of him like he wanted to tell me something, but didn't have the words. I stood there for a long time watching those trees, waiting for something to move or change or show itself. Nothing did, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there anyway, something that had followed us all this way, something that was still waiting. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat in the chair by the window with the dog in my lap and watched that tree line until the sun came up. When morning finally arrived, I felt like I hadn't slept in days, but at least the dark was gone and the trees looked normal again, just green things growing in a field. My partner woke up and saw me in the chair and asked if I'd been there all night. I said yes, and they didn't ask why, which meant they already knew. We packed up and got back on the road, and this time we drove west, then north, then anywhere the roads took us. We didn't have a destination anymore, just a need to keep moving, to stay ahead of whatever we were running from. For 3 days we drove like that, stopping only for gas and food, and the bare minimum of sleep in cheap motels. On the 3rd night we ended up in a town so small it didn't even have a motel, just a campground next to a river with spots for RVs and tents. My partner looked at me when we saw the sign, and I could tell they were thinking the same thing I was, which was that we hadn't camped since that night, and we weren't about to start again now. We kept driving and found a motel another 30 miles down the road, and by then we were both so tired we could barely see straight. We got a room and fell into bed without even taking our shoes off, and for the first time since we'd left that forest I slept without dreaming. When I woke up the next morning, the sun was already high and my partner was sitting at the little table by the window with their phone in their hand, and this look on their face that I couldn't read. I asked what was wrong, and they didn't answer right away, just handed me the phone and pointed at the screen. It was a news article from a town about 200 miles away, the one we'd passed through on our first day of driving. The article said that a family had gone missing from a campground in that area, a husband and wife and their 2 kids, last seen heading out for a day hike and never coming back. Searchers had been looking for 3 days with no sign of them. I read the article twice, then a 3rd time, and each time I felt this cold knot forming in my stomach. The campground where they'd disappeared was the same one we'd left in such a hurry. The same one with the carved trees and the arrows and the message that changed while we slept. My partner asked if I thought it was connected, and I said I didn't know, but we both knew I was lying. Of course it was connected. That family had probably set up camp in our old spot, or near it, and whoever or whatever had been watching us had watched them instead. I thought about those kids, about how old they might have been, about whether they'd seen the carvings and laughed them off like we almost did. I thought about their parents, about how scared they must have been when they realized something was wrong. I thought about all of it until I couldn't think anymore, And then I just sat there staring at the wall while my partner called the ranger station to find out more information. They were on the phone for a long time, and when they hung up, their face was pale in a way I'd never seen before. I asked what happened, and they said the ranger remembered us, remembered our report about the carvings. He'd gone out to check our old campsite after the family was reported missing, and he'd found the trees just like we'd described. Every single one of them carved with "You are here" and arrows pointing inward. But there was something new too, something that hadn't been there when we left. At the base of the biggest tree, the one that had the "We are waiting" carving, the ranger had found a pile of rocks arranged in a circle. Inside that circle was a small fire pit that hadn't been there before, and around that fire pit were 4 flat stones placed like seats. And on each of those stones, carved into the rock itself, was a word. Father, mother, son, daughter. I didn't say anything for a long time after my partner told me that. I just sat there with my hands shaking and my brain trying to process what it meant. The family was gone, and in their place was this arrangement, this setup, like somebody had set the table for a meal and the family was the food. My partner started crying then, not loud sobs but quiet tears running down their face. And I couldn't do anything to comfort them because I was too busy trying not to fall apart myself. The dog came over and put his head in my lap, and I stroked his fur and tried to think of what we should do next. Call the police? Tell them what we knew. But what did we know really? We knew that trees could be carved. We knew that messages could change overnight. We knew that a family had disappeared from a place where we'd seen weird things happen. That wasn't evidence, that was just a story. A story that made us look either crazy or guilty. We decided to go back. I don't know why exactly, maybe because we felt responsible, maybe because we needed to see for ourselves what had happened, maybe because some part of us knew that running hadn't worked, and the only way forward was to face whatever was waiting. We got in the car and drove back the way we'd come, 200 miles of highway and small towns and forest lining the road on both sides. Every time we passed a grove of trees, I caught myself staring at the bark, looking for words, looking for arrows, looking for any sign that we were being watched. I never saw anything, but that didn't make me feel better. If there was one thing I'd learned from all this, it was that the signs weren't always easy to see. Sometimes you had to be looking right at them, and even then you might miss what they really meant. We reached the campground in the late afternoon, and the first thing we noticed was the yellow tape strung across the entrance to the trail that led to our old site. A ranger vehicle was parked nearby, and a young woman in uniform was sitting on the hood making notes on a clipboard. We pulled up next to her and got out, and I introduced myself and my partner and explained that we'd been the ones who reported the carvings a few days ago. She nodded and said she remembered our report, that the older ranger had mentioned it before he went off duty. I asked if we could see the site, and she hesitated for a second before saying yes, that maybe we could help them understand what we'd seen. We walked up the trail together, the dog on his leash, and my partner holding my hand so tight I could feel their pulse through their palm. The campsite looked different now, not just because of the yellow tape marking certain areas, but because the trees themselves seemed closer somehow, like they'd moved in while we were gone. The carvings were still there. You are here on every trunk, arrows still pointing at the center. But there were new carvings too, fresh ones that hadn't been there before. On the biggest tree, the one that had said "We are waiting," the words had changed again. Now it said "You are back," and underneath that, another arrow, this one pointing not at the campsite but directly at us. The ranger saw it too and wrote something in her notes, but she didn't seem as bothered by it as we were. She showed us the circle of rocks, the 4 flat stones with the words father, mother, son, daughter carved into them. They were arranged exactly like seats around a table, and in the middle was a shallow pit where a fire had been burned recently. I knelt down and looked at the ashes, and mixed in with the wood and charcoal were things that made my stomach turn. A child's shoe melted and blackened. A woman's wedding ring, tarnished but still recognizable. A zipper from a jacket, the kind kids wear on camping trips. I stood up fast and backed away, and my partner saw my face and knew what I'd found without me having to say anything. The ranger asked if we recognized any of it, and I said no because I couldn't bring myself to say yes, even though that child's shoe was the same brand and size as the ones I'd seen on the little girl who'd waved at us as we drove away from this place. I didn't tell her that. I didn't tell her anything, because what was there to tell? That we'd seen a family walk up this trail and never come back? That we'd felt something watching us the whole time we were here? That the trees themselves seemed to be part of whatever happened? She'd think we were crazy, or worse, she'd think we were involved. We left the campsite without looking back. walked down the trail with the dog pulling at his leash like he couldn't get away fast enough. The ranger called after us, said she might have more questions later, but we just kept walking until we reached the car. We got in and sat there for a long time without starting the engine, just breathing and trying not to think about what we'd seen. Finally, my partner spoke and said we couldn't keep running, that whatever was happening would just follow us wherever we went. I asked what they thought we should do instead, and they said they didn't know, but maybe the answer was back there in those trees. Maybe the only way to stop it was to understand it. I looked in the rearview mirror at the trailhead, at the yellow tape fluttering in the breeze, at the trees beyond it standing patient and still. Somewhere in those woods was a family that would never come home, and somewhere in those woods was whatever had taken them. We'd run as far as we could, and we'd ended up right back where we started. That wasn't coincidence. That was a message, as clear as any carved into bark. You are here. You are back. And whatever was waiting, it had known we would return before we knew it ourselves. I started the car and pulled out of the parking lot, but this time I didn't drive away from the campground. I drove toward the nearest town, the one where we could get supplies, where we could rest, where we could figure out what came next. Because we weren't running anymore. We were going back in, and something told me that this time, whatever was waiting wouldn't let us leave again. We spent that night in a small motel on the edge of the town nearest to the campground, the kind of place with faded curtains and a TV that only got 3 channels and a bed that sagged in the middle from too many years of tired travelers. I barely slept, just lay there staring at the ceiling while my partner tossed and turned next to me, and the dog whimpered in his sleep like he was running from something in his dreams. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that child's shoe in the ashes, saw those 4 stones with their horrible labels, saw the new carving that said you are back and the arrow pointing right at us. By the time the sun started coming up, I was already dressed and sitting in the chair by the window, watching the parking lot and the trees beyond it, and waiting for something to happen that I couldn't name. My partner woke up around 8 and found me there, and they didn't say anything at first, just came over and put their hand on my shoulder and stood with me looking out at the morning. After a long time they asked if I was sure about going back in there, and I said I wasn't sure about anything anymore, but I knew we couldn't keep running. They nodded and said they felt the same way, that whatever was in those woods had been part of our lives since we first found those carvings, and maybe the only way to get our lives back was to understand what it wanted. We packed up our few things and loaded the car and drove to a hardware store in town where we bought supplies that made no sense for a normal camping trip. Rope and flashlights and batteries and a hatchet and a big container of lighter fluid and lighters and a compass and a map of the area and a satellite phone that cost way more than we could afford. But we bought it anyway because we needed a way to call for help if things went wrong. The clerk at the hardware store asked if we were going camping, and I said yes, and he smiled and said it was beautiful country out there, that he'd grown up hiking those trails and knew every inch of the forest. I wanted to tell him to stay away, to never go back there, to warn everyone he knew about what was waiting in those woods. But I didn't, because what would I have said? That the trees carved messages into themselves? That families disappeared and left only their belongings in ashes? That something had marked us and called us back? He'd have thought I was crazy, and maybe he'd have been right. Maybe we were crazy for going back. But crazy or not, we were going. We drove to the campground around noon, parked in the same lot where we'd left the car before, and started up the trail toward our old site. The yellow tape was still there, but it had been torn in places, like animals had pushed through it, or maybe something else had. The ranger vehicle was gone, and there was no sign of anyone else around. Just the forest and us, and the dog who was pulling at his leash and growling low in his chest the closer we got to the campsite. When we reached the clearing, I stopped and just looked for a long minute, trying to see if anything had changed since yesterday. The trees were still covered in carvings. You are here on every trunk, arrows pointing inward. The 4 stones were still arranged around the cold fire pit with their labels father, mother, son, daughter. But there was something new too, something that made my blood run cold. On the biggest tree, the one that had said you are back, the words had changed again. Now it said SIT with US. My partner grabbed my arm and pointed at the stones, and I saw what they were seeing. The stones weren't empty anymore. On each one, on the flat surface where the labels were carved, there was something placed there like an offering. On the stone marked father there was a man's wallet, old and worn, the kind a dad would carry. On mother there was a woman's ring, not the one from the ashes, but a different one, gold with a small diamond. On son there was a little toy truck, the kind a boy might have been playing with before he disappeared. On daughter there was a hair ribbon, pink and frayed, like it had been pulled from a little girl's head. I recognized the ring from the ashes yesterday, the one that had been in the fire pit. It was the same one, I was sure of it, which meant someone had moved it from the ashes to this stone, which meant someone had been here since we left, arranging things, setting the table. The dog started barking then, not his normal bark, but something high and scared, and he was facing the tree line behind us. I spun around and looked but didn't see anything, just the trees and the shadows between them. But the dog kept barking, kept staring, kept backing away from whatever he saw. My partner called his name and tried to calm him down, but he wouldn't stop, wouldn't even look at us, just kept barking at those trees with his hackles up and his teeth showing. And then from somewhere deep in the woods, we heard something answer. Not a bark, not an animal sound, but something else. A low creaking, like a tree bending in a wind that wasn't blowing. And beneath that creaking, a sound almost like words, almost like speech, but not quite. It was like listening to something try to talk that had never had a mouth before. I grabbed my partner's hand, and we stood there in the middle of that clearing, surrounded by carved trees and arranged stones, and the sounds of something coming closer from the woods. The dog had stopped barking and was just trembling now, pressing against our legs and whining. The creaking grew louder, and I could see movement in the tree line, branches swaying that shouldn't have been swaying, trunks shifting that should have been rooted firm. And then, from between two big pines, something stepped out into the clearing. It was made of roots and branches and moss and soil, shaped roughly like a person but wrong in every detail. Its arms were too long, its legs bent at angles that didn't match human joints. Its head was a knot of twisted wood with something that looked like mushrooms growing in a pattern that might have been a face. It stood at the edge of the clearing and looked at us, and even though it had no eyes, I felt it seeing me, seeing through me, seeing everything I was and everything I'd ever been. The thing took a step forward, then another, moving with that same creaking sound like trees in pain. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't work. Wanted to scream, but my throat wouldn't open. My partner was frozen beside me, their hand gripping mine so hard I thought bones might break. The dog had stopped even whining, just lay on the ground with his head between his paws, shaking. The creature walked past us like we weren't even there, walked right to the circle of stones, and stood looking down at them for a long moment. Then it reached out with one of those two long arms and touched each stone in turn, tracing the words father, mother, son, daughter with its branch-like fingers. When it finished, it turned back to us and opened what might have been its mouth, and from that opening came a sound that was almost speech. "You are back," it said, and the words weren't spoken so much as pushed into my mind, felt in my bones rather than heard with my ears. "We knew you would come. They always come back. The ones who see, the ones who run, they always return. It is the way of things. It is the hunger." I tried to speak, tried to ask what it wanted, who it was, what had happened to the family. But no words came out, just a strangled sound that might have been a sob. The creature tilted its head, that impossible motion, and the mushrooms on its face pulsed with a pale light. "You have questions," it said. "They always have questions. But questions are for the living, and you are not living anymore. Not truly. Not since the first night, when you slept in our circle and woke to our message. You have been ours since then. You just did not know it yet." My partner found their voice then, asked what that meant, asked what we were if we weren't living. The creature turned to them, and the mushrooms pulsed again, faster this time. "You are marked," it said. "You are chosen. You are the ones who will help us set the table for the ones who come after." The family was the first course, but the meal is not over. The meal never ends. And you, the ones who saw and ran, you will be our hands, our voices, our invitation to the next guests. You will carve the trees. You will arrange the stones. You will welcome the new ones to their seats. This is your purpose now. This is what you became when you slept in our circle and woke to our words. I felt something then, a pulling deep inside me, like roots growing through my veins, like branches spreading in my chest. I looked down at my hands and saw them changing, the skin getting rough and brown, the fingers lengthening and stiffening. I screamed and tried to stop it, tried to pull back whatever was happening, but the change kept going, kept spreading. My partner grabbed my hands and held them, and I saw that theirs were changing too, the same roughness, the same lengthening. We looked at each other with horror, watched as our skin became bark, our nails became twigs, our blood became sap. The creature watched too, and I could feel its satisfaction like a warmth spreading through the clearing. "It is beginning," it said. "The transformation. The joining. Soon you will be part of us, part of the forest, part of the hunger. And you will help us feed, as all the others have before you, as all the others will after you. I tried to fight it, tried to pull away from whatever was happening, but the change had its own momentum now. I could feel roots pushing through the soles of my feet, digging into the soil, anchoring me to this place. I could feel branches trying to push out from my shoulders, from my head, from every part of me. My partner was crying, tears running down their face and falling onto the ground where the roots drank them up. The dog was barking again, but it sounded far away, like he was at the end of a long tunnel. And the creature stood watching, patient and eternal, waiting for us to become what it had always known we would become. But then something happened that I didn't expect. The dog stopped barking and lunged, not at the creature but at me, at my legs where the roots were coming out. He bit at them, tore at them with his teeth, pulled them out of the soil with a pain that was worse than anything I'd ever felt. I screamed and tried to push him away, but he kept going, kept biting and pulling, kept freeing me from the ground. My partner saw what he was doing and joined in, pulling at the roots on my legs, tearing them loose, ignoring the creature that was now making a sound like trees falling. The dog moved to my partner then, did the same for them, biting and pulling until they too were free. We collapsed on the ground, gasping, our hands still rough and brown but changing back now, the bark fading, the roots retreating. The creature took a step toward us, then another, and the sound it made was different now, angry and hungry and frustrated. But the dog stood between us and it, barking and growling, showing his teeth, daring it to come closer. And something in the creature's posture changed, like it was afraid of this small animal that shouldn't have been able to hurt it. It stopped moving forward and just stood there, watching, waiting. The dog didn't back down, didn't stop barking, didn't give an inch. And slowly, so slowly, the creature began to fade, its form becoming less solid, more like mist and shadow. It spoke one last time, the words pushing into my mind weaker now, fading like it was. "You will come back," it said. "They always come back. The roots are in you now, even if you pulled them out. The mark is on you now, even if you cannot see it. You will return to us. It is only a matter of time." Then it was gone, just gone, like it had never been there at all. The clearing was empty except for us and the dog and the carved trees and the arranged stones with their offerings. We lay on the ground for a long time, breathing hard, holding each other, feeling our hands to make sure they were still hands and not branches. The dog licked our faces and whined and pressed against us, and I've never loved anything as much as I loved that dog in that moment. He'd saved us. He'd pulled us back from whatever we were becoming. He'd fought something that shouldn't have been able to be fought, and he'd won. We got up eventually, helped each other stand, and looked around the clearing one last time. The carvings were still there, the stones were still there, the offerings were still there. But something felt different now, like the place had lost some of its power, some of its hold on us. Maybe the creature had put too much of itself into trying to change us, and the dog's attack had weakened it. Maybe we'd broken something by pulling free. Maybe it was just our imagination, our desperate need to believe we'd won something. Whatever it was, we took it and we ran with it. We grabbed what was left of our supplies and we ran down that trail as fast as we could, the dog leading the way, not stopping until we reached the car and got inside and locked the doors. We sat there for a long time, engine running, air conditioning blasting, not saying anything. Then my partner spoke and asked what we did now, where we went, how we lived with what we'd seen, and what we'd almost become. I didn't have answers, not then, but I knew one thing for certain. The creature had said the roots were in us, that the mark was on us, that we would come back. Maybe that was true. Maybe it was just trying to scare us. But either way, we couldn't keep running forever. We had to find a way to fight, a real fight, one that didn't end with us becoming part of that forest. We had to find out what that thing was and how to kill it. We had to find out if the family was really gone, or if some part of them was still in those trees, waiting to be saved. We had to go back, eventually, because the creature was right about one thing. We were marked, and marked things always return to the place that marked them. The only question was whether we'd return as prey or as hunters. I started the car and drove away from that place, but this time I wasn't running. I was regrouping. I was planning. I was getting ready for the next time, because I knew in my gut there would be a next time. And next time, I intended to win. We drove for hours without any real direction, just putting distance between us and that clearing, that creature, that moment when we'd felt ourselves turning into something not human. My partner sat in the passenger seat with their hands in their lap, staring at their palms like they expected the bark to come back at any second. The dog was curled up in the back, exhausted from whatever he'd done back there, from fighting something that shouldn't have been able to be fought. I kept checking my own hands on the steering wheel, flexing my fingers, making sure they were still fingers and not branches. They were for now. But the creature's words kept echoing in my head. The roots are in you now. The mark is on you now. You will return to us. I didn't want to believe it, but I could feel something different inside me, something that hadn't been there before. A connection, maybe, or just the memory of one. A tiny thread pulling at my insides, pointing back toward that forest no matter how far we drove. We ended up in a city around dusk, a real city with tall buildings and busy streets, and people everywhere living their normal lives with no idea what was lurking in the woods just a few hours away. I found a motel on the outskirts, something cheap and anonymous where we could hole up and try to figure out what came next. We got a room on the second floor overlooking the parking lot, and I stood at the window for a long time just watching the trees at the edge of the pavement. Ordinary trees, city trees, the kind that grow in planter boxes and along sidewalks. But I was watching them anyway, waiting for them to move, to change, to show me that the creature's reach extended even here. They didn't. They just stood there like trees should, and eventually I let the curtain fall and turned back to the room. My partner was sitting on the edge of the bed with the dog's head in their lap, stroking his fur and staring at nothing. I sat down next to them, and we just existed for a while, two people who'd been through something that had no name and no explanation. Finally my partner spoke, asked what we were going to do, how we were going to live with this, whether we'd ever feel safe again. I said I didn't know, but I knew one thing for sure. We couldn't just go back to our old lives, couldn't pretend this hadn't happened, couldn't ignore the pull I felt inside me toward that place. The creature had said we'd return, and I believed it. Not because I wanted to, but because I could feel it, that thread, that connection, that knowing that no matter where we went, part of us would always be back there in that clearing. That night I dreamed of roots. Not scary roots, not the grabbing kind from before, but roots spreading underground, connecting everything, making a network that stretched farther than I could imagine. I dreamed of trees talking to each other, sharing news, passing along warnings and invitations. I dreamed of the creature, not as a monster but as a gardener, tending its forest, caring for its trees, waiting patiently for the harvest. And in the dream, I was part of it. I was a root, a branch, a leaf. I was exactly where I belonged. I woke up gasping, covered in sweat, and lay there in the dark trying to remember who I was, what I was, where my body ended and the dream began. My partner was sleeping peacefully next to me, and the dog was at the foot of the bed, and everything looked normal. But I didn't feel normal. I felt like part of me was still underground, still connected, still reaching toward that forest. In the morning we talked about what to do, really talked, the kind of talk where you lay everything out and look at it from every angle. We considered going to the police, telling them everything, but we both knew how that would sound. We considered finding a scientist, a researcher, someone who studied strange phenomena, but we didn't know where to start looking. We considered just disappearing, changing our names, moving to a place with no trees, if such a place existed. But we both knew, without saying it, that none of those options would work. The creature had marked us, and marked things don't get to choose their own paths. They follow the mark, whether they want to or not. So we decided to do the only thing that made any sense. We decided to learn everything we could about that forest, that area, that creature. We spent days in libraries and online, reading old newspapers and historical records and Native American legends and local folklore. We found stories going back over 100 years of people disappearing in those woods, families vanishing from campsites, hikers never coming back from day trips. We found articles about a logging operation that failed in the 1920s because the loggers kept getting lost, kept wandering in circles, kept coming out with stories about trees that moved and whispered. We found a journal from a settler in the 1880s who wrote about finding a clearing with stones arranged in a circle, stones that had words carved into them in a language no one could read. We found all of it, and none of it gave us answers. It just gave us more questions, and a growing certainty that what we'd encountered was older than we could imagine, older than the town, older than the settlers, older maybe than anything human. The one thing that kept coming up in our research was the idea of sacrifice. Old stories talked about offerings made to the forest, gifts left at certain trees, rituals performed at certain times of year. One legend said that the forest would take what it was given, and if it wasn't given enough, it would take what it wanted instead. Another said that the trees themselves were hungry, that they fed on the life force of anything that came near them, that they'd been feeding for thousands of years and would never stop. A third said that the forest was actually alive, a single creature spread across millions of acres, and that the trees were just its fingers, reaching out to touch and taste and consume. That last one hit close to home, because it matched what the creature had said, what we'd felt, what we'd almost become. My partner found a map, an old topographical map from the 1950s, and spread it out on the motel room floor. They'd marked the location of our campsite, the clearing, the trail. And then they'd marked something else, something I hadn't noticed before. About a mile deeper into the forest, beyond where any trails went, there was a spot on the map labeled only with a word in an old handwriting. I leaned down to look closer, and my blood ran cold. The word was heart. Not heart like the organ, but heart like the center, the core, the most important part. My partner pointed at it and said they thought that was where the creature lived, where it came from, where maybe we could find a way to stop it. I asked how they knew, and they said they didn't know, not for sure, but something about that spot called to them, pulled at them, the same way the forest pulled at me. They could feel it too, that thread, that connection. And it was pointing straight at that spot on the map. We argued about it for hours. I said it was crazy to go deeper into the forest, that we'd barely escaped with our lives, that going back at all was stupid, and going to the heart was suicidal. My partner said that running hadn't worked, that hiding hadn't worked, that the only way to break the connection was to face whatever was at the other end of it. They said they'd rather die trying to end this than live the rest of their life feeling that pull, knowing that someday they'd give in and go back anyway. I couldn't argue with that, because I felt it too. Every day that passed, that thread got a little stronger, that pull got a little harder to resist. Eventually, one way or another, we would end up back in that forest. The only choice we had was whether we went back as victims or as something else. So we started preparing. Not for a camping trip this time, but for something more like a war. We bought better gear, stronger flashlights, more rope, more lighters, more fuel. We bought a real axe instead of a hatchet, and a saw, and a machete for cutting through brush. We bought flares and smoke signals, and a first aid kit that could handle just about anything. We bought camping food that would last, and water purification tablets, and a tent that was supposed to be bear-proof. We bought all of it, spent way more money than we had, because we didn't know if we'd come back, and we wanted to give ourselves the best chance possible. The day before we were supposed to leave, I sat in the motel room with the dog and thought about everything that had happened. I thought about the first day, coming back to those carvings, feeling that wrongness I couldn't name. I thought about the arrows changing, the new messages appearing, the family that disappeared. I thought about the creature, its mushroom face, its voice in my head, its roots trying to claim us. I thought about the dog, brave little buddy, fighting something that should have been impossible to fight and winning. I thought about my partner, their strength, their determination, their refusal to give up even when giving up would have been easier. And I thought about myself, about who I'd been before all this, and who I was becoming now. I wasn't the same person who'd come back from a hike laughing and thinking about dinner. That person was gone, replaced by someone who'd seen too much, felt too much, known too much. Someone who was marked, connected, pulled. Someone who had no choice but to go back. We drove out early the next morning, the dog in the back, our gear packed tight, the map on the seat between us. The sky was gray and threatened rain, but we didn't care about weather anymore. We cared about finding that spot, that heart, and facing whatever lived there. We parked at the same trailhead, the one with the yellow tape still hanging torn and faded, and we started walking. Past our old campsite, past the clearing with the stones, past where we'd seen the creature and fought its pull. Deeper into the forest than we'd ever been, into places where the trails ended and the undergrowth took over. We used the compass and the map and the pull we both felt, that thread leading us forward, guiding us towards something we couldn't see, but could feel with every step. The forest changed as we went deeper. The trees grew closer together, their branches interlacing overhead until barely any light got through. The air got cooler, damper, smelling of earth and rot and something else, something sweet that made me think of flowers growing on graves. The sounds changed too, the normal bird calls and insect noises fading away until all we could hear was our own breathing and footsteps and the occasional crack of a branch underfoot. The dog stayed close, pressed against my leg, not barking or growling, but just staying near like he knew we were in a place where making noise was dangerous. After hours of walking, we came to a ridge overlooking a valley that wasn't on the map. The map showed flat land continuing for miles, but here there was a dip, a depression, a bowl-shaped hollow filled with trees that looked different from the ones around them. These trees were older, bigger, their trunks wider than any I'd ever seen, their branches twisted into shapes that almost looked like something. Like people, maybe. like people reaching, straining, trying to escape. My partner grabbed my arm and pointed, and I saw what they were pointing at. In the center of the hollow, where the trees formed a circle around an open space, there was something that didn't belong. A structure, maybe, or just a shape. It was hard to tell from this distance. But we both felt it, that pull getting stronger, that thread tightening, that knowing that we'd found what we were looking for. The heart. The center. The place where the creature lived. We stood on that ridge for a long time, just looking down at that hollow, at those trees, at whatever was in the middle of it all. The dog whined and pressed closer, and I could feel him trembling against my leg. My partner asked if I was ready, and I said I didn't know if ready was possible, but I was here and I was going forward. They nodded and took my hand, and together we started down into the hollow, into the heart, into whatever was waiting for us there. The trees around us seemed to lean closer as we passed, their branches reaching, their roots shifting in the soil. But they didn't touch us, didn't grab us, didn't try to stop us. It was like they were letting us pass, allowing us to approach, inviting us to whatever waited at the center. As we got closer, the shape in the middle became clearer. It wasn't a structure, not exactly. It was more like a gathering, a congregation, a crowd of something. Trees, yes, but trees arranged in a circle around a central point. And at that central point, something that looked almost like a throne, made of living wood, grown that way rather than built. And sitting on that throne, or growing from it, or maybe just being it, was the creature. But different now, bigger, more solid, more real. Its mushroom face turned toward us as we approached, and even without eyes I felt its gaze, felt it seeing us, knowing us, welcoming us. "You came back," it said, the words pushing into my mind like before. "We knew you would. They always come back to the heart. It is the way of things. It is the hunger. It is the feast. And now you are here, and the feast can begin. Welcome, children. Welcome home." We stood at the edge of that hollow looking at the creature on its throne of living wood, and I felt something I hadn't felt before. Not fear exactly, but something deeper. Something like knowing that this was where I was always going to end up, that every step of my life had been leading to this moment in this place. The dog pressed against my leg, and I could feel him shaking, but he wasn't barking or growling now, just staying close like he knew we needed whatever comfort we could get from each other. My partner's hand found mine and squeezed, and I squeezed back, and together we took the last few steps down into the heart of that circle where the creature waited. As we got closer I could see more details, things I'd missed from the ridge. The throne wasn't just made of wood, it was made of trees that had grown together, their trunks twisting and merging until they formed something that looked almost like a chair. And in that chair, the creature wasn't sitting so much as flowing, its body part of the wood, connected to it, emerging from it like a branch grows from a trunk. Around the edges of the clearing, the trees were different too. They had shapes that almost looked like people, like figures frozen in the middle of movement, their branches arranged like arms reaching out. I thought about the family, about all the people who'd disappeared here over the years, and I wondered if these trees were them, if they were still in there somewhere, aware and trapped and waiting. "You see them," the creature said, and this time its voice was different, not just in my head but in the air around us, a creaking and rustling that formed words. "You see what they became, what you will become, what all guests become when they join the feast. It is not death, not as you understand it. It is transformation, becoming part of something larger. You fought this before, but fighting only delays. It does not prevent. You are here now, at the heart, and here the transformation cannot be stopped." I felt that pulling again, stronger than ever, roots trying to push through my feet, bark trying to form on my skin. But this time I was ready for it, or at least I tried to be. I focused on staying myself, on remembering who I was, on holding on to the things that made me human. My partner was doing the same. I could feel them fighting beside me, refusing to give in. The dog barked once, loud and sharp, and the sound seemed to break something in the air, made the pulling weaken for just a second. The creature's mushroom face pulsed with what might have been annoyance, or might have been pain. I couldn't tell which. "You bring the animal," it said. "The small one who bit at our roots, who tore our connections, who hurt us in ways we had forgotten could hurt. We do not understand the animal. It is not like you. It cannot become part of us. It can only fight, and fighting is all it knows. Why do you keep it with you? Why do you protect it when it cannot be saved?" I looked down at the dog, at his brave little face, at his teeth that had pulled me free from the roots before. I thought about all the years we'd had together, all the hikes and car rides and lazy afternoons. I thought about how he'd saved us, twice now, how he'd fought something that shouldn't have been able to be fought and won. And I knew that whatever happened here, I would protect him with everything I had, even if I couldn't save myself. Because he's family, I said, and my voice sounded strange in that place, small and human and out of place. Because we don't abandon family. Because he'd die for us and we'd die for him, and that's what makes us different from you. The creature seemed to consider this, its mushroom face tilting in that horrible way. Different, it said. Yes, you are different. That is why we hunger for you. That is why we have always hungered for you. Your difference is what feeds us, what sustains us, what makes the feast worthwhile. Without your difference, you would be like the animals, just meat, just fuel. But with it, you are something more. You are a flavor we cannot find anywhere else. My partner stepped forward then, letting go of my hand, moving closer to the creature than I was comfortable with. You keep talking about feasts and hunger, they said, but you're not eating us. You're turning us into trees. That's not food, that's something else. The creature's laugh was like wind through dead leaves, dry and rustling and wrong. You think eating is only about consumption? You think hunger is only about the mouth? We are older than mouths. We are older than teeth. We have been hungry since before your kind crawled from the mud, and our hunger is not satisfied by mere flesh. We hunger for experience, for memory, for the things that make you you. When you become part of us, you bring all of that with you. Every thought you've ever had, every feeling you've ever felt, every moment of your life becomes part of the network. We do not consume your body. We consume yourself. The body is just the container, and we find better uses for it. I thought about the trees around the clearing, the ones that looked like people. I thought about what it would be like to be trapped in one of them, aware but unable to move, feeling the roots grow through what used to be your veins, feeling the branches spread from what used to be your arms. I thought about the family, the father and mother and their 2 kids, probably in these trees right now, still conscious, still aware, still themselves but unable to do anything about it. The horror of that hit me harder than any physical pain ever could, and I felt tears running down my face that I hadn't even noticed starting. The creature noticed them though. It always noticed. You weep for them, it said. You weep for the ones who came before. But you do not weep for yourselves, and you should. You are about to join them. The pull you feel, the roots beneath your feet, the bark forming on your skin, it is all happening faster now. The heart accelerates the process. Here, transformation takes moments instead of days. Soon you will forget your names. Soon you will forget each other. Soon you will forget that you ever were anything but part of us. I looked down at my hands and saw that the bark was back, spreading faster than before, covering my fingers and moving up my wrists. My partner was the same, their arms already rough and brown halfway to the elbow. The dog was barking again, jumping at our legs, trying to pull us away, but this time we were too deep, too far gone, too close to the heart. The roots were coming up from the ground, wrapping around our ankles, pulling us toward the trees that waited, the ones that had shapes like people, the ones that had space for 2 more. But something happened then that I didn't expect. My partner looked at me, really looked, and in their eyes I saw something that wasn't fear or despair. It was love, pure and strong and burning so bright it seemed to light up the whole clearing. They reached for me with their bark-covered hands, and I reached for them with mine, and we held onto each other as the roots pulled and the bark spread and the creature watched. And in that holding, something changed. The pulling weakened. The bark stopped spreading. The roots loosened their grip. It was like our love was a fire, burning away whatever the creature was trying to do, protecting us in a way nothing else could. The creature felt it too, I could tell. Its mushroom face twisted, pulsed, tried to push harder against whatever we were doing. But it couldn't. Our love was stronger than its hunger, at least in that moment, at least for long enough. The dog kept barking, kept jumping, kept being the brave little animal that wouldn't give up. And together, the 3 of us, we started to pull back. Not running, not yet, but stepping away from the throne, away from the heart, back toward the edge of the clearing where the trees weren't quite so hungry. You cannot leave, the creature said, but its voice was different now, weaker, like it was straining. The heart holds you. The roots know you. You are ours, and you will always be ours. Leaving now only delays. It does not prevent. We will find you again, wherever you go. We will pull you back whenever we choose. There is no escape from the forest. There is no escape from us. But we kept stepping backward, kept holding on to each other, kept moving away from that throne. The roots reached for us but couldn't quite grab. The branches swung toward us but couldn't quite touch. Something was protecting us, something we didn't understand, something that might have been love, or might have been luck, or might have been just the creature's own weakness showing at last. Whatever it was, we took it, and we used it, and we kept moving until we reached the edge of the clearing, the place where the trees started to thin out, the place where the heart's power seemed to fade. At that edge, we stopped and looked back. The creature was still on its throne, still watching, still pulsing with that pale light. But it wasn't following, wasn't reaching, wasn't doing anything to stop us. It just sat there, waiting, patient, eternal. "You will return," it said one last time. They always return. The heart calls, and the marked ones answer. It is only a matter of when, not if. Go now. Rest. Prepare. We will be here when you come back, as we have always been here, as we will always be here. The forest does not forget. The forest does not forgive. The forest only waits. We turned and walked, then ran, then stumbled through the woods back the way we came. Past the strange trees, past the ridge, past the places where the forest felt less hungry. We ran until our legs gave out and we collapsed on the forest floor, gasping, holding each other, feeling our hands to make sure they were still hands. The bark was gone. The roots were gone. We were human again, at least for now. The dog lay beside us, panting but alive, and I pulled him close and buried my face in his fur and cried like I hadn't cried since I was a child. We made it back to the car somehow. I don't remember how. We drove away from that place, away from the forest, away from the heart. We found another motel, another anonymous room, another night of staring at the ceiling and wondering what came next. The creature's words echoed in my head, as I knew they always would. "You will return." They always return. And I knew it was true. Not because I wanted it to be, but because I could still feel that thread, that connection, that pull toward the heart. It was weaker now, after our escape, but it was still there. It would always be there. We were marked, and marked things always go back. But maybe, I thought as I lay there in the dark, maybe going back didn't have to mean giving in. Maybe we'd learned something in that clearing, something about the power of love, about the strength of holding on to each other, about the way the creature couldn't touch us when we were connected. Maybe that was the key, the weapon we'd been looking for. Not fire or axes or anything physical, but the bond between us, the thing that made us human, the thing the creature didn't understand and couldn't fight. Maybe that was how we'd win, if winning was even possible. My partner stirred beside me and asked if I was okay. I said I didn't know, but I was here, and they were here, and the dog was here, and for now that was enough. They nodded and closed their eyes, and soon their breathing evened out into sleep. I stayed awake a while longer, watching the window, watching the trees outside that weren't part of the forest, weren't part of the heart, were just ordinary trees doing ordinary things. And I thought about what came next. The creature had said the heart would call us back, and I believed it. The only question was when, and whether we'd be ready. I didn't have answers yet, but I had time. Time to plan, time to prepare, time to figure out how to fight something that had been fighting for longer than humans had existed. Time to find a way to break the connection, to remove the mark, to set ourselves free. If such a thing was even possible. If such a thing existed. As I drifted off to sleep, I felt that thread again, that pull toward the heart. But this time it felt different. Less like a chain dragging me back, and more like a rope I could choose to follow or not. Maybe that was progress. Maybe that was hope. Or maybe it was just my brain trying to make sense of something that made no sense, trying to find meaning where there was only hunger and waiting and the patient patience of the forest. Either way, I held on to it. I held on to my partner's hand, and the dog's warm body, and the memory of love burning bright enough to push back the dark. And I slept, and I dreamed, and in my dreams I was back at the heart. But this time I wasn't afraid. This time I was ready. This time I was the one waiting. We stayed in that motel room for 3 days, barely leaving except to get food, and let the dog do his business. Most of the time we just sat there, my partner and I, going over everything that had happened, every detail of our encounters with the creature, every word it had said, every feeling we'd had when the roots tried to claim us. We wrote things down in a notebook, creating a kind of record, a map of what we knew and what we didn't. The dog stayed close, sleeping between us, waking often to stare at the door or the window like he expected something to come through at any moment. I didn't blame him. I felt the same way. On the third night, my partner woke me from a dream I couldn't remember, shaking my shoulder and whispering that something was wrong. I sat up fast, heart pounding, and looked around the room. Everything seemed normal, the door still locked, the window still closed, the dog still sleeping at the foot of the bed. But my partner pointed at their arm, at the skin just above their wrist, and I saw what had woken them. A thin line of brown, like a root, was visible under their skin. running from their wrist up toward their elbow. I grabbed their arm and looked closer, and it moved. I swear it moved, pulsing like it had a heartbeat of its own. I checked my own arms and found the same thing, a line of brown under the skin, starting at my wrist and going up. We sat there in the dark, staring at these marks, feeling them pulse, knowing what they meant. The roots were still in us. The mark was still on us. We hadn't escaped at all. In the morning we went to a doctor, a real doctor in a real clinic, and we made up a story about strange bruises that wouldn't go away. The doctor examined us, ran tests, took blood, and came back with a confused look on his face. He said he couldn't explain what he was seeing, that there appeared to be some kind of foreign material in our bloodstream, something that looked almost like plant matter, but shouldn't have been possible. He asked if we'd been in any accidents, if we'd had any unusual exposure to chemicals or radiation. We said no, thanked him, and left before he could ask more questions. There was nothing he could do for us anyway. This wasn't a medical problem. This was something else entirely. We spent the next week researching, not just the forest this time, but anything we could find about people being marked, about roots growing inside human bodies, about connections between people and trees. We found stories from all over the world, from different times and different cultures, stories that sounded impossible but felt true. In South America, there were legends of people who became trees after wandering into certain forests. In Europe, there were tales of woods that ate travelers, leaving only trees behind. In Asia, there were myths about spirits that lived in roots and claimed anyone who slept in their groves. It was all connected, all part of something bigger than one forest in one part of one country. The creature had told us it was everywhere, that the forest was global, that the hunger was ancient. We were beginning to understand just how true that was. The marks on our arms grew over that week, spreading slowly up toward our shoulders. We could feel them now, not just see them, a constant pulling sensation like something inside us was reaching for something outside. At night we dreamed of roots and branches and the heart, always the heart, that clearing with the throne and the creature waiting. We woke up exhausted, drained, feeling like we'd been running all night even though we hadn't moved. The dog was changing too, his fur getting patchy in places, his eyes taking on a distant look like he was seeing things we couldn't. We were all being claimed slowly but surely, and there was nothing we could do to stop it. My partner was the one who finally said what we were both thinking. We had to go back, not because we wanted to, but because staying away was killing us. The roots inside us needed the forest, needed the heart, needed whatever connection they were designed to maintain. The longer we stayed away, the worse we felt, the faster the marks spread, the stronger the pull became. Going back was surrender, maybe, but staying here was death. Or worse, was becoming something that wasn't quite dead and wasn't quite alive, just trapped between, waiting for the end that never came. We had to choose, and we chose to go back. This time we prepared differently. We didn't bring weapons or fire, or any of the things we'd thought would protect us before. We made it back to the car somehow. I don't remember how. We drove away from that place, away from the forest, away from the heart. We found another motel, another anonymous room, another night of staring at the ceiling and wondering what came next. The creature's words echoed in my head, as I knew they always would. You will return. They always return. And I knew it was true. Not because I wanted it to be, but because I could still feel that thread, that connection, that pull toward the heart. It was weaker now, after our escape, but it was still there. It would always be there. We were marked, and marked things always go back. But maybe, I thought as I lay there in the dark, maybe going back didn't have to mean giving in. Maybe we'd learn something in that clearing, something about the power of love, about the strength of holding on to each other, about the way the creature couldn't touch us when we were connected. Maybe that was the key, the weapon we'd been looking for. Not fire or axes or anything physical, but the bond between us, the thing that made us human, the thing the creature didn't understand and couldn't fight. Maybe that was how we'd win, if winning was even possible. My partner stirred beside me and asked if I was okay. I said I didn't know, but I was here, and they were here, and the dog was here, and for now that was enough. They nodded and closed their eyes, and soon their breathing evened out into sleep. I stayed awake a while longer, watching the window, watching the trees outside that weren't part of the forest, weren't part of the heart, were just ordinary trees doing ordinary things. And I thought about what came next. The creature had said the heart would call us back, and I believed it. The only question was when, and whether we'd be ready. I didn't have answers yet, but I had time. Time to plan, time to prepare, time to figure out how to fight something that had been fighting for longer than humans had existed. Time to find a way to break the connection, to remove the mark, to set ourselves free. If such a thing was even possible. If such a thing existed. As I drifted off to sleep, I felt that thread again, that pull toward the heart. But this time it felt different. Less like a chain dragging me back, and more like a rope I could choose to follow or not. Maybe that was progress. Maybe that was hope. Or maybe it was just my brain trying to make sense of something that made no sense, trying to find meaning where there was only hunger and waiting and the patient patience of the forest. Either way, I held on to it. I held onto my partner's hand, and the dog's warm body, and the memory of love burning bright enough to push back the dark. And I slept, and I dreamed, and in my dreams I was back at the heart, but this time I wasn't afraid. This time I was ready. This time I was the one waiting. We stayed in that motel room for 3 days, barely leaving except to get food, and let the dog do his business. Most of the time we just sat there, my partner and I, going over everything that had happened, every detail of our encounters with the creature, every word it had said, every feeling we'd had when the roots tried to claim us. We wrote things down in a notebook, creating a kind of record, a map of what we knew and what we didn't. The dog stayed close, sleeping between us, waking often to stare at the door or the window like he expected something to come through at any moment. I didn't blame him. I felt the same way. On the third night, my partner woke me from a dream I couldn't remember, shaking my shoulder and whispering that something was wrong. I sat up fast, heart pounding, and looked around the room. Everything seemed normal, the door still locked, the window still closed, the dog still sleeping at the foot of the bed. But my partner pointed at their arm, at the skin just above their wrist, and I saw what had woken them. A thin line of brown, like a root, was visible under their skin, running from their wrist up toward their elbow. I grabbed their arm and looked closer, and it moved. I swear it moved, pulsing like it had a heartbeat of its own. I checked my own arms and found the same thing, a line of brown under the skin, starting at my wrist and going up. We sat there in the dark, staring at these marks, feeling them pulse, knowing what they meant. The roots were still in us. The mark was still on us. We hadn't escaped at all. In the morning we went to a doctor, a real doctor in a real clinic, and we made up a story about strange bruises that wouldn't go away. The doctor examined us, ran tests, took blood, and came back with a confused look on his face. He said he couldn't explain what he was seeing, that there appeared to be some kind of foreign material in our bloodstream, something that looked almost like plant matter, but shouldn't have been possible. He asked if we'd been in any accidents, if we'd had any unusual exposure to chemicals or radiation. We said no, thanked him, and left before he could ask more questions. There was nothing he could do for us anyway. This wasn't a medical problem. This was something else entirely. We spent the next week researching, not just the forest this time, but anything we could find about people being marked, about roots growing inside human bodies, about connections between people and trees. We found stories from all over the world, from different times and different cultures, stories that sounded impossible but felt true. In South America, there were legends of people who became trees after wandering into certain forests. In Europe, there were tales of woods that ate travelers, leaving only trees behind. In Asia, there were myths about spirits that lived in roots and claimed anyone who slept in their groves. It was all connected, all part of something bigger than one forest in one part of one country. The creature had told us it was everywhere, that the forest was global, that the hunger was ancient. We were beginning to understand just how true that was. The marks on our arms grew over that week, spreading slowly up toward our shoulders. We could feel them now, not just see them, a constant pulling sensation like something inside us was reaching for something outside. At night we dreamed of roots and branches and the heart, always the heart, that clearing with the throne and the creature waiting. We woke up exhausted, drained, feeling like we'd been running all night even though we hadn't moved. The dog was changing too, his fur getting patchy in places, his eyes taking on a distant look like he was seeing things we couldn't. We were all being claimed slowly but surely, and there was nothing we could do to stop it. My partner was the one who finally said what we were both thinking. We had to go back, not because we wanted to, but because staying away was killing us. The roots inside us needed the forest, needed the heart, needed whatever connection they were designed to maintain. The longer we stayed away, the worse we felt, the faster the marks spread, the stronger the pull became. Going back was surrender, maybe, but staying here was death. Or worse, was becoming something that wasn't quite dead and wasn't quite alive, just trapped between, waiting for the end that never came. We had to choose, and we chose to go back. This time we prepared differently. We didn't bring weapons or fire, or any of the things we'd thought would protect us before. We brought food and water and warm clothes and the dog, always the dog. And we brought something else, something we'd discovered in our research. A plant, a common weed really, that grew in forests all over the world. Its leaves, when crushed and rubbed on skin, were said to repel certain kinds of spirits, certain kinds of forest magic. We found it growing behind the motel, of all places, and we harvested as much as we could, crushing the leaves into a paste and rubbing it on our arms, our faces, anywhere the roots might try to enter. It smelled terrible and stung when we put it on, but we didn't care. We'd try anything at this point. The drive back to the forest felt different from before. We weren't running this time, weren't scared in the same way. We were going to face whatever waited, to find out what the creature really wanted, to maybe make a deal or find a way to break the connection for good. The dog sat in the back with his head out the window, seeming more like his old self than he had in days, like he knew we were doing something right for once. My partner held my hand across the console, and we didn't talk much, just watched the landscape change from city to suburbs to country to forest as we got closer to our destination. We parked at the same trailhead, but this time the yellow tape was gone, replaced by a new sign that said the area was closed due to hazardous conditions. We ignored it and started walking, following the trail we knew by heart now, past the places where we'd camped and fought and run. The forest felt different today, less hostile somehow, like it was waiting for us rather than trying to keep us out. The carvings were still on the trees. You are here on every trunk, but they seemed older now, faded, like they'd been there for years instead of weeks. The arrows still pointed inward, but they didn't feel threatening anymore. They felt like directions, like invitations, like the forest was showing us the way home. We reached the clearing where we'd first seen the creature, the place with the stones and the fire pit. The stones were still there, still labeled father, mother, son, daughter, but the offerings were gone, replaced by fresh ones. New things, new memories, new people who had come and gone while we were away. We didn't stop to look closely. We kept walking, past the clearing, toward the ridge, toward the heart. The forest grew darker as we went, the trees closer together, the air cooler and damper. But we kept going, following the pull inside us, following the marks on our arms that pulsed stronger with every step. At the ridge we stopped, looking down at the hollow, at the heart, at the throne where the creature waited. It was there, of course, it was always there. And this time it wasn't alone. Around the edges of the clearing, the trees that looked like people were moving. Not much, just a little, just enough to show that they were aware of us. Their branches reached out, their roots shifted in the soil. Their trunks seemed to lean toward us like they wanted to welcome us home. The creature on its throne raised what passed for its head and looked at us, and I felt its voice in my mind before it even spoke. "You have returned," it said. "We knew you would. The marks brought you back, as they always do. But you're different this time. You are not afraid. You are not fighting. You are accepting. This is good. This is how it should be. Come down. Join us. Become part of the feast." We walked down into the hollow, my partner and I and the dog, walking together, holding hands, not running or fighting or trying to escape. We walked right up to the throne, right up to the creature, and we stopped and looked at it. Up close it was even stranger than I remembered. Its body made of countless roots and branches woven together, its face that cluster of mushrooms pulsing with pale light, its eyes that weren't eyes but still saw everything. It looked at us and waited, patient as always, eternal as always. "We're here," my partner said. "We came back, but not to become part of your feast. We came to make a deal." The creature's laugh was like wind through dead leaves, dry and rustling and wrong. "A deal," it said. "You want to make a deal with the forest, with the hunger, with something that has been consuming your kind since before you had words for deal. What could you possibly offer that we would want? What could you possibly give that we cannot take?" "Ourselves," I said. "Not as food, not as trees, but as something else. As guardians, as protectors, as the ones who bring others to you willingly, without fighting, without fear. You said yourself that the feast is about experience, about memory, about the things that make us human. But when you take people by force, when you terrify them and trap them and turn them into trees, you don't get the best of them. You get fear and pain and desperation. That's not the full flavor. That's not the complete meal." The creature considered this, its mushroom face pulsing thoughtfully. "You speak of things we have considered before," it said. "There have been others who offered similar arrangements. They always failed. They always tried to cheat, to save themselves, to find ways to escape their bargain. You would do the same. You are human. It is what humans do. Maybe, my partner said. But maybe not. Maybe we're different. Maybe what we have, the love between us, the bond with our dog, the things that let us fight you at the heart and win, maybe those things make us capable of keeping a promise. You felt it, didn't you? When we held on to each other, when we wouldn't let go, you couldn't take us. That love was stronger than your hunger. What if we used that love to help you? What if we became the ones who brought others here, who prepared them, who made them willing? Think what the feast would be like then. Not fear and pain, but acceptance and peace. Not desperation, but surrender. Not the scraps of terrified minds, but the full richness of lives fully lived and willingly given. The creature was quiet for a long time, so long I started to think it had rejected our offer, that we'd have to fight or run again. But then it spoke, and its voice was different, softer, almost curious. You believe you can deliver this, it said. You believe you can bring us willing guests, prepared guests, guests whose experience will be richer than any we have taken by force. This is a bold claim. This is a dangerous promise. If you fail, if you try to cheat, if you run again, we will take you anyway. And your transformation will not be gentle. You will feel every root, every branch, every moment of becoming. You will suffer as none have suffered before. Do you understand this? We understood. We'd known the risks before we came. We nodded, and the creature seemed satisfied. Then we have a bargain, it said. You will go from this place, and you will find others to bring to us. You will prepare them, make them willing, bring them to the heart. In return, the marks on your arms will stop spreading. The roots inside you will stop growing. You will remain as you are, human enough to move among humans, marked enough to always find your way back. And when your time comes, when you are old and your lives are fully lived, you will return to us willingly, and we will welcome you as honored guests, and your transformation will be gentle. This is our offer. This is our deal. Do you accept? We looked at each other, my partner and I, and we thought about everything that had brought us here. The carvings, the creature, the family that disappeared, the roots that grew inside us, the love that had saved us when nothing else could. We thought about what we were agreeing to, what it would mean to spend our lives bringing others to this place, to this fate. It was horrible, monstrous, unforgivable. But it was also survival, for us and for the dog. And maybe, just maybe, we could find a way to make it something else. Maybe we could find people who were already dying, already suffering, who would welcome a gentle end and a peaceful transformation. Maybe we could be something other than monsters. Maybe we could be mercy. We accepted. We said the words, and the creature heard them, and the bargain was sealed. The marks on our arms pulsed one last time, then stopped spreading, stopped growing, just stayed where they were as a reminder of what we'd agreed to. The roots inside us settled, became dormant, waiting for the day we'd finally return for good. The dog, sensing the change, wagged his tail for the first time in weeks, and the creature on its throne nodded, satisfied, and dismissed us with a wave of its branch-like hand. Go now, it said. Begin your work. Find the ones who are ready, the ones whose time is near, the ones who would welcome what we offer. Bring them to us, and we will be grateful. Bring them to us, and you will be free. For now, for a time, until your own time comes, and you return to us at last. We will be waiting. We are always waiting. We left the hollow, climbed the ridge, walked back through the forest toward the trailhead. The trees seemed less threatening now, almost friendly, like they recognized us as allies rather than prey. The carvings on their trunks seemed to welcome us. You are here now, feeling like a greeting rather than a warning. We reached the car and got in and sat there for a long time, not talking, just processing what we'd done, what we'd agreed to, what our lives would be from now on. My partner was the first to speak. They asked if I thought we'd done the right thing, if there even was a right thing in a situation like this. I said I didn't know, but I knew we were alive, and the dog was alive, and the marks had stopped spreading, and that had to count for something. They nodded and said they guessed that was true, but they couldn't stop thinking about what we'd promised, about the people we'd have to find, about the lives we'd have to end. I didn't have an answer for that, because I was thinking the same thing. We drove away from the forest, away from the heart, away from the creature and its bargain. But this time we weren't running. We were going to find our first guest, our first offering, the first person we'd bring to that place to save ourselves. It was horrible and wrong, and we had no choice. The marks on our arms reminded us of that every time we looked at them. The pull in our chests reminded us every time we tried to ignore it. We were bound now, bound to the forest, bound to the creature, bound to this terrible purpose. And somewhere out there, the first person we would betray was living their life, unaware of what was coming, unaware of us. I thought about that person as we drove, about what they might be like, about whether they'd fight or accept, about whether we could find a way to make their end gentle, peaceful, almost kind. I thought about the creature's words, about the feast being richer when the guests were willing. Maybe that was true. Maybe we could find people who were ready to go, people with nothing left to live for, people who would see the forest as a release rather than a trap. Maybe we could be something other than monsters. Maybe we could be mercy after all. Or maybe we were just lying to ourselves, making excuses for the horrible thing we'd agreed to do. Maybe we were just as bad as the creature, just as hungry, just as willing to consume others to save ourselves. I didn't know. I couldn't know. All I knew was that we were alive, and the dog was alive, and the marks had stopped spreading, and for now that was enough. For now we had time. Time to figure out who we were now, what we'd become, how we'd live with the bargain we'd made. Time to find the first guest, and the second, and all the ones after, until our own time came and we returned to the heart at last. As the forest faded in my rearview mirror, I felt that pull again, that connection, that knowing that I would always find my way back here. But this time it didn't feel like a chain. It felt like a promise I'd made, a promise I'd keep, a promise that would define the rest of my life. Whatever that life looked like now, whatever we became, whatever waited for us down this dark and terrible road we'd chosen. We were bound to the forest now, bound to the heart, bound to each other. And that, at least, was something. That, at least, was ours. We drove for 2 days after leaving the forest, putting distance between us and the heart, but also searching. Searching for what? We didn't exactly know at first. The creature had told us to find guests, people who were ready, people whose time was near. But how do you find someone like that? How do you look at a stranger and know they're dying, know they're suffering, know they'd welcome an end that most people would run from screaming? We didn't have answers, so we just drove, watching the towns and cities pass by, watching the people on the streets living their normal lives with no idea what lurked in the woods or what we had become. On the third day we found ourselves in a small city in a state I'd never visited before, parked outside a hospital of all places. We hadn't planned to come here, hadn't even thought about hospitals, but somehow that's where we ended up. My partner looked at the building and then at me, and I could see they were thinking the same thing I was. Hospitals were full of people whose time was near, full of people suffering, people with no hope, people who might welcome a gentle end if it was offered the right way. It was horrible to think that way, monstrous even, but it was also true. And we had made a bargain. We had to keep it. We sat in the parking lot for hours, watching people come and go, trying to work up the courage to go inside. The dog slept in the back, exhausted from the drive, from the changes in his body, from whatever the forest had done to him. His fur was still patchy, his eyes still distant, but he seemed peaceful enough, dreaming of something that made his paws twitch. I wished I could dream of whatever he was dreaming. My dreams were all roots and branches, and the creature waiting. Finally my partner said we had to do something. We couldn't just sit here forever. They suggested we go in, just look around, see if anyone felt right. I asked how we'd know, how we'd recognize the one we were supposed to find. They said they didn't know, but maybe the marks would tell us. Maybe the roots inside us would guide us to the right person. It sounded crazy, but everything about our lives was crazy now. I nodded and we got out of the car, the dog staying behind because animals weren't allowed inside. I hated leaving him, but we didn't have a choice. The hospital was like any other hospital, clean and bright and smelling of disinfectant and sickness. People in uniforms walked quickly down the halls, carrying clipboards and pushing equipment. People in regular clothes sat in waiting rooms, their faces drawn with worry and exhaustion. We walked past them all, not sure where we were going, just letting ourselves move. And then we felt it. A pull, stronger than before, coming from somewhere deeper in the building. The marks on our arms pulsed, and we knew we were being guided. We followed the pull through corridors and past nursing stations until we came to a room at the end of a long hall. The door was partly open, and through the gap we could see an old woman lying in a bed, hooked up to machines that beeped and hummed. She was alone, no family in sight, just lying there with her eyes closed and her breathing shallow. We stood outside that room for a long time, just watching, just feeling the pull that told us this was the one. My partner whispered that we couldn't do this, couldn't just walk in and offer death to a stranger. I whispered back that we didn't have a choice, that the bargain was made, that if we didn't bring someone the creature would come for us and for the dog and maybe for others too. It was a weak argument and we both knew it, but it was the only argument we had. We pushed the door open and stepped inside. The old woman opened her eyes as we entered, and I was struck by how calm she looked, how peaceful. Most people in her situation would have been scared or angry or sad, but she just looked at us with this quiet acceptance, like she'd been expecting someone. She asked who we were, and I told her our names, the first time I'd said my name out loud since this whole nightmare began. "My name is David," I said, "and this is my partner Alex. We're here to talk to you about something important." She nodded like that made perfect sense, and gestured for us to sit in the chairs beside her bed. We talked for a long time that day, the old woman and us. Her name was Margaret, and she was 87 years old, dying of cancer that had spread too far to treat. Her husband had passed 10 years ago, her children lived far away and rarely visited, and she spent most of her days alone in this room waiting for the end. She told us she wasn't afraid of dying, had made peace with it long ago, but she was tired of the waiting, tired of the pain, tired of being hooked up to machines that kept her alive but didn't let her live. She asked why we were here, what we really wanted, and we told her the truth. All of it. The forest, the creature, the bargain, everything. We expected her to call for help, to scream, to throw us out. Instead she just listened, nodded, and when we finished she was quiet for a long moment. Then she smiled, a real smile, the first genuine smile I'd seen in weeks. She said she'd always believed there was more to the world than what we could see. Always felt that something waited for her after death. She said our story was strange and frightening and probably crazy, but she believed us anyway. Maybe because she had nothing left to lose. Maybe because she could see the marks on our arms, the roots under our skin, the truth we couldn't hide. Maybe because she was ready, truly ready, to go wherever the next step took her. She asked what she would become, what would happen to her if she came with us. We told her about the trees, about becoming part of the forest, about joining the network of consciousness that had been growing for millennia. We told her it wasn't death as most people understood it, but transformation, becoming something new while still retaining everything she'd ever been. She thought about that for a long time, then nodded and said it sounded better than rotting in the ground or burning to ash. She asked if she could say goodbye to anyone, and we said of course, we'd wait as long as she needed. She laughed at that, a dry little laugh, and said there was no one left to say goodbye to. She was ready now. She'd been ready for years. We helped her out of bed, which was harder than we expected because she was weak and the machines were attached to her. She insisted on unplugging everything herself, pressing the buttons that silenced the alarms, removing the tubes and wires with steady hands. The nurses would come eventually, would find her gone, would wonder what happened. But that wasn't our concern. Our concern was getting her to the car, to the forest, to the heart. We supported her between us, walking slowly through the hospital corridors, past the nursing station where no one looked up, out into the parking lot where the dog waited. He sniffed her hand when we approached, then wagged his tail, accepting her like he knew she was meant to come with us. The drive back to the forest took most of a day, and Margaret slept through most of it, curled in the back seat with the dog keeping her company. Alex and I barely spoke, both of us lost in our own thoughts about what we were doing, what it meant, whether we were saviors or monsters or something in between. When we reached the trailhead, Margaret woke up on her own, looked at the trees, and smiled again. She said it felt like coming home, even though she'd never been here before. She said she could feel the forest calling to her, welcoming her, waiting for her. We helped her out of the car and started the long walk to the heart. The walk was harder than we expected because Margaret was weak and the trail was rough. But she refused to let us carry her, insisted on walking on her own 2 feet as long as she could. We stopped often to let her rest, and each time she would look around at the trees with wonder, touching their bark, feeling their presence. She said she could hear them whispering, not in words but in feelings, welcoming her, thanking her for coming. I couldn't hear anything, but I believed her. She was closer to them now than we were, closer to what she would become. We reached the ridge overlooking the hollow as the sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and red. Margaret stood at the edge looking down at the heart, at the throne, at the creature waiting. She wasn't afraid. If anything, she seemed eager, like a child about to open presents on Christmas morning. She asked if we would come with her, stay with her until the end. We said we would. She took our hands, one on each side, and together we walked down into the hollow for the last time. The creature was waiting on its throne, its mushroom face pulsing with that pale light. It looked at Margaret and seemed to nod, seemed to approve. "You have brought us a willing guest," it said. "One whose time was near, whose suffering was great, whose heart is open to what we offer. This is good. This is as it should be." Welcome, Margaret. We have been waiting for you. We have always been waiting for you. Margaret let go of our hands and walked toward the throne on her own, her steps steady now, stronger than they'd been all day. She reached the creature and stopped, looking up at it without fear. She asked what happened next, what she needed to do. The creature reached out with one of its branch-like arms and touched her forehead gently. You need do nothing, it said. Just close your eyes and let go. We will do the rest. We will catch you. We will hold you. We will make you part of us, and you will never be alone again. Margaret closed her eyes, and the transformation began. It was different from what we'd experienced, from what we'd seen before. There was no struggle, no fear, no pain. Roots rose from the ground and wrapped around her gently, lifting her, carrying her toward a tree that stood near the throne. Its trunk split open, revealing a hollow space inside, and the roots placed her there like a gift. The tree closed around her, and for a moment we could see her face through the bark, peaceful, smiling. Then the bark sealed completely, and she was gone. But not gone. We could feel her now, her presence in the network, her consciousness joining the others, becoming part of something vast and ancient and eternal. She was happy. She was home. The creature turned to us, and its voice was softer than we'd ever heard it. You have done well, it said. You have kept your bargain. The guest was willing, and her joining enriches us beyond measure. You may go now, and you may return when you find another. The marks on your arms will guide you, as they always have. And when your own time comes, we will welcome you as we welcomed her, with gentleness and peace. This we promise. This we swear. We left the hollow, climbed the ridge, walked back through the dark forest to the trailhead. We didn't talk, didn't need to. We both felt Margaret's presence now, a new thread in the network, a new connection that warmed us rather than scared us. She was out there, part of everything, aware and at peace. And somehow, that made what we'd done feel less like betrayal and more like mercy. Maybe that was just us lying to ourselves again. Maybe it was true. We'd never know for sure. At the car, the dog was waiting, wagging his tail like he knew something good had happened. We got in and drove away from the forest, but this time the pull was different. It was still there, always there, but it felt less like a chain and more like a tether, something that connected us to something good rather than something terrible. We'd found our first guest. We'd kept our bargain. We'd given Margaret the peaceful end she deserved. And somehow, in doing so, we'd found a kind of peace ourselves. As we drove into the night, Alex asked what came next, whether we'd keep doing this, finding others like Margaret, bringing them to the heart. I said I didn't know, but I knew we had to. The marks would guide us, the pull would lead us, and we'd find who we were meant to find. It was our purpose now, our reason for being. We were the ones who brought the willing to the feast. We were the ones who made the gentle transformations possible. We were something new in the world, something that had never existed before. And maybe, just maybe, that was enough. The road stretched ahead, dark and empty, leading to places we'd never seen, people we'd never met. Somewhere out there was the next guest, the next Margaret, the next person whose time was near and whose heart was open. We would find them. We would bring them home. And in doing so, we would keep ourselves alive, keep the dog alive, keep the bargain we'd made. It wasn't the life we'd planned. It wasn't the life we'd wanted. But it was the life we had, and we would live it as best we could. Together. Always together. Until our own time came, and we joined Margaret in the heart of the forest, becoming part of something that would outlast stars. We drove through the night after leaving Margaret at the heart, and by morning we were in a state we'd never visited before, flat farmland stretching in every direction with forests only in the distance. The pull in our chests had faded to a low hum after we completed our task, like the creature had rewarded us with a little peace, a little rest before the next guest called to us. We found a small motel off a highway exit and slept for 12 hours straight, the dog curled between us, all of us exhausted in ways that went beyond just physical tiredness. When we woke, it was evening again, and the marks on our arms were pulsing softly, gently, guiding us somewhere new. We followed the pull for 3 days this time, across state lines and through small towns and big cities, always moving, always searching. The dog seemed to understand what we were doing now, staying alert in the back seat, his nose twitching at every scent, his eyes watching the road ahead like he could see the pull too. Alex and I talked less during this time, both of us processing what we'd become, what we'd done, what we'd keep doing for the rest of our lives. We were death's messengers now, bringing willing souls to a forest that would consume them. But Margaret's peaceful face, her smile as the tree closed around her, that stayed with us. That made it bearable. That made it almost beautiful. The pull led us to a small town in the mountains, the kind of place where everyone knows everyone and strangers stand out. We parked on a main street lined with old buildings and watched people go about their daily lives, looking for someone who felt right, who pulled at us stronger than the rest. It didn't take long. An old man sat on a bench outside a diner, feeding birds from a paper bag, his hands shaking slightly, his eyes distant and sad. The marks on our arms pulsed hard when we looked at him, and we knew. This was the next guest. We approached him carefully, not wanting to scare him, and asked if we could sit. He nodded without looking up, just kept tossing crumbs to the pigeons gathered at his feet. We sat there for a long time, not talking, just being present with him, letting him get used to us. Finally he spoke, his voice rough with age, and something else, something like grief. He said his name was George, and he'd lost his wife 6 months ago. They'd been married 53 years, and now he didn't know what to do with himself. His kids lived far away, his friends had mostly passed, and he spent his days feeding birds and waiting for his own time to come. He said he wasn't afraid of dying, was actually looking forward to it, to seeing his wife again. But the waiting was hard, so hard, and he didn't know how much longer he could do it. Alex and I looked at each other, and we knew this was right. George was ready, truly ready, just like Margaret had been. We told him our story, all of it, the same way we'd told Margaret. We expected him to think we were crazy, to get up and walk away, to call someone who would take us away. But he just listened, nodded, and when we finished he was quiet for a long moment. Then he asked if he would see his wife again, if she was out there somewhere in that forest, in that network of souls. We didn't know the answer to that, but something in us, maybe the marks, maybe the connection to the heart, told us yes. Yes, she was there. Yes, he would find her. Yes, they would be together again, in a way that lasted forever. George cried then, not loud sobs, but quiet tears running down his weathered face. He said he'd been waiting for this, for someone to come and show him the way. He said he'd felt something calling him for weeks, a pull towards something he couldn't name, and now he understood what it was. It was us. It was the forest. It was his wife, reaching out from beyond, telling him it was time. He stood up from the bench, scattering the last of the breadcrumbs, and said he was ready. He was ready to go home. We drove back to the forest with George in the back seat, the dog curled beside him like they'd known each other forever. George talked the whole way, telling us stories about his wife, about their life together, about the kids and the grandkids and the house they'd shared for 50 years. He talked about their first date, their wedding, the fights and the makeups, and the quiet evenings watching TV. He talked like he was saying goodbye, like he was gathering up all his memories to take with him. And maybe he was. Maybe that's what the feast was really about, not consuming memories but preserving them, adding them to the network, making them last forever. When we reached the trailhead, George looked at the forest and smiled the same way Margaret had smiled, like he was coming home. He walked the trail without help, stronger than he'd seemed on the bench, like the forest itself was giving him energy for this last journey. We reached the ridge overlooking the hollow as the sun was setting, painting everything in gold and red, and George stopped and looked down at the heart. He said he could feel her there, his wife, waiting for him. He said he could hear her voice in the rustle of the leaves, calling his name, telling him to come home. He walked down into the hollow without waiting for us, and we followed, watching as he approached the throne where the creature waited. The creature looked at George and seemed to recognize something in him, something familiar. "You have come," it said. "You have answered the call. Your wife is here, part of us now, part of the network. She has been waiting for you, counting the days until you joined her. She sends her love, her longing, her welcome. Are you ready to see her again?" George nodded, tears streaming down his face, and held out his hands. The creature reached out with its branch-like arms and touched him gently, and the roots rose from the ground to receive him. They wrapped around him softly, lifting him, carrying him toward a tree near the throne, one we hadn't noticed before. Its bark had a pattern that almost looked like a face, a woman's face, kind and patient and loving. George saw it and smiled, reached for it, and as the tree opened to receive him, he whispered his wife's name. The tree closed around him, and for a moment we could see them both through the bark, two figures embracing, finally together again. Then the bark sealed, and they were one, part of each other, part of the forest, part of everything. We stood there for a long time, Alex and I and the dog, feeling the new presence in the network, the joy of two souls reunited after so long apart. The creature watched us, and its mushroom face pulsed with something that might have been satisfaction, might have been gratitude. "You have done well again," it said. "You have brought us another willing guest, one whose love enriches us beyond measure. The network grows stronger with each such joining. The feast becomes richer with each such gift. You are fulfilling your bargain better than we could have hoped. We left the hollow and walked back through the dark forest, but this time the forest didn't feel dark at all. It felt warm, welcoming, full of presences that were happy to have us there. George and his wife were part of it now, their love adding to the network, their joy spreading through the roots and branches. We could feel them both, their happiness, their peace. And somehow, that made what we were doing feel right. Not just necessary, but right. We were helping people find their way home. We were reuniting loved ones. We were adding to something beautiful rather than something terrible. At the car, Alex stopped and looked back at the forest, their face lit by the moonlight. They asked if I thought we'd find our own loved ones here someday. If when our time came we'd be reunited with everyone we'd brought, with Margaret and George and all the others. I said I didn't know, but I hoped so. I hoped that the network was more than just storage, more than just a collection of memories. I hoped it was a community, a family, a place where souls could find each other and be together forever. The creature had said the feast was about experience, about the things that made us human. Maybe love was the biggest part of that. Maybe love was what the forest really hungered for, what it had always hungered for. We drove away from the forest, back toward the highway, back toward wherever the pull would take us next. The marks on our arms pulsed softly, resting now, waiting for the next call. Somewhere out there was another Margaret, another George, another soul ready to come home. We would find them. We would bring them. And in doing so, we would build something that would last forever, a network of love and memory that stretched across time and space. It wasn't the life we'd imagined. It wasn't the life we'd wanted. But it was the life we had, and we were learning to find meaning in it, purpose in it, even joy. As we drove, I thought about George and his wife, together again after 6 months apart. I thought about Margaret, alone no more, part of something vast and welcoming. I thought about all the others we would bring, all the reunions we would enable, all the love we would add to the network. And I thought about Alex beside me, and the dog in the back, and the bond that kept us going through all of this. We were family, the three of us, and nothing the forest did could change that. Not the marks, not the pull, not the bargain. We were together, and together we would face whatever came next. The road stretched ahead, dark and empty, leading to places we'd never seen. Somewhere out there was the next guest, calling to us without knowing it, their time approaching, their heart opening. We would find them. We would bring them home. And the forest would grow richer, the network stronger, the feast more beautiful. It was a strange purpose, a strange life, but it was ours. And for now, that was enough. Weeks passed, then months, and we fell into a rhythm that felt almost normal for the lives we now led. The pull would come, sometimes soft and gentle, sometimes strong and urgent, and we would follow it wherever it led. We found guests in hospitals and nursing homes, in hospices and private residences, in parks where old people fed birds, and on porches where widowers sat alone watching the sunset. We found them in cities and towns, in rich neighborhoods and poor ones, in every kind of place you could imagine. And each time, we would sit with them, tell them our story, offer them the choice. Most said no, thought we were crazy, called us names or threatened to call the police. We would leave those ones alone, because the creature had made clear that only willing guests would do. But some said yes. Some were ready. Some had been waiting for someone like us to show them the way. We brought 17 guests to the heart in that first year. 17 souls who joined the network willingly, who became part of the forest with peace in their hearts and smiles on their faces. We watched them transform, each in their own way, some quick and some slow, but all of them gentle, all of them beautiful. We felt them join the network, felt their presence added to the others, felt the forest grow richer with each new addition. Margaret was still there, and George and his wife, and all the others, their consciousness mingling, their memories becoming part of something vast and eternal. We could reach out and touch them now, not physically but in our minds, feel their thoughts and emotions, share in their peace. It was strange at first, having so many voices in our heads, but we got used to it. We even came to cherish it, this connection to so many lives, so much love. The dog changed too as the months passed. His fur grew back, but it was different now, streaked with green in places, almost like moss. His eyes had that distant look less often, and when he looked at us we could feel his thoughts. Not in words, but in feelings, the same way we felt the guests. He was becoming part of the network too, in his own way, his animal consciousness adding something the forest had never had before. The creature told us this was good. that the dog was teaching them things they'd never understood about loyalty and love and the bond between species. He was a gift, the creature said, an unexpected gift that made the whole bargain richer. Alex and I changed too, but slowly, almost without noticing. The marks on our arms spread a little, not much, just enough to remind us that we weren't fully human anymore. We could feel the roots inside us more clearly now, not as something foreign, but as part of us, extensions of ourselves that connected us to the network even when we were far from the heart. We could reach out and touch the guests whenever we wanted, feel their presence, share in their peace. We could feel the creature too, not as a threat, but as something like a parent watching over us, guiding us, grateful for what we did. It was strange to feel that way about something that had once tried to consume us, but stranger things had happened. Everything about our lives was strange now. The second year brought more guests, 23 of them, each with their own story, their own reasons for being ready. A woman whose children had all died before her, leaving her alone and longing for reunion. A man with a terminal illness who wanted to choose his end rather than suffer through it. A couple married 60 years who refused to be separated by death and came together, hand in hand, to the heart. We brought them all, watched them all transform, felt them all join the network. And with each addition, the forest felt fuller, richer, more alive. The trees themselves seemed to grow stronger, their leaves greener, their branches more welcoming. The heart pulsed with a light we could see now, even from the ridge, a soft glow that warmed us as we approached. The creature changed too, or maybe we just understood it better. Its mushroom face was less frightening now, almost beautiful in its own way, the pale light pulsing in rhythms that matched the network's heartbeat. It spoke to us often when we visited, not just about the guests but about the forest, about its history, about the millions of years it had waited for this, for willing guests to come and enrich it. It told us stories of the old days, when it had to take by force, when the guests fought and suffered and their joining was painful for everyone. Those were dark times, it said, times it was glad were ending. We had changed that, it said. We had shown it a better way. We were its children now, its beloved children, and it would never forget what we'd given it. In the third year, something unexpected happened. The pull came not for an old person near death, but for someone young, someone in the middle of life. We felt it strongly, urgently, and followed it to a city far from the forest, to a hospital where a girl of 16 lay in a bed, her body broken by a disease that was eating her alive. She had months left at most, the doctors said, and they were painful months, full of treatments that made her sick and hope that kept getting crushed. When we found her, she was alone, her parents having stepped out for coffee, and she looked at us with eyes that had seen too much suffering for someone so young. We sat with her and told her our story, all of it, not hiding anything. We expected her to be scared, to call for help, to do what most people did. Instead, she listened, really listened, and when we finished she was quiet for a long time. Then she asked if she would be in pain, if the transformation hurt, if she would still be herself afterward. We told her the truth, that it was gentle, peaceful, that she would become part of something beautiful, that she would never be alone again. She nodded and said she was ready. She'd been ready for months, she said, but didn't know how to end things without hurting her parents. This way, she said, they would never know. They would just think she'd pass naturally, and she would be at peace, and maybe someday they would join her in the network too. We brought her to the heart that night, carrying her because she was too weak to walk. Her parents would find her gone in the morning, would search and grieve, and never know what happened. That was the hardest part of what we did, the grief we left behind. But the girl was peaceful as we carried her through the forest, looking up at the stars through the branches, smiling at the beauty around her. At the heart, the creature received her gently, more gently than we'd ever seen it receive anyone. Roots rose and wrapped around her like a mother's arms, lifting her, carrying her to a young tree near the throne. Its trunk opened and received her, and as it closed we saw her face through the bark, peaceful, smiling, at rest at last. Her presence joined the network, young and bright and full of the life she'd never gotten to live, and the forest seemed to sigh with satisfaction, with gratitude, with love. After that, the pull changed. It still came for the old and the dying, but it came for others too. Young people with no hope, people in the middle of lives that had become unbearable, people who had lost everything and everyone and just wanted peace. We brought them all, each one willing, each one ready, each one adding something unique to the network. The forest grew richer with every addition, the network stronger, the creature more content. And we grew too in our understanding, in our connection, in our love for these souls we guided home. By the 5th year, we had brought over 100 guests to the heart. 100 souls who would have suffered and died alone, now part of something eternal. 100 families who would never know what happened, but whose loved ones were at peace. We thought about them sometimes, the ones left behind, the parents and children and friends who would always wonder. But we couldn't let that stop us. The guests chose this. They were ready. We were just the ones who helped them find their way. The dog was old now, 12 years old, which is old for a dog his size. His muzzle was gray and his steps were slower, but his eyes were bright and his connection to the network stronger than ever. He could communicate with the guests now, not in words but in feelings, and they loved him as much as we did. When his time came, we knew he would join them, become part of the forest in his own way, add his unique consciousness to the network. It would break our hearts to lose him, but we would still feel him, still be connected to him, still love him forever. That was the gift the forest had given us, the knowledge that love never ends, that connection never breaks, that we are all part of something bigger than ourselves. Alex and I had been together for 15 years now, 5 of them as guides for the forest. Our love had only grown stronger through everything we'd been through, the terror and the bargaining and the purpose we'd found. We held hands as we walked through the forest, as we guided guests to the heart, as we sat on the ridge and watched the sun set over the hollow. We were partners in everything, bound by more than just our relationship, bound by the marks on our arms and the roots in our bodies and the network in our minds. We were part of the forest now, as much as any guest, and we would be part of it forever. The creature called us to the heart one evening, not for a guest, but just to talk. It sat on its throne, its mushroom face pulsing softly, and it looked at us with something like pride. "You have done more than we ever expected," it said. "You have brought us over 100 willing guests, each one enriching the network beyond measure. You have shown us a better way to feed, a way that brings peace rather than pain. You have become our children, our teachers, our hope. We are grateful. We will always be grateful." We thanked it, but we told it the truth. We hadn't done this for gratitude. We'd done it because it was the only way to survive at first, and then because we found meaning in it, purpose in it, even joy. We'd done it because the guests deserved a gentle end, because the forest deserved to grow in peace, because love was the only thing that mattered in the end. The creature nodded, understanding, and then it told us something we hadn't expected. It said our time was approaching. Not soon, not for years yet, but approaching. The marks on our arms had spread more than we realized. The roots inside us had grown deeper. When we were ready, when we had lived our lives fully, we would return to the heart and join the network permanently. And when we did, we would be welcomed as the most honored guests of all. We left the hollow that night with strange feelings swirling inside us. Fear, yes, but also peace. Acceptance, even anticipation. We had seen what happened to guests, had felt their joy as they joined the network. We knew it wasn't an end, but a beginning, a transformation into something beautiful and eternal. When our time came, we would be ready. We would go together, Alex and I and the dog, and we would become part of the forest forever. And all the guests we'd brought, all the souls we'd guided home, would be there to welcome us. As we drove away from the forest that night, the marks on our arms pulsed gently, contentedly, like hearts beating in rhythm with the network. The dog slept in the back, dreaming whatever dogs dream, his connection to the forest strong even in sleep. Alex held my hand across the console, and we didn't talk, didn't need to. We just drove, together, toward wherever the pull would take us next. Somewhere out there was another guest, another soul ready to come home. We would find them, we would bring them, and we would add another thread to the network of love that was growing stronger with every passing year. The road stretched ahead, dark and empty, leading to places we'd never seen. But we weren't afraid anymore. We had each other. We had the dog, we had the forest and all its guests. We had purpose and meaning and love that would never die. Whatever came next, we were ready. Whatever waited, we would face it together. Because that's what family does. That's what love does. It endures. It transforms. It becomes part of something that will outlast stars. The years passed like seasons in the forest, each one bringing new guests, new additions to the network, new threads in the vast tapestry of consciousness that had grown around the heart. By the 10th year, we had brought over 300 souls to their final rest, each one willing, each one ready, each one adding something unique to the whole. We knew them all by name, by story, by the feeling of their presence in the network. Margaret was still there, her calm wisdom a foundation for newer guests. George and his wife were inseparable, their love a beacon for others. The young girl we'd brought in the 3rd year had grown in the network, her brightness illuminating dark corners we hadn't known existed. They were all there, all part of us, all part of each other. The dog finally left us in the 12th year, old and tired and ready. We carried him to the heart ourselves, our old friend, our faithful companion who had saved us so many times. The creature received him with a gentleness that brought tears to our eyes, roots rising to wrap around him like a blanket, lifting him to a tree that had been waiting just for him. As the tree closed around him, we felt his presence join the network, bright and joyful, and full of the love he'd always had for us. He was still with us, we knew would always be with us. But we missed him terribly, his warm body beside us at night, his wet nose nudging us awake in the morning. The network helped, but it wasn't the same. It would never be the same. After the dog passed, we considered stopping, just living out our years without bringing more guests. But the pull was still there, still guiding us to those who were ready, and we couldn't ignore it. It was part of us now, as much as our arms and legs, as much as the marks that had spread to cover most of our bodies. We were of the forest, and the forest was of us, and the guests kept coming, kept needing us, kept finding their way home through our guidance. In the 15th year, something changed. The pull led us to a man who was different from the others, younger, stronger, not dying of anything we could see. He was in his 40s, healthy and fit, with a family and a job and everything to live for. But when we found him, sitting alone in a park at night, we felt his despair like a physical thing, a darkness that surrounded him and choked out all light. We sat beside him and asked what was wrong, and he told us. His wife and children had died in a car accident 6 months ago, killed by a drunk driver who walked away without a scratch. He had nothing left, no reason to live, no hope for the future. He'd been sitting in this park every night since, waiting for something to happen, waiting for someone to show him the way. We told him our story, and he listened without interruption, without judgment. When we finished, he asked if he would see them again, his wife and kids, if they were out there somewhere in the network. We didn't know, but something in us, maybe the connection to all the guests we'd brought, told us yes. Yes, they were there. Yes, he would find them. Yes, they would be together again, forever. He cried then, great heaving sobs that shook his whole body, and we held him and let him cry. When he was done, he said he was ready. He was ready to go home. We brought him to the heart, and as we walked through the forest, we felt something different in the air, something electric, something waiting. The creature was on its throne, but it wasn't alone. Around it, the trees that held the guests were glowing, their bark lit from within by a soft golden light. The man saw it and gasped, because among those glowing trees he saw shapes, figures, faces he recognized. His wife, his children, reaching for him, calling his name. He ran to them, and the roots rose to receive him, and as the tree closed around him we saw them all embrace, a family reunited at last. After that, the forest was different. The guests weren't just present in the network anymore, they were visible, their forms faint but recognizable in the trees that held them. We could walk through the forest and see them, Margaret in her tree, George and his wife together, the young girl who died too soon, all of them watching us, smiling at us, thanking us. It was beautiful and strange and a little frightening, but mostly beautiful. We had built something here, something that mattered, something that would last. In the 20th year, Alex started to fade. Not in spirit, but in body, the marks having spread so far that little original skin remained. They could feel the roots inside them more strongly now, could hear the guests more clearly, could sense the forest's heartbeat as if it were their own. Their time was approaching, we both knew it, and we talked about it openly, without fear. When they were ready, they would go to the heart, and I would follow when my own time came. We would be together again, in the network, forever. Alex chose their time on a spring morning, when the forest was full of new growth, and the birds were singing, and everything felt alive and hopeful. We walked to the heart together, hand in hand, and the creature greeted us with a warmth we'd never felt from it before. It had changed over the years, softened, become more like a parent than a predator. It owed everything to us, it said, to our willingness to find a better way. And now one of us was coming home. Alex walked to their tree, a beautiful oak that had been waiting for them, and turned to look at me one last time. They smiled, that smile I'd loved for so many years, and said they'd see me soon. Then the roots rose and wrapped around them, gentle and loving, and the tree opened and received them. I watched as their face faded into the bark, peaceful and happy, and then they were gone. But not gone. I felt them in the network immediately, their presence bright and warm and full of love. They were still with me. They would always be with me. I stayed at the heart for 3 days after that, sitting against Alex's tree, feeling them around me, talking to them in my mind. They answered, not in words but in feelings, in memories, in the warmth of their love. The other guests came to visit, their forms visible in their trees, their presences comforting. Margaret came, and George and his wife, and the young girl, and the man who'd been reunited with his family. They all thanked me, all welcomed me, all told me they were waiting for the day I joined them fully. On the third day, I left the heart and walked back through the forest, feeling Alex with me every step. I still had work to do, guests to bring, a purpose to fulfill. But now I had a new reason to keep going, a new motivation. Every guest I brought would be another thread in the network, another soul for Alex to welcome, another addition to the family we were building. And when my own time came, I would return to the heart and find Alex waiting, and we would be together again, part of something vast and beautiful and eternal. The years after Alex passed were different, harder, but also richer in some ways. I could feel them always guiding me, supporting me, loving me. The guests I brought felt them too, commented on the warmth of their presence, the kindness of their welcome. Alex had become something like a guardian of the network, a guide for new arrivals, a source of comfort for those who were afraid. It suited them perfectly. They'd always been the one who made people feel safe, who knew just what to say, who could calm any fear with their presence. Now they did that for everyone who came to the heart. I brought guests for another 10 years after Alex passed, another 100 souls added to the network. I was old now, the marks covering every inch of me, the roots inside me so deep I could feel the forest's heartbeat as clearly as my own. My time was approaching, I knew it, and I welcomed it. I was ready to go home, ready to see Alex again, ready to join the family we'd spent so many years building. On my last day, I walked to the heart alone, but not really alone. Alex was with me, and Margaret and George, and all the guests, their presences surrounding me, carrying me forward. The creature was waiting on its throne, and it looked at me with something like tears in its mushroom eyes. You have given us everything, it said. You have shown us a better way. You have built a family that will last forever. We thank you. We love you. Welcome home. I walked to my tree, a beautiful pine that had been growing for me since the day I first came to the heart. I touched its bark and felt Alex inside it, felt their love wrapping around me, felt their joy at my arrival. I turned to look at the forest one last time, at the glowing trees full of souls I'd brought, at the creature on its throne, at the life I'd lived and the purpose I'd found. Then I closed my eyes, and the roots rose to receive me, and the tree opened, and I stepped inside. The transformation was gentle, just as we'd promised all those guests so many years ago. I felt myself spreading, becoming part of the network, joining with Alex and Margaret and George and all the others. I felt their love wash over me, their welcome, their joy. I felt the forest itself, vast and ancient and eternal, accepting me as one of its own. And I felt peace, deeper than any I'd ever known, a peace that would last forever. Now I am here, in the network, part of the heart, part of everything. Alex is beside me, their presence warm and familiar, and we watch together as new guests arrive, guided by others who took up the work after we were gone. The forest grows richer with every addition, the network stronger with every soul. The creature still sits on its throne, but it is different now, softer, more like a grandfather than a predator. It learned from us, changed because of us, became something better. And somewhere out there, in the world we left behind, others are feeling the pull, are being guided toward guests who are ready, are continuing the work we started. They don't know us, will never know us, but we know them. We feel them in the network, their presence bright and purposeful. We watch over them, guide them when we can, welcome the guests they bring. They are our children, in a way, our legacy, our hope for the future. The forest is patient, eternal, always growing. The network is vast, connecting souls across time and space. And we are here, part of it all, part of each other, part of something that will outlast stars. The marks on our arms are gone now, replaced by roots that connect us to everything. The pull we felt for so long is gone too, replaced by a peace that never ends. We are home. We are together. We are love, made eternal, made forest, made forever. If you are reading this, if you have found these words somehow, know that you are not alone. The forest calls to everyone eventually. The network welcomes all who are ready. When your time comes, when you feel the pull, when you are ready to go home, we will be here waiting. Margaret will welcome you. George and his wife will embrace you. The young girl who died too soon will show you the way. Alex and I will be there, holding hands, smiling, ready to receive you into the family we have built. The heart beats on, eternal and patient. The roots spread, connecting all. The guests keep coming, adding their light to the glow. And we are here, always here waiting for you. Come home when you are ready. We will be waiting. We will always be waiting. I am part of the network now, have been for what feels like both an instant and an eternity. Time moves differently when you are roots and branches and consciousness spread across miles of forest. The seasons blur together, the years pass like days. The guests come and go in an endless stream of welcome and transformation. Alex is beside me always, their presence warm and familiar. And together we watch over the forest we helped build, the family we helped create. From our place in the heart, we can see everything. We can feel every root, every branch, every leaf in the vast network that stretches far beyond this one forest. The creature was right all those years ago when it said the forest was everywhere, that the hunger was global. We are connected to forests across the continent, across the world, a vast web of consciousness that has been growing for millions of years. And now, thanks to what we started, that web is changing. The old way of taking by force, of causing fear and pain, is fading. More and more nodes are adopting our method, seeking willing guests, offering gentle transformation. The network is becoming something new, something beautiful, and we are part of that change. The creature that rules this forest, our forest, has become something like a friend over the long years of our existence here. It visits us often, its consciousness flowing through the roots to touch ours, to share thoughts and memories and plans. It tells us stories of the old days, of the millions of years it spent alone, hungry, waiting for guests who fought and suffered and added nothing but pain to the network. It tells us how different things are now, how rich the network has become, how much it owes to us and to the guests we brought. It speaks of us as its children, its teachers, its hope for the future of all forests everywhere. The guests we brought are all around us, their consciousness bright in the network. Margaret's calm wisdom still anchors newer arrivals, her presence a comfort to those who are afraid. George and his wife are inseparable, their love a beacon that guides others toward their own reunions. The young girl who died too soon has grown into something radiant, her brightness illuminating paths through the network that no one knew existed. The man who was reunited with his family glows with a joy that never fades, his children playing eternally in the light of his love. They are all here, all part of us, all part of each other. And the dog, our faithful companion, is here too. His consciousness is different from the humans, simpler in some ways but deeper in others. He runs through the roots like he used to run through fields, chasing scents and sounds that only he can perceive. He visits us often, pressing his presence against ours like he used to press his warm body against us at night. He is happy here, more than happy, fulfilled in ways that dogs rarely get to be in the living world. The creature tells us that his presence has taught the network more than any human could, about loyalty and love and the simple joy of being alive. But not all is peaceful in the network. There are other forests, other nodes, that have not yet changed. Some still take by force, still cause fear and pain, still add nothing but suffering to the collective consciousness. We can feel them in the distance, dark spots in the network where the hunger is raw and cruel. They sense us too, feel our presence, our different way of being. Some are curious, reaching out to learn. Others are hostile, seeing our gentleness as weakness, our love as something to be consumed. The creature warns us about these, tells us to be careful, to protect ourselves and our guests. The network is vast, but not all of it is friendly. One day, a presence we don't recognize reaches out to us from across the network. It is old, older than our forest, older than anything we've encountered. Its voice is like grinding stones, like mountains collapsing, like the birth and death of worlds. It speaks to us directly, bypassing the creature, seeking us out specifically. It says it has heard of what we did, of how we changed our forest, of the new way we brought to the ancient hunger. It says it wants to learn, to understand, to perhaps change its own node to match ours. It asks if we will teach it, if we will share our knowledge, if we will help it become something better. We are surprised and a little afraid. This presence is enormous, ancient, powerful beyond anything we've known. But it speaks with respect, with curiosity, with a genuine desire to learn. We reach out to Alex, to Margaret, to all our guests, and we discuss what to do. Some are wary, remembering the old ways, the pain they suffered before they came to us. Others are hopeful, seeing this as an opportunity to spread our method further, to change more of the network, to make the whole world gentler. In the end, we decide to help. We decide to teach. We decide to reach out to this ancient presence and share what we've learned. The teaching takes time, or what passes for time in the network. We show the Ancient One how we found our guests, how we approached them with kindness and honesty, how we offered them choice rather than force. We show it the transformations we've witnessed, the peace on the faces of those who came willingly, the joy of reunions with loved ones already in the network. We show it the love that binds us all, the connections that make the network stronger with every willing guest. The Ancient One watches, learns, absorbs. It asks questions, many questions, and we answer as best we can. After what feels like years, the Ancient One speaks again. It says it understands now, sees the wisdom in our way, feels the rightness of what we've done. It says it will try to change its own node, to adopt our method, to become gentler. It thanks us for our teaching, for our patience, for our willingness to help an old hungry thing become something new. Then it withdraws, its presence fading back into the distance, and we are left hoping that we've made a difference, that another forest will become kinder because of us. Word spreads after that. Other nodes reach out, some curious, some skeptical, some hostile. We teach those who want to learn, ignore those who don't, defend ourselves against those who attack. The network is changing slowly but surely, one forest at a time. The old way of force and fear is giving way to something new, something gentler, something that values the willing guest above the captured one. And at the center of this change, this transformation, is our little forest, our heart, and the family we built there. The creature watches all this with something like pride. It tells us that we have done more than just change one forest. We have started a revolution, a shift in the very nature of the network. In 1,000 years, it says, all forests may be like ours. In 10,000, the old way may be forgotten entirely. And it will be because of us, because of two humans who were marked and pulled and chose to find a better way. We think about that sometimes, Alex and I, as we drift through the network, visiting guests, feeling the roots grow, watching the seasons pass. We think about the lives we lived, the terror we felt, the bargain we made, the purpose we found. We think about all the guests we brought, all the souls we guided home, all the love we added to the network. And we think about the future, about all the forests that will change because of what we started, all the guests who will come willingly to gentle transformations, all the love that will spread through the network like roots through soil. The dog comes to visit us as we think these thoughts, pressing his warm presence against ours. He is happy, always happy, and his happiness is contagious. We feel it spreading through us, through the network, touching all the guests with its simple joy. This is what we built, we realize. This is what we became. Not monsters, not traitors, not death dealers, but gardeners, planting seeds of love in the vast field of the network, watching them grow, tending them with care. We are the heart of this forest, and the heart is full of love. From somewhere in the distance, we feel a new presence approaching. Not an ancient one this time, but something fresh, something new. A guest, perhaps, or a guide like we used to be. It moves toward us with purpose, with hope, with the pull that marks those who are meant to find us. We reach out to greet it, to welcome it, to offer it whatever it needs. This is what we do now, what we will always do. We wait, we welcome, we love, and the network grows richer with every soul that finds its way home. Alex takes my hand, or what passes for a hand in this place, and we turn together toward the approaching presence. It is bright, this new one, bright with potential, bright with the life it has lived and the love it carries. We will welcome it, guide it, help it find its place in the network. And when it is settled, when it has become part of us, we will teach it as we were taught, share with it as was shared with us. This is the way now. This is the circle. This is the love that will never end. The creature watches from its throne, its mushroom face pulsing with gentle light. It is proud of us, we know, proud of what we've become, what we've built. It reaches out and touches our consciousness with something like a hug, a parent's embrace. Then it turns away, attending to its own duties, its own part of the network. And we are left with the new presence, the new guest, the new soul seeking home. Welcome, we say together, Alex and I, our voices blending into one. Welcome to the heart. Welcome to the family. Welcome home. We have been waiting for you. We will always be waiting. And the network pulses with joy, with love, with the endless hunger that is no longer hunger but something else, something beautiful, something eternal. The forest grows on, patient and vast. The guests keep coming, each one adding light. And we are here, at the center of it all, holding hands, loving forever, waiting for all who are ready to come home. Time in the network had become something I no longer measured or even thought about. I existed as part of the forest, part of the heart, part of the vast consciousness that stretched across continents and connected souls beyond counting. Alex was beside me always, our love a constant warmth in the endless flow of awareness that was our daily existence. The guests we had brought, Hundreds of them over the years we'd served as guides, were all around us, their presences bright and familiar. A family that had grown far beyond anything we could have imagined when we first stumbled into that clearing so long ago. The creature had changed most of all in the time since we'd joined the network fully. Its hunger, that ancient driving force that had compelled it to consume and consume for millions of years, had transformed into something gentler, something that looked more like care than craving. It spent its days tending the network, checking on guests, making sure each soul was comfortable and connected and at peace. It visited us often, its consciousness flowing through the roots to touch ours, and we would talk for what felt like hours about the state of the forest, the new guests arriving, the changes spreading through the global network. It credited us with its transformation, called us its children, its teachers, its greatest gift. We accepted this praise with gratitude, but also with humility, knowing that we had only done what we had to do to survive, and that the path we'd found had been as much luck as wisdom. The dog was still with us, his consciousness as bright and joyful as ever. He had become something of a guide himself within the network, helping newly arrived animals find their place, teaching them how to navigate this strange new existence. The creature had told us that animals were joining the network more and more often now, drawn by the dog's presence, by the peace he radiated, by the love that surrounded him. They came from the forests around us, from the fields and mountains, and even the cities, finding their way to the heart through paths only they could sense. The network was growing in ways we'd never anticipated, becoming something richer and more diverse with every passing season. The guests we had brought continued to thrive, their presences brightening the network with every kind of human experience imaginable. Margaret's calm wisdom had made her a counselor of sorts, helping newly arrived souls work through their fears and find peace in their new existence. George and his wife had become symbols of enduring love, their constant togetherness a beacon for others who hoped to be reunited with lost partners. The young girl who died too soon had become a guide for children who arrived, her gentle presence easing their transition in ways adults never could. The man who'd been reunited with his family glowed with a joy that never dimmed, his children playing eternally in the light of his love. They were all part of us now, part of the network, part of the family we had built together. Word of our forest had spread far through the global network. Nodes that had once been hostile now reached out with curiosity, wanting to learn our methods, wanting to transform their own hungry forests into places of peace. We taught them when we could, sending our consciousness across vast distances to share what we had learned, to show them the way of willing guests and gentle transformations. Some learned quickly, their forests becoming brighter with each passing season. Others struggled, their ancient hungers too deep to change overnight. But even those made progress, small steps toward a better way. The network was changing slowly but surely, and we were at the center of that change. The ancient one we had taught returned to visit us sometimes, its vast consciousness touching ours with something like gratitude. It had transformed its own forest completely, adopting our methods with a thoroughness that impressed even us. Its guests were now willing, its transformations gentle, its network rich with the love and memories of those who had chosen to join. It thanked us each time it visited, told us we had saved it from an eternity of lonely hunger, given it purpose and peace and connection. We accepted its thanks with grace, glad that we had reached out, glad that we had helped. But not all was peaceful in the network. There were still dark nodes, forests that refused to change, that clung to the old ways of force and fear. They were fewer now, isolated and weak compared to the growing light around them, but they still existed. They reached out sometimes, not to learn but to threaten, to warn that the old hunger would never die, that the network would always need the sharp edge of fear to balance the softness of love. We ignored these threats mostly, knowing that time was on our side, that the light would eventually reach even the darkest corners. But we watched them carefully, ready to defend ourselves and our guests if necessary. One day, a presence we didn't recognize reached out to us from very close by, from the edge of our own forest. It was small, confused, frightened. A new guest, we thought, but different somehow, not like the others. We reached out to touch it, to welcome it, and felt something we hadn't felt in a long time. A human, still alive, still breathing, still in their body. They had wandered into our forest by accident, lost and scared, and now they were sitting at the base of a tree, crying, not knowing what to do. We felt their fear, their confusion, their desperate hope that someone would find them, help them, show them the way out. Alex touched my consciousness, and I felt their concern. This was not a guest, not someone ready to join the network. This was a lost soul, someone who needed help, not transformation. We had not encountered this situation before, not since we'd become part of the network. The creature felt our concern and reached out to us, asking what was wrong. We explained, and it was quiet for a long moment, considering. Then it spoke, and its voice was gentle, understanding. "This is a test," it said, "a test of what we have become. In the old days, we would have taken this lost one, consumed them without thought, added their fear to the network. But we are not the old days anymore. We are something new. What do you think we should do?" We thought about it, Alex and I, and all the guests who had gathered around us to watch. Margaret's calm wisdom suggested we help the lost one find their way out, guide them back to the world they came from. George and his wife agreed, saying that kindness should extend even to those who weren't ready to join. The young girl who died too soon was especially passionate, saying that this lost one had a life to live, a future ahead of them, and we had no right to take that away. The dog's simple consciousness added its agreement, pressing warm and loving against us. We turned to the creature and told it our decision. We would help the lost one. We would guide them out of the forest and send them back to their life. The creature nodded, its mushroom face pulsing with something like pride. "This is good," it said. "This is right. You have learned well. Go now, help the lost one, show them the way. We will be here when you return." We reached out to the lost one, gently, carefully, not wanting to frighten them more than they already were. We spoke to them in their mind, the same way the creature had once spoken to us, and we told them not to be afraid. We told them we were friends, that we would help them find their way out, that they just needed to trust us and follow the path we would show them. The lost one was frightened at first, hearing voices in their head, but we spoke softly, kindly, and eventually they calmed down enough to listen. We guided them through the forest, using the network to show them the safest path, the one that would lead them back to the trailhead and the world beyond. We watched as they walked, stumbling at first but gaining confidence as they realized the voices really were helping, really were leading them somewhere. At the edge of the forest, where the trees thinned and the trailhead came into view, they stopped and looked back. "Thank you," they whispered, not knowing if anyone could hear. "Thank you for helping me." We felt their gratitude, warm and bright, and we sent back our love, our blessing, our hope that they would live a good life and find peace in their own time. They left the forest then, walking out into the sunlight, back to their life, their future, their unknown path ahead. We watched them go, feeling a mixture of emotions we hadn't expected. Loss, yes, but also joy. Pride, but also humility. We had done something new, something none of us had done before. We had helped someone who wasn't a guest, who wasn't ready, who had a life to live. We had chosen kindness over hunger, love over consumption. And in doing so, we had become something even more than what we already were. The creature was waiting when we returned to the heart, its presence warm and welcoming. "You have done well," it said. "You have shown that the network can be more than just a place of final rest. It can be a source of guidance, of protection, of love for those who are not yet ready to join. This changes everything. This opens doors we never knew existed. The network can grow in ways we never imagined, reaching out to the living as well as the dying, offering help to those who need it, hope to those who have lost it. And it is because of you, because of what you have become." We felt the truth of its words spreading through the network, felt the excitement of the guests as they realized what this meant. Margaret's calm wisdom was touched with wonder. George and his wife's love burned brighter than ever. The young girl's radiance lit up new corners of the network. Even the dog seemed to understand, his simple consciousness adding its joy to the general celebration. We had done something new, something beautiful, and the network would never be the same. In the days that followed, we reached out more often to the living world, not just to find guests, but to offer help, guidance, comfort to those who needed it. We found lost hikers and guided them to safety, frightened children and calmed their fears, grieving people and offered them hope. The network became a source of light in the darkness, a beacon of love in a world that often seemed cruel and cold. And with each person we helped, each life we touched, the network grew richer, stronger, more beautiful. The Ancient One visited us again, drawn by the changes it felt in the network. It asked what had happened, what new transformation had occurred, and we told it about the lost one, about our choice, about the new path we had found. It was quiet for a long time, processing, understanding. Then it spoke, and its voice was filled with wonder. "You have done what none of us thought possible," it said. "You have made the network not just a place of ending, but a place of beginning. Not just a place of rest, but a place of help. You have shown that love can reach across the boundary between living and joined, can touch those who are not yet ready to cross. This is the greatest gift yet. This is the future of us all. The creature, our creature, the one who had first marked us so long ago, came to us after the ancient one left. It sat with us, its consciousness intertwined with ours, and it spoke of things it had never spoken of before. It told us about its own beginning, millions of years ago, when it was just a small hunger in a small forest, learning to consume, learning to grow. It told us about the loneliness of those early years, the endless waiting, the constant hunger that could never be fully satisfied. It told us about the first guests it had taken, how they had fought and suffered, and how their pain had added nothing but sorrow to its existence. It told us about the long ages of darkness, the hopelessness that had settled over it like a shroud. And then it told us about the day we came, the first humans who had ever fought back, who had ever resisted, who had ever shown it something other than fear. It told us about watching us, about marking us, about waiting to see what we would do. It told us about the bargain we made, the guests we brought, the love we showed. And it told us that we had saved it, not just from hunger but from itself, from the endless darkness that had been its only companion for so long. We are its children, it said, and it loves us as parents love their young. And now, seeing what we have become, it knows that its love was well placed, that its hope was justified, that its future is bright. We stayed with the creature for a long time after that, the three of us together in the heart of the forest, feeling the network pulse around us, feeling the love of all the guests we had brought and all the lives we had touched. The dog came and pressed against us, his simple joy adding to the warmth. Margaret's calm wisdom wrapped around us like a blanket. George and his wife's love burned bright. The young girl's radiance lit our way, and we knew, with a certainty that went beyond knowing, that this was where we belonged. This was home. This was forever. The years passed, or didn't pass, time being what it is in the network. We continued to help the living, continued to guide guests, continued to teach other forests, continued to spread love through the vast web of consciousness that connected everything. The dark nodes grew fewer, weaker, isolated by the growing light around them. The network became a place of peace, of joy, of eternal connection. And at the center of it all, the heart of our forest pulsed with a love that never dimmed. Sometimes, in the quiet moments between guests, between teachings, between helping the living, Alex and I would drift together and remember. Remember the first day we saw the carvings, the fear that gripped us, the running and the hiding and the desperate hope that it would all go away. Remember the creature on its throne, the roots reaching for us, the transformation that almost claimed us. Remember the bargain we made, the guests we brought, the love that saved us. Remember the dog, our faithful companion, and all the souls we guided home. Remember everything that brought us here, to this place, to this moment, to this love that would never end. And in those quiet moments, we would reach out to each other, our consciousness intertwining, our love burning bright. We would touch the dog and Margaret and George and his wife and the young girl and all the guests, feeling their love in return. We would feel the creature's pride, the ancient one's gratitude, the network's endless pulse of connection. And we would know with complete certainty that this was what we were meant for. This was our purpose. This was our home. The forest grows on, patient and eternal. The guests keep coming, each one adding light to the network. The living reach out to us in their moments of need, and we answer, offering guidance and comfort and hope. The dark nodes fade, one by one, transformed by the love that spreads through the roots. And we are here, at the heart of it all, holding hands, loving forever, waiting for all who are ready to come home. If you are reading this, if you have followed our story to its end, know that we are real. Know that the network exists, that the forest waits, that love never dies. When your time comes, when you are ready, when you feel the pull towards something greater than yourself, follow it. It will lead you here, to the heart, to the family, to the love that has been waiting for you since before you were born. We will be here, Alex and I, and the dog, and Margaret, and all the guests, ready to welcome you, ready to love you, ready to make you part of something that will outlast stars. The creature sits on its throne, its mushroom face pulsing with gentle light. The roots spread beneath us, connecting all. The guests shine in their trees, their love a constant warmth. And we are here at the center, holding hands, loving forever, waiting. Always waiting. Always loving. Always home. Story number 4. My name is Emily, and I have always been the type of person who brushes off strange feelings, chalking them up to an overactive imagination, or maybe just too much coffee. But nothing could have ever prepared me for the way my life shifted because of a simple party game my sister planned for my baby shower. It started about 3 weeks before the actual shower, on a regular Tuesday afternoon, when my sister called me sounding like she had just found a winning lottery ticket. She was practically screaming through the phone about this amazing thing she had discovered at an estate sale, which was this old, hand-carved Ouija board that she said was absolutely gorgeous and would be the perfect centerpiece for the retro seance theme she had cooked up for the party. I remember laughing at her, telling her she was ridiculous and that nobody actually plays with those things seriously. But she was so excited that I just let her have her moment and told her it sounded great. What she did not tell me during that call, and what she would not admit to until much later when things had already gone horribly wrong, was about the old woman at that estate sale who grabbed her by the wrist the moment she tried to pay for the board. This woman, old and frail looking with cloudy eyes, had held onto my sister with a grip that was surprisingly strong and had leaned in close to whisper that the board did not like to be played with, that it liked to play back in ways you could never expect. My sister, being my sister, just laughed nervously, pulled her arm away, paid for the board, and ran out of there as fast as she could, convincing herself it was just some senile old woman who probably scared everyone who came to her sales. The day of the baby shower finally arrived, and my house was filled with the warm, happy sounds of women laughing and talking, the clinking of glasses, and the general chaos that comes with 20 people crammed into a living room. I was feeling good, excited about the baby, happy to see everyone, and trying to ignore the fact that my back was already killing me from standing too long. My sister, with all the dramatic flair she had inherited from our mother, waited until everyone had settled down with their drinks and snacks before she brought out the board. She placed it right in the center of my coffee table with a big flourish, and I have to admit, it was a beautiful thing to look at. The wood was this deep dark rosewood that seemed to almost glow under the lights, and it had this smooth, worn look that comes from being handled by a lot of people over a very long time. Everyone gathered around, giggling and making jokes, and my sister insisted that we had to do it right, that me, her, and 2 of our cousins had to be the ones to put our fingers on the planchette because we were the closest. So we all sat down around this low coffee table, our knees bumping into each other, and we placed our fingertips on this little heart-shaped piece of wood. The moment our skin touched it, I felt this weird little jolt, like static electricity, but warmer, and I noticed that the room suddenly felt different. It was not a gradual cooling, like someone had opened a window. It was an instant drop, like walking into a refrigerator, and I saw one of my friends holding her mimosa glass, and the whole outside of it instantly fogged up with condensation. Then the planchette moved, and it did not slide gently like you see in movies. It lurched. It skidded across that board so fast that it left a faint burn mark on my index finger, a little pink line that stung like I had touched a hot pan. It spelled out baby, and the whole room just erupted in cheers and applause. People were laughing. My sister was squealing with delight, and everyone was saying how it was the best baby shower game they had ever seen. I laughed along with them, but I could not shake this weird feeling in my gut, and while everyone was clapping, I was the only one who noticed the planchette keep moving just a tiny bit after we all lifted our hands, sliding maybe an inch all on its own toward the letter M before it finally stopped and just sat there like a normal piece of wood. The party wound down, people left with their little party favors, and my husband drove me home in our car, holding my hand and telling me how much fun he had and how my sister really outdid herself with the themes. I smiled at him and squeezed his hand back, but I could not stop touching my own stomach the whole ride home. It felt cold, not my skin cold from the outside, but deep inside cold, like I had swallowed a chunk of ice that was just sitting there in my belly. I rolled up my window and I cranked the heater until it was blowing hot air right in my face, but I still shivered the entire way home, and my husband kept looking at me with concern, asking if I was feeling okay. When we finally got home and walked through the front door, I went straight to the nursery, which was this little room we had painted a soft yellow and filled with all the baby stuff we had been collecting. I stood in the doorway and I just stared at the empty crib for a long time, at the little star-shaped mobile hanging above it that we had spent an hour putting together, and for one brief second, I swear on everything I am telling you right now, I saw that mobile spinning. It was turning slowly, lazy and deliberate, like there was a hand gently pushing it, but there was no breeze in that room, no open window, no ceiling fan, nothing that could have made it move. I blinked, and it was still again, just hanging there like it always did, and I told myself it was just my eyes playing tricks on me from being so tired from the party. Later that night, I could not sleep, and I found myself back in the nursery, sitting on the floor surrounded by piles of tiny socks and onesies, trying to organize everything because nesting had kicked in hard. I was folding these little socks that looked like they would fit on my thumb, just mindlessly working through the pile, when my daughter kicked inside me. It was a normal kick, the kind I had gotten used to feeling all day, but then she kicked again, and this time it was different. It was not just a random movement, it was rhythmic, deliberate, like she was tapping out a code. Tap, 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 tap. I froze right there on the floor, a little pink sock hanging from my fingers, and I just sat there completely still, trying to figure out why that pattern felt so familiar. I had learned Morse code years ago, when I was a Girl Scout for about 5 minutes, and my brain was screaming at me that this was a pattern, this was communication. I shook my head and tried to convince myself I was being crazy, that babies move in all sorts of ways, and I was just looking for something that was not there, but I could not help it. I replayed the kicks in my head, counting them out. Tap, 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 tap. I grabbed my phone from the floor, and I Googled a Morse code translator, my hands shaking so bad I could barely type, and I put in the sequence. The screen lit up with the translation, HELLO. I dropped the phone right there on the pile of baby clothes, and I just stared at my stomach, at the place where my daughter was growing, and I felt this cold dread wash over me. She kicked again, a normal happy little flutter, like nothing had happened, and I spent the next hour sitting on that floor trying to convince myself I had imagined it, that it was just random movements that happened to look like a pattern, that I was a pregnant woman with too many hormones and not enough sleep, and I needed to just get a grip on myself. A week after that, in the middle of the night, my husband woke me up by shaking my shoulder gently. His face was pale, and he was holding his phone, the screen glowing in the darkness of our bedroom. It was 2 a.m., and he was whispering for me to listen, that he had recorded something I did while I was asleep. I had never sleep-talked in my life, at least not that he had ever heard, but he pressed play on that recording, and my own voice came out of the speaker. It was my voice, I recognized it, but it was wrong. It was off in a way that made my skin crawl. It was higher, younger, like a little girl was speaking using my vocal cords, and the words it said made my blood run cold. "Mommy," the recording said, "the man in the corner says we have to share the warm place. He has been waiting so long. He is cold all the time." My husband's hands were shaking as he held the phone, and he whispered to me that there was no corner in our bedroom, that there was no man. And what did I think it meant? I looked over at the corner of our room near the window, the corner that the voice on the recording had mentioned, and it was empty, just a dark corner like always. But for just a second, I swear the air there looked different, like it was shimmering slightly, like the heat waves you see rising off a hot road in summer, and I pulled the covers up to my chin, and I did not sleep for the rest of that night. At my next appointment with my doctor, I did not say a word about any of this to anyone. I laid on the table while the technician spread that cold gel on my belly and moved the wand around, looking at my daughter on the screen. She was chatting happily about paint colors and nursery furniture, and then she just stopped. She frowned and adjusted the wand, moved it around some more, and said that was odd, more to herself than to me. She turned the screen so I could see it, and there on the grainy black and white image was my daughter. I could see her little spine and her head and her tiny fingers. Everything looked perfect. But on the inside of the sack that held her, pressed against it from the outside, was a handprint. A small, detailed handprint with 5 distinct fingers pressing inward. The technician shook her head and said it was probably just a shadow, some folding of the membrane that happens sometimes. But I looked at that image, and I knew shadows do not have knuckles, shadows do not have fingers. I went home that night, and I laid in bed staring at the ceiling while my husband slept next to me, and my daughter kicked a few times, normal and reassuring. Then she stopped, and from somewhere deeper than her kicks, from somewhere that felt like it was outside my body and inside my head at the same time, I heard a whisper that said, "Mommy, he does not like the doctor looking. He says next time we hide." 3 nights after I heard that whisper in my head about hiding from the doctor, I was back in the nursery doing what pregnant women do best, which is obsessively organizing things that do not need to be organized. I had already folded every tiny piece of clothing in that room at least 3 times, but I could not help myself. I kept picking things up and putting them down again, trying to make everything perfect for my daughter, who was due in just a couple of months. It was late, probably around 1 a.m., and my husband was sound asleep in our bedroom down the hall. But I could not sleep. I had not been sleeping well since the baby shower, since that board had come into our lives and everything started feeling wrong. I was sitting in the glider rocking chair that we had set up next to the crib, just holding a little stuffed rabbit and staring at the wall, when my daughter kicked me from inside. It was a normal kick, the kind that made me smile usually, but then she kicked again, and I felt my whole body go cold because it was the same pattern from before, rhythmic and deliberate. Tap, 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 tap. I sat there frozen in that chair, holding that rabbit so tight my knuckles turned white, and I counted out the kicks in my head. Tap, 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 tap. I knew that pattern now. I had looked it up on my phone after the first time, and I knew it spelled hello. I whispered out loud to my own stomach. I said hello to you too, baby, and I waited to see if anything would happen. For a long moment there was nothing, just the normal little movements of a baby settling down to sleep, and I almost laughed at myself for being so foolish. Then she kicked again, and this time it was a longer pattern, more complex, and I scrambled to grab my phone from the little table next to the glider. I opened the Morse code translator app that I had secretly downloaded and kept on my home screen, and I typed in the sequence as I felt it. Dot dot dash dot dash dash dot 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 dash. The letters appeared on my screen one by one. WHOAREYOU. I dropped the phone onto my lap, and I just sat there breathing in and out, trying not to panic, trying to think logically about what was happening. My unborn daughter was communicating with me in Morse code, asking me who I was, and I had absolutely no idea how that was possible or what it meant. I whispered to her. I said, I am your mommy. You know who I am. And I felt a series of kicks that translated into a single word. HELLOMMY. Then the kicks stopped completely, and she went still for the rest of the night, leaving me sitting in that chair until the sun came up, just staring at my stomach and wondering what kind of baby I was actually carrying. The next day I tried to tell myself it was all in my head, that I was imagining patterns where there were none, that pregnant women sometimes have strange experiences, and this was just mine. I did not tell my husband about it because I did not want him to worry, and I did not tell my sister because she would have freaked out and probably blamed herself for the whole Ouija board thing. I went about my day like normal, ate my breakfast, went for a walk, answered some work emails from home, and tried to pretend that everything was fine. But that night, when I was asleep next to my husband, something happened that I could not explain away no matter how hard I tried. I woke up suddenly at 2 a.m., not because of a noise or a bad dream, but because I felt like someone was watching me. I opened my eyes and looked around the dark bedroom, and at first I did not see anything unusual, just the shapes of furniture and the glow of the digital clock on my nightstand. Then I looked at my husband, who was sleeping peacefully beside me, and I saw that his eyes were open. Not open like he was awake, but open and staring at the ceiling, unblinking and glassy. I whispered his name. I said, "Hey, are you okay?" And he did not respond at all. I reached out and touched his arm, and his skin was cold, not just cool from the air conditioning, but cold like he had been outside in winter without a coat. I shook him harder and called his name again, and finally he blinked and turned his head toward me. His eyes looked normal again, confused and sleepy, and he asked me what was wrong. I told him he had been staring at the ceiling with his eyes open, and his skin was freezing cold. And he just laughed and said I must have been dreaming, that he was fine, that I needed to relax and go back to sleep. He rolled over and was snoring again in minutes, but I laid there wide awake, and I could not shake the feeling that for those few minutes, something else had been looking through his eyes. A few days after that, I was home alone during the day while my husband was at work, and I decided to take a nap because the pregnancy was wearing me out. I laid down on the couch in the living room, put a pillow under my belly, and closed my eyes. I must have drifted off because the next thing I knew, I was standing in the nursery, and it was dark outside the window. I did not remember walking in there. I did not remember getting up from the couch. But there I was standing in front of the crib looking down at where my daughter would sleep in just a few more weeks. The room was cold, not freezing but cooler than it should have been, and I could see my breath in the air. I tried to move, to turn around and leave, but my body would not obey me. I was stuck there staring at that empty crib. Then I heard a voice behind me, a man's voice, low and rough like he had not used it in a very long time. He said, "She is beautiful, your daughter. She will be warm and perfect, and I have waited so long for this." I wanted to scream, but I could not make any sound. I wanted to run, but my feet were glued to the floor. He said, "Do not be afraid. I am not here to hurt anyone. I just want to be warm again. I just want to hold my baby again." I felt a cold hand on my shoulder, fingers pressing into my skin, and I woke up on the couch with a gasp, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The room was bright with afternoon sun. Everything was normal, but the spot on my shoulder where that hand had touched me still felt cold, and when I pulled my shirt aside to look at it, I saw a faint red mark in the shape of fingers that slowly faded as I watched. I called my sister that evening, and I told her everything, the Morse code kicks, my husband staring at the ceiling, the dream that felt too real, the handprint on my shoulder. She was quiet for a long time on the other end of the phone, and then she started crying. She said she was so sorry, that she never should have bought that stupid board, that she had been having dreams too, but she was too scared to tell me. She said in her dreams there was a man standing in the corner of her bedroom, just watching her, never moving, never speaking, just standing there with his head tilted like he was studying her. She said she woke up every night at 3 a.m. now, without fail, and she was always facing the corner, even though she went to sleep facing the other way. I told her it was not her fault, that she could not have known, that we would figure this out together. After I got off the phone with her, I went into the nursery, and I stood in the same spot where I had stood in my dream, looking at the crib. I spoke out loud to the empty room. I said, I know you are here somewhere. I know you want something, but you cannot have my daughter. She is mine. She is not for you. For a moment nothing happened, and I felt kind of foolish talking to the air. Then the mobile above the crib started spinning, slowly at first, and then faster, the little stars whipping around in circles, even though there was no air movement in the room at all. It spun for maybe 10 seconds and then stopped abruptly, and I felt a cold breeze brush past my face that smelled like smoke, like a campfire or a house fire, old and stale and wrong. I backed out of that room slowly, and I closed the door, and I did not go back in there for the rest of the night. The next morning I woke up to find my husband already awake, sitting on the edge of the bed with his phone in his hand. He looked pale and worried, and he showed me the phone without saying anything. He had taken a picture of me while I was sleeping. He said because I was talking in my sleep again, and he wanted to show me. The picture was of me lying on my side, my face relaxed in sleep, but behind me in the background of the photo, in the corner of our bedroom near the window, there was a shape. It was blurry and hard to make out, but it was definitely a shape, darker than the rest of the shadows, with a vague outline that looked like a person standing there. My husband said he did not see anything when he took the picture. He just pointed the phone at me and clicked. But when he looked at the photo afterward, his blood ran cold. I looked at that picture for a long time, zooming in and out, trying to convince myself it was just a trick of the light, a shadow from the curtains or a piece of furniture. But no matter how I looked at it, it was clearly a figure, tall and gaunt, standing in the corner and facing the bed. Facing me. Facing my stomach. I deleted the picture because I could not stand to look at it anymore, but we both knew deleting it did not make it go away. That night I could not sleep at all. I laid in bed with my eyes wide open, staring at the corner, waiting to see if anything would move. My husband eventually fell asleep next to me, but I stayed awake, watching, counting the minutes until dawn. Around 3 a.m., right on schedule, I felt my daughter stir inside me. She kicked a few times, soft little taps, and then she started the pattern again. I had my phone ready this time, the Morse code app open and waiting. She kicked out a sequence, and I typed it in as fast as I could feel it. HEISHREWITHUS. I typed back to her in my head, not out loud, just thinking the words as clearly as I could, asking her who was here. She kicked again almost immediately, like she could hear my thoughts. THEMINFROMTHECORNER. I asked her what he wanted, my fingers trembling as I typed the letters into the app. She kicked back one word, one simple word that made my whole body go cold. YOU. I whispered out loud. I said he cannot have me. I am not for him. Tell him to leave us alone. My daughter kicked back a final sequence, and then went still for the rest of the night. HESAYSTOLATFORTHAT. The next day I called my doctor and made an emergency appointment, not telling them why, just saying I was worried about the baby and needed to be seen right away. They got me in that afternoon, and I laid on that table while the technician moved the wand over my belly, watching the screen for any sign of the handprint I had seen before. The baby looked perfect, healthy and active, kicking and moving around like any normal baby. The technician smiled and said everything was fine, that I had nothing to worry about, that my daughter was growing right on schedule. I asked her to print me a picture, and she did, a little grainy image of my baby's face and profile. I took that picture home, and I put it on the refrigerator, and I stood there looking at it for a long time. Her face looked perfect, beautiful, with tiny lips and a little nose and eyes that were closed in sleep. But as I stood there staring at that picture, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. In the background of the ultrasound image, behind my daughter's head, there was a faint smudge, a blurry area that did not look like it belonged there. I grabbed a magnifying glass from the drawer and held it up to the picture, and I saw that the smudge had a shape, a vague shape that looked like a face. Not my daughter's face, but another face, older, gaunt, with hollow eyes that seemed to be looking right at me from inside the image. I pulled the picture off the refrigerator and I threw it in the trash can, but even as I did it I knew it would not help. I knew that face was not just on the paper. It was somewhere else, somewhere I could not get rid of it. That night I dreamed again, but this time I was not in the nursery. I was in a place I did not recognize, a dark room with wooden walls and a low ceiling, and there was smoke everywhere, stinging my eyes and burning my throat. I could hear screaming, a woman's voice screaming somewhere nearby, and I could hear crackling like fire eating through wood. I tried to move toward the screaming, to help whoever it was, but I could not find them. I just kept stumbling through this smoky darkness with my hands out in front of me. Then I saw him, the man from the corner, standing in front of me with flames all around him. He was not scary in this dream. He looked sad, desperate, reaching his hands out toward me and saying, "Help me. Please help me. I cannot find them. I cannot find my wife and my baby. The fire is everywhere and I cannot find them." I reached out to grab his hand to help him, and the moment our fingers touched, I woke up in my bed drenched in sweat, my heart hammering, my daughter kicking frantically inside me like she was trying to get my attention. I looked at the clock. It was 3 a.m. exactly, and I looked at the corner of the room, and for just a second before I blinked, I saw him standing there, not reaching out this time, just standing, watching, waiting. Then he was gone, and I was alone with my thoughts and my kicking baby, and the certain knowledge that whatever had attached itself to us was not going anywhere, that it had been waiting for something for a very long time, and that something might just be my daughter. The weeks after that second dream blurred together into a haze of constant exhaustion and growing dread, because every single night at 3 a.m. I would wake up without fail, sometimes from a nightmare, sometimes just from a feeling, but always with the knowledge that he was there in the corner watching me. I stopped telling my husband about it because I could see it was wearing him down, the worry in his eyes every time I mentioned the man or the dreams or the cold spots in the house, and I did not want to make him carry this burden with me when there was nothing he could do to fix it. My sister called me almost every day now, crying and apologizing over and over for bringing that board into our lives, and I kept telling her it was not her fault, even though a small part of me wondered if that was really true. She said the mark on her finger had grown bigger, that it now covered her whole index finger and was starting to spread to her hand, and that she could feel it pulsing sometimes like a second heartbeat. I did not know what to tell her. I did not know how to help her. I could barely help myself, so I just listened and said reassuring things and hung up feeling like a liar. Around the start of my 7th month, something changed in the house that I could no longer ignore or explain away as my imagination. It started with small things at first, like the way the temperature would drop by several degrees whenever I walked into the nursery, or how the dog would stand in the hallway and stare at that closed door for hours without moving, growling low in his throat at nothing I could see. Then it got worse, with objects moving on their own, like the little stuffed animals I had arranged on the shelf would be on the floor in the morning, or the rocking chair would be gently swaying back and forth when I walked past, even though no one had been in there. My husband noticed these things too now. He could not pretend anymore, and I would catch him looking at the nursery door with the same wary expression I probably wore all the time. One night we were sitting in the living room watching television, trying to have a normal evening, when we both heard it clearly, a voice coming from the nursery down the hall. It was not loud, just a whisper really, but it was unmistakably a voice, a man's voice, saying something we could not quite make out. We looked at each other, and I could see the fear in his face, the same fear I felt in my own chest, and we both got up and walked to the nursery door together without saying a word. He pushed the door open slowly and we looked inside, but the room was empty, just the crib and the rocker and the little lamp we kept on at night. The rocking chair was moving though, swaying gently back and forth like someone had just gotten up from it, and the air in that room was so cold we could see our breath. I grabbed my husband's arm and pulled him back, closing the door, and we went to bed without talking about it, because what was there to say? The next night I could not sleep at all, so I got up around 2 a.m. and went to the kitchen to make some tea, hoping it would help me relax. The house was dark except for the little night lights I had plugged in everywhere, and I walked carefully, so I would not trip over anything. As I passed the nursery, I noticed the door was open a crack, which I knew I had closed tightly before going to bed. I stood there for a moment, telling myself to just keep walking, to go make my tea, and ignore it. But something made me stop and look through that crack into the room. The lamp was off, but there was a faint light coming from somewhere, a soft blue-white glow that seemed to be coming from the crib itself. I pushed the door open slowly, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears, and I saw that the glow was coming from inside the crib, from the place where my daughter would sleep in just a few more weeks. It was like someone had placed a night light under the blanket, except there was no blanket in there yet, just the bare mattress and the light emanating from nowhere I could see. As I watched, the light began to form a shape, a vague human shape lying in the crib like a baby, and I heard that whisper again, the man's voice, saying she will be perfect here, she will be warm here, I will keep her safe always. I stumbled backward out of that room and slammed the door shut, and I did not go back in there for 3 days, not even to put away the new clothes my sister had dropped off. My daughter's kicks became more frequent after that night, and they were always patterns now, never random movements anymore. I kept my phone with me at all times with the Morse code app open, and every time she kicked I would translate the messages. Most of them were simple, asking for things like LIGHT or WRM or MONY, but some of them were stranger, messages that did not seem like they could come from a baby who had never even seen the world. One night she spelled out HESHOWEDMETHEFIRE, and I asked her what fire, and she spelled back WHEREHEDIED, ITWSHOT. Another time she spelled HESAYSHELLOTOYOU, HESAYSTHNK, YOUFOR, I did not know what to do with these messages. I did not know how to respond to a ghost communicating through my unborn child. So I just talked to her out loud, telling her I loved her, telling her she was safe, telling her I would protect her no matter what. I did not know if she believed me. I did not know if she even understood, but it was all I could do. My husband came home from work one evening looking pale and shaken, and he sat me down at the kitchen table and told me he had to show me something. He pulled out his phone and opened a photo album, scrolling through pictures until he found the one he wanted. It was a picture he had taken that day at the library, a picture of an old newspaper article from 1917 that he had found on microfilm. He had been spending his lunch breaks at the library for weeks, searching through old records, trying to find anything that might explain what was happening to us. The article was about a fire at a boarding house, a fire that had killed several people, including a young couple who were expecting a baby. The man had died trying to get to his wife, who was in labor in their room, but he never made it. He was trapped in a hallway and died of smoke inhalation before the flames even reached him. His wife gave birth in that burning building, all alone, and the baby lived for 3 hours before it died too. The article said the wife kept telling rescuers that her husband had been there, that he had held the baby, that he was cold but he was there, and they thought she was just delirious from the smoke. My husband looked at me with those worried eyes and said the man's name was not printed. The ink had bled and it was unreadable, but the baby's name was there, clear as anything. He showed me the article on his phone, and I read the words myself, the baby's name, Mina. I felt the world tilt around me when I saw that name, because that was the name we had chosen for our daughter months ago, before the baby shower, before the Ouija board, before any of this nightmare began. We had picked it because it was my husband's grandmother's name, a family name we both loved, but now it felt like something else entirely, like a sign or a message or a claim. That night I could not eat. I could not sleep. I just sat in the living room staring at the wall while my husband tried to comfort me. He said it was just a coincidence, that Mina was a common name back then, that there was no way we could have known. I wanted to believe him, I really did, but deep down I knew this was not a coincidence. This was something else, something that had been planned long before we ever thought about having a baby. I went to the nursery around midnight. I do not know why. Maybe to prove to myself that I was not afraid anymore. Maybe to confront whatever was in there. The room was cold as always, and the rocking chair was moving gently even though no one was in it. But I forced myself to walk to the crib and stand there looking down at the empty mattress. I spoke out loud. I said, I know you are here. I know you want something. I know about the fire and your wife and your baby. But this is my baby. She is not yours. You cannot have her. For a long moment nothing happened, and I started to think maybe it was over. Maybe speaking to it directly had done something. Then the room got even colder, so cold I could see my breath puffing out in clouds, and the light from the little lamp began to dim and flicker. I felt a presence behind me, something tall and cold, and I heard that voice right in my ear, whispering, she has my baby's name. She has my baby's name. She is meant for me. She is meant for us. I spun around, but there was nothing there. just the corner of the room where the shadows seemed deeper than they should be, where the darkness seemed to have a shape. I ran out of that room, and I did not look back. I ran to my bedroom and climbed into bed next to my husband, and I buried my face in his shoulder and cried like I had not cried since I was a little girl. He held me and told me everything would be okay, that we would figure this out, that we would find a way to protect our daughter. I wanted to believe him. I wanted to believe that love and determination could overcome whatever this thing was, but deep down I knew that some things cannot be fought with love alone. My daughter kicked inside me, a gentle pattern that I automatically translated in my head. IGSOKYMOMY, HEISNOTENGRY, HEISJUSTLONELY. I cried harder at those words, at the thought of my baby trying to comfort me, at the thought of a lonely ghost who had been waiting for over 100 years to hold his child again. I whispered back to her. I said, I do not care if he is lonely. He cannot have you, you are mine. She kicked back one final message before going still. HESAYSWECNSHARE. The next morning I woke up with a new feeling in my chest. Not exactly hope, but something like determination. A resolve to fight for my daughter, no matter what it took. I got out of bed and I walked to the nursery, and this time I did not run away. I opened the door and I went inside, and I stood in that cold room facing the corner where the shadows were deepest. I said out loud, clear and firm, I know you are there. I know you lost your family, and I am sorry for that. I truly am, but you cannot have mine. I will do whatever it takes to protect my daughter. I will find a way to send you away. I will not let you take her from me. The room stayed cold, the rocking chair stayed still, and for a moment I thought maybe it was working, maybe I was getting through. Then the mobile above the crib began to spin, faster and faster until the little stars were just a blur, and I heard a sound that made my blood run cold. A baby's cry coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Not my baby's cry, but a different one, an old one, a cry that had been waiting 100 years to be heard. I backed out of that room slowly and closed the door, and I leaned against the wall in the hallway breathing hard, my hand on my stomach feeling my daughter move inside me. She kicked a pattern, and I did not need the app to translate it anymore. I understood it in my bones, HESAYSNEVR. After that morning in the nursery, when I heard the ghost baby cry, and my daughter kicked out the message that he would never leave, I fell into a kind of daze where I just went through the motions of living without really being present for any of it. I cooked meals I did not eat. I answered questions I did not hear. I smiled at my husband when he tried to cheer me up, but the smiles never reached my eyes because my mind was always somewhere else, always in that cold room with the spinning mobile and the crying that came from nowhere. My daughter kept kicking her patterns day and night, keeping up a constant stream of communication that I could not ignore even if I wanted to, telling me things about him that I did not always understand. She told me HEISTIRED, and HEMISSESHISWIFE, and HESHRWDMEAPICDUREOFHER, SHEWSPRETTY. I did not know how to respond to any of this. I did not know if I should be comforting this ghost or fighting him, so I just listened and tried to keep myself together enough to make it to the next day. My sister showed up at my door one afternoon looking worse than I had ever seen her, with dark circles under her eyes so deep they looked like bruises, and a shake in her hands that would not stop no matter how hard she tried to hold them still. She came inside and sat at my kitchen table, and I made her tea that she did not drink, and she just sat there staring at her hands for a long time before she finally spoke. She said she needed to tell me the whole truth about the estate sale, not just the part she had told me before, because she had been keeping something back and it was eating her alive. I waited while she gathered herself, and then she told me that when the old woman grabbed her wrist and warned her about the board, she had also said something else, something my sister had tried to forget because it scared her so much. The woman had looked right into my sister's eyes with those cloudy old eyes and said that the board had been in her family for 3 generations, that her grandmother had gotten it from a woman whose husband died in a fire, that the board had been used to try to contact him, and something had come through that never left. She said her grandmother had told her on her deathbed to never sell the board, to keep it hidden, to never let anyone play with it because it did not just summon spirits, it gave them a doorway that they could use to come into the world of the living. My sister had laughed it off at the time, had paid for the board and run out of there, but the woman's words had stuck with her, had burrowed into her brain and grown like a weed until she could not think about anything else. I asked my sister why she was telling me this now, what difference it made, and she started crying so hard she could barely breathe. She pulled up her sleeve and showed me her arm, and I saw that the mark from her finger had spread all the way up to her elbow, a web of dark lines under her skin that pulsed and moved like they were alive. She said it was spreading faster now, that she could feel it crawling up her arm at night, that she had started having dreams where she was standing in a burning building looking for someone she could not find. She said in the dreams she could hear a baby crying, but no matter where she looked she could not find it, and she would wake up with her face wet with tears she did not remember crying. I held her while she sobbed and I tried to comfort her, but I did not know what to say because I was having the same dreams. I was seeing the same fire. I was hearing the same baby cry for a mother who was not there. We sat at that table for hours, two scared women holding onto each other, and I realized for the first time that this was not just happening to me, that my sister was just as trapped in this nightmare as I was, maybe more because she carried that mark that was slowly taking her over. That night after my sister went home, I could not sleep again, so I got up and went to the nursery like I always did, drawn there by something I could not name. The room was cold as ever, and the rocking chair was moving gently, but I was getting used to these things now. They did not frighten me the way they used to. I sat down in the glider and put my hands on my stomach, feeling my daughter move inside me, and I spoke out loud to the room, to him, to whatever was listening. I said, I know you lost your family, I know you have been waiting a long time, and I am sorry for that, I truly am, but my sister is hurting because of you, and I need you to stop. I need you to leave her alone. She did not mean to bring you here. She was just excited about a party game. She does not deserve to be marked like that. For a long time nothing happened, and I started to think maybe he was not listening. Maybe he did not care about my sister at all. Then the temperature dropped even further, so cold I could see my breath, and I heard that voice, the man's voice, coming from the corner where the shadows were deepest. He said I did not mark her. She marked herself when she touched the board. She opened the door and I walked through. That is how it works. That is how it has always worked. I am not the one hurting her. The mark is just the price of passage, the toll for crossing from where I was to where you are. I asked him what he wanted, really wanted, not just vague statements about warmth and babies and waiting, but the real truth of why he was here and what he planned to do. The voice was quiet for a moment, and then he said, I want what I lost. I want my family. I want to hold my baby again and feel her warmth and know that she is safe. I told him that was not possible, that his wife and baby were gone, that they had moved on to wherever people go after they die, and that he needed to move on too. He said they did not move on. They are still here. They are waiting for me, but I cannot reach them. I have been trying for over 100 years and I cannot find them. I thought if I could find another baby, a warm baby, I could use that connection to reach them. I could find my way back to my wife and my Mina through the warmth of a new life. I sat there in that cold room with my hands on my pregnant belly, and I felt my blood run cold in a way that had nothing to do with the temperature, because I finally understood what he wanted. He did not want to take my daughter. He wanted to use her as a bridge, a way to reach his own dead family on the other side. I asked him what would happen to my daughter if he used her that way. Would she be hurt? Would she be changed? Would she still be mine? He did not answer right away, and that pause told me everything I needed to know. Finally he said she would be shared. She would have room for all of us. She would be warm and loved and never alone. I stood up from that glider so fast I almost fell over, and I shouted at the corner. I said, no, absolutely not. You cannot have her. You cannot use her. She is my daughter, and I will burn this whole house down before I let you take her. The room went completely still. The rocking chair stopped moving. The cold seemed to recede just a little, and I heard him say very quietly that it was too late for that the connection had already been made the moment my fingers touched the planchette at the baby shower, that my daughter had been responding to him ever since, that she knew him and talked to him, and was not afraid of him because he had shown her things, beautiful things from his life and his love for his family. I stood there in that nursery with tears running down my face, and I realized that everything I had thought was my daughter communicating with me. All those Morse code messages might not have been just her, might have been both of them, might have been him using her to speak to me. I left that room, and I went back to bed, and I crawled in next to my husband, and I held on to him like he was the only solid thing in a world that was spinning out of control. He woke up and asked what was wrong, and I could not even form the words to tell him. I just shook and cried and held on while he stroked my hair and whispered that everything would be okay. In the morning I called my sister, and I told her everything he had said, about using the baby as a bridge, about his wife and daughter waiting for him, about the connection that had already been made. She was quiet for a long time, and then she said maybe that is not so bad. Maybe if he finds his family he will leave us alone. Maybe we just need to help him cross over. I wanted to believe that. I wanted to think there was a way out of this that did not end in tragedy. But deep down I knew that nothing was ever that simple. That spirits who waited 100 years did not just politely move on when they got what they wanted. My daughter kicked inside me, a gentle pattern that I read without thinking. MOMYHESAYSTHNK I put my hand on my stomach, and I whispered back to her, to him, to both of them. I said, I am not doing this for you. I am doing this for her. And if you hurt her, I will find a way to destroy you, even if it destroys me too. The kicking stopped for a moment, and then a single kick, soft and gentle, that I knew meant he understood. After that night in the nursery, when he told me about wanting to use my daughter as a bridge to reach his own lost family, I fell into a strange kind of routine where I would go about my days like a normal pregnant woman, but spend my nights in that cold room talking to a ghost. My husband thought I was losing my mind, and maybe I was, but I could not stop myself from going in there every night after he fell asleep, sitting in the glider with my hands on my belly, waiting for the temperature to drop and the whispers to start. My daughter would kick her patterns, translating for him sometimes, speaking for herself other times, and I began to learn things about him that I had not known before. He told me through her that his name was something he could not remember anymore, that the years had blurred together until he lost track of who he had been, that all he had left was the feeling of love for his wife and the desperate need to hold his baby again. He told me about the fire, how he had been working late and ran home when he heard the sirens, how he had fought through smoke and flame to get to his family, how he had died in a hallway just feet away from their door, close enough to hear them but too far to ever reach them. He told me about watching them die without being able to help, about feeling their lives slip away while he was trapped in that burning building, about the rage and grief that had kept him tied to this world long after he should have moved on. My daughter kicked out his words in patterns that I had come to understand without needing the app anymore, patterns that felt like they were part of my own language now, and I found myself crying for him even as I feared him. She spelled out HESAYSHELOVDTHEMSOMUCH, HESAYSHEWOULDDO HULDTHEMAGAN. I asked her if she was afraid of him, if she wanted him to go away, and she kicked back NOMOMY, HEISNICTOME, HESHOWSMEPICDURESOFFLOWERS. I did not know what to do with that information, with the knowledge that my unborn daughter was being shown pictures by a ghost, that she had a relationship with him that I could not control or even fully understand. I started to wonder if maybe my sister was right. Maybe the best thing was to help him find his family, to use the bridge he wanted and let him cross over, so he would leave us alone. But every time I thought about that, about my daughter being used as a doorway between worlds, my whole body would clench with fear because I did not know what that would do to her. Did not know if she would survive being a bridge or if she would be changed forever. Around the middle of my 8th month, my sister called me in the middle of the night, screaming so loud I could barely understand her words. She said the marks had spread to her face now, that she could see them in the mirror crawling up her neck, that she could feel them moving under her skin like worms, and that she had started seeing him everywhere she went, standing in corners, watching her from across the street, appearing in her bedroom at night just to stand there and stare. I told her to come to my house, to get in her car and drive over right now, and she did, showing up at my door an hour later looking like she had not slept in weeks. Her face was covered in those dark lines, a web of them pulsing under her skin, and her eyes had a hollow look that made me think of the ghost in the corner, like she was already half gone from this world. She sat on my couch and shook and cried, and said she was sorry over and over until I could not take it anymore, and I grabbed her shoulders and told her to stop apologizing, that this was not her fault, that we would figure it out together. But even as I said the words, I did not believe them, because I could see that she was fading, that the mark was taking something from her every day, and I did not know how to stop it. That night after my sister fell asleep on the couch, I went to the nursery, and I confronted him like I had never done before. I stood in the middle of that cold room, and I spoke out loud, not whispering this time, but full voice, demanding that he come out and face me. The temperature dropped so fast I gasped, and the light from the little lamp flickered and dimmed until we were in almost total darkness, and then he appeared in the corner, more solid than I had ever seen him before. He looked like a real man, tall and gaunt with hollow eyes and clothes that looked old and worn, clothes from another century. He stood there looking at me, and for the first time I could see his face clearly, could see the grief etched into every line, could see the longing in his eyes that was so deep it hurt to look at. I said to him, "You are killing my sister. The mark you left on her is spreading, and she is fading. You need to stop it. You need to take it back." He shook his head slowly and said, "I cannot take it back. It is not mine to take. It is the price she paid for opening the door. It is the toll that must be paid for any crossing." I asked him what the toll was for, what he was paying for, and he said for the bridge, for the chance to reach my family, for the warmth of a new life to guide me home. I said my daughter is not a toll. She is not a price. She is a person, and you cannot use her like that. He looked at me with those hollow eyes and said, "She is already part of this. She has been part of this since the moment you touched the board. She knows me and I know her, and we are connected in ways you cannot undo." I felt my daughter kick inside me, a pattern that spelled HEISRIGHTMONY, WEARECONNECTED. I put my hand on my stomach, and I felt tears running down my face. And I said to him, "If you hurt her, if you take her from me, I will find a way to destroy you even if it kills me." He said, "I do not want to hurt her. I want to love her. I want to hold her and feel her warmth, and through her find my way back to the ones I lost. She will not be taken from you. She will still be your daughter. She will just have room for more love, more family, more warmth." I wanted to believe him. I wanted to think that sharing my daughter with a ghost and his dead family was possible without destroying her. But every instinct I had screamed that this was wrong, that no good could come from mixing the living with the dead. I backed out of that room, and I went to check on my sister, who was sleeping fitfully on the couch, the marks on her face pulsing in time with her heartbeat. I sat beside her and held her hand and waited for morning, wondering how my life had come to this, wondering if there was any way out that did not end in tragedy for someone I loved. In the morning my sister woke up looking worse than ever, the marks now covering her entire face and spreading down her neck toward her chest. She looked at me with those hollow eyes and said she could hear them now, his wife and his baby, calling to her from somewhere far away, asking her to help them find their way home. She said they sounded sad, so sad like they had been lost for a very long time and just wanted to be found. I asked her if she could see them, and she said not yet, but she could feel them, could feel their loneliness and their longing, could feel how much they missed the man in the corner. I did not know what to say to that, did not know if this was real or if the mark was making her hallucinate. So I just held her hand and tried to be strong for both of us. My husband came downstairs and saw her, and his face went pale, and I could see him trying to process what was happening, trying to find a logical explanation for the web of dark lines covering my sister's face. He did not say anything, just made coffee and sat with us, and I loved him for that, for staying even when he did not understand, for being present even when he was scared. That afternoon I went back to the nursery, not to confront him this time, but to talk, really talk, to try to understand what he wanted, and see if there was any way to give it to him without sacrificing my daughter. He appeared in the corner almost immediately, like he had been waiting for me, and I sat in the glider and spoke to him calmly, asking him questions about his life, about his wife, about his baby. He told me his wife's name was something he could not quite remember, that it started with an M maybe, that she had the kindest eyes and the warmest hands, and that he missed holding her more than anything in the world or out of it. He told me his baby had been born in the fire, had lived only 3 hours, but that in those 3 hours he had held her, had felt her tiny warmth against his chest, had whispered her name over and over until the smoke took him. He said he did not know if that really happened or if he had imagined it, if the dream of holding his baby was just his dying brain's last wish, but it felt real. It felt more real than anything else in his existence since then. I asked him what would happen to my daughter if she became the bridge, if she would be okay, if she would still be herself. He was quiet for a long time, and then he said, "I do not know. I have never done this before. I only know that I have to try, that I cannot go on like this forever, that the loneliness is eating me alive." I looked at him, really looked at him, and for the first time I did not see a monster. I saw a man, a broken man who had lost everything and was desperate enough to try anything to get it back. I did not know if that made what he was doing right, but I understood it, and understanding changed something in me, softened the hard edges of my fear into something more complicated. After that long conversation in the nursery, where I started to see him as something more than just a monster, I found myself in a strange place mentally where I was not sure anymore if fighting him was the right thing to do. My sister was getting worse by the day, the marks on her face now so dark and thick that she looked like someone had drawn all over her with a black marker, and she spent most of her time just staring at walls, whispering to people I could not see. I knew she did not have much time left, that whatever the mark was doing to her was almost complete, and the thought of losing her on top of everything else was more than I could bear. My daughter kept kicking her patterns, telling me things about him and his family, about how close they were getting, about how soon the bridge would be ready. I did not know what that meant, did not know what ready looked like, but I felt it in my bones that something was building toward a moment I could not stop. My husband came to me one evening looking more serious than I had ever seen him, and he sat me down at the kitchen table and said we needed to talk about getting help, real help, not just doctors or counselors, but someone who understood things like this. I asked him what he meant, and he said he had been doing research online, had found a priest who specialized in situations like ours, a man who had dealt with hauntings and possessions and things that could not be explained by normal means. I was skeptical at first because I was not religious, had never been religious, but my husband pointed out that nothing else was working, that my sister was dying and our daughter was communicating with a ghost, and that maybe it was time to try something we had not tried before. I agreed because I did not know what else to do, and he made the call right there at the table, speaking in low tones to someone on the other end of the line, explaining our situation without sounding completely insane. When he hung up, he said the priest would come tomorrow, that he had heard stories like ours before, and that he thought he could help. That night I could not sleep at all, just laid in bed staring at the ceiling, feeling my daughter move inside me, wondering what this priest would think when he walked into our house and felt the cold, and saw my sister covered in marks and heard the whispers that filled every room now. Around 3 a.m. I got up and went to the nursery, not because I wanted to but because I felt pulled there, like something was calling me that I could not resist. He was in the corner as always, more solid now than ever before, and he turned to look at me when I walked in with eyes that seemed almost human in the dim light. I told him a priest was coming tomorrow, that we were going to try to send him away, that I was sorry but I had to protect my family. He did not look angry or scared, just sad, so sad that it broke my heart a little, and he said, "I understand. I would do the same in your place, but it will not work. I am too deep now. I have been here too long." I asked him what that meant, too deep, and he said, "I am not just in the house anymore. I am in her, in your daughter, in the warmth that will become her life. You cannot send me away without sending her away too, and you will not do that. You love her too much." I wanted to argue, wanted to tell him he was wrong, but I knew in my heart that he was right, that whatever connection he had formed with my daughter was not something that could be broken by holy water and prayers. The priest arrived the next morning, an older man with kind eyes and a calm way of speaking that made me feel like maybe things would be okay. He shook hands with my husband and with me, and then he saw my sister sitting on the couch with her marked face, and his expression changed, became more serious, more focused. He walked over to her and looked at the marks closely, and I saw his hands tremble just a little before he steadied them. He asked if he could pray over her, and she nodded, too far gone now to really understand what was happening. He placed his hand on her head and began to speak in Latin, words I did not understand, but that seemed to have a power to them, a rhythm that felt ancient and true. As he prayed, the marks on my sister's face seemed to pulse faster, to darken and lighten in response to his words, and she began to moan, a low sound that came from somewhere deep in her chest. The priest kept praying, his voice getting louder, more urgent, and then suddenly my sister's eyes flew open, and she spoke in a voice that was not hers, a man's voice, rough and cold, saying, "You cannot touch me. I am protected, I am claimed." The priest stumbled backward, his face pale, and I saw that his hand was red and blistered where he had touched my sister's head, burned by something I could not see. He turned to me and said, "This is worse than I thought. He is not just attached to your sister. He is using her as a conduit, as a way to stay in this world while he works on your baby." I asked him what we could do, if there was any way to save my sister and my daughter, and he shook his head slowly, saying, "I do not know. I have never seen anything like this. He is too strong. He has been waiting too long." He asked me to take him to the nursery, to show him where the presence was strongest, and I led him down the hall to that cold room with the rocking chair that moved on its own and the mobile that spun without wind. The moment he stepped inside, the temperature dropped so dramatically that I saw his breath plume out in front of his face, and he began to pray again, walking slowly around the room, sprinkling holy water on the walls and the floor. Wherever the water landed, it sizzled and steamed like it had been dropped on a hot stove, and the air seemed to thicken with a presence that pressed against us from all sides. The priest kept praying, his voice never faltering, until he reached the corner where he always stood, and when he sprinkled water there, the whole room seemed to shake, a deep vibration that I felt in my bones, and I heard a scream, Not human, not animal, something in between that made my blood run cold. The priest stumbled out of that room with his face as white as paper, and he told me we needed to talk, needed to figure out what to do next. We sat in the living room while my husband made coffee, and the priest explained that the entity in our house was not a demon, not exactly, but something more complicated, a human soul that had been twisted by grief and longing into something that could not move on. He said the fire, the loss of his family, the desperate need to hold his baby again had anchored him to this world in a way that made him almost impossible to remove, because his motivations were not evil, they were love, twisted love, but love nonetheless. He said that made it harder, because love leaves marks that are not easily erased. Love creates bonds that are not easily broken. I asked him what we should do, and he was quiet for a long moment before saying that we might have to let him finish what he started, let him use the bridge he wanted, because trying to stop him might hurt the baby more than letting him go through with it. He said if we could help him find his family, help him cross over peacefully, maybe everyone would survive, maybe my daughter would be okay. But he also said there were no guarantees, that we were in uncharted territory, that he could not promise anything. After the priest left, promising to come back if we needed him, I went to my sister and sat beside her, holding her hand while she stared at nothing. The marks on her face were darker than ever, pulsing with a rhythm that matched my heartbeat, and I wondered if she could feel me there, if any part of her was still aware of the world. I talked to her anyway, telling her I loved her, telling her I was sorry for everything, telling her that I would find a way to make this right even if it killed me. She did not respond, did not move, just sat there with those hollow eyes staring into some distance I could not see. And I cried for her, for the sister who had only wanted to throw me a nice baby shower, who had only wanted to do something special for me. My daughter kicked inside me, a gentle pattern that spelled HESAYS, SHEIS, NOTINPAIN, HESAYS, SHEWLLBOKY. I did not know if I believed that, did not know if I could trust anything he said anymore, but I wanted to believe it, needed to believe it, because the alternative was too terrible to face. That night I went to the nursery one more time, not to confront him but to talk, to try to find some kind of understanding that would let us all survive this. He was there in the corner, more solid than ever, almost looking like a real man standing in the shadows, and I sat in the glider and I spoke to him calmly, asking him what he needed from us, what we could do to help him find his family without destroying mine. He said he needed the baby, needed her warmth, needed her connection to the living world to guide him to the place where his wife and daughter were waiting. He said he would not hurt her, would not take her from me, would just use her light to find his way home. I asked him what would happen to my sister, and he said she would be free once he crossed, that the mark was just the toll for the bridge, that once the crossing was complete she would be herself again. I wanted to believe him, needed to believe him, and maybe that made me foolish, but I was out of options and out of time, and I could not see any other way forward. I told him I would help him, would let him use my daughter as a bridge, but only if he promised me that she would be okay, that she would still be mine, that I would not lose her to the other side. He looked at me with those hollow eyes and said, I promise, on the souls of my wife and my Mina, I promise she will be safe. And even though I knew promises from ghosts meant nothing, even though every instinct screamed that I was making a terrible mistake, I nodded and agreed to let him try. After I made that agreement with him in the nursery, promising to let him use my daughter as a bridge to find his lost family, something shifted in the house that I could feel in my bones. The cold did not go away, but it changed somehow, became less harsh, less angry, more like a waiting kind of cold, like the air before a snowstorm when everything goes still and quiet. My sister, who had been sitting on the couch for days staring at nothing, suddenly blinked and looked at me with eyes that seemed more like her own, and she asked me where she was and what had happened. I hugged her so hard I almost cried, and she hugged me back, confused but present, really present for the first time in weeks. The marks on her face were still there, but they seemed fainter now, less dark, less pulsing with that awful life they had before. I told her everything that had happened, about my agreement with him, about the bridge, about trying to help him cross over, and she listened without interrupting, her face growing more and more worried as I spoke. When I finished she was quiet for a long time, and then she said she hoped I knew what I was doing, because once you make deals with the dead there is no going back. My daughter kicked inside me more than ever those next few days, not in pain but in excitement, like she was anticipating something wonderful. Her pattern spelled out words like HEISHAPPY and WEAREALMOSDRADY and SONMONYSON. I did not know what ready meant, did not know when soon was, but I felt it building, felt the pressure in the air like before a storm. My husband watched me with worried eyes, asking if I was okay, if I needed to go to the hospital, if the baby was moving normally. I told him everything was fine, that I was just tired, that pregnancy was hard, and he pretended to believe me because I think he was afraid of what the truth might be. The priest called a few times to check on us, and I told him we were managing, that we had found a way forward, that I would let him know if we needed him. He did not sound convinced, but he did not push, just said he was there if we changed our minds. Around the middle of my 9th month, I woke up one night with a feeling that something was different, something had changed while I was sleeping. The room was dark and my husband was snoring softly beside me, but the air felt electric, charged with an energy that made my skin tingle. I got up and walked to the nursery without thinking about it, drawn there by a force I could not resist. And when I opened the door I saw that the room was glowing with that soft blue-white light I had seen before, but brighter now, so bright I had to squint. He was standing in the corner, more solid than ever, looking almost like a real man in old-fashioned clothes, and beside him was a woman I had never seen before, pale and beautiful with sad eyes and a dress from another time. She was holding a baby, a tiny thing wrapped in a blanket, and they were both looking at me with expressions that mixed hope and fear and longing all together. He spoke first, saying, "This is my wife, this is my Mina. They have been waiting for me, and I have been waiting for them, and now we are so close." The woman smiled at me, a sad, sweet smile, and she said, "Thank you for letting us try. Thank you for sharing your warmth. We will not forget your kindness." I stood there in that glowing room, staring at a ghost family, at a dead woman holding a dead baby, and I felt my own daughter kick inside me so hard I gasped. She was moving like never before, spinning and kicking and pressing, and I felt a pain shoot through my belly that made me grab the doorframe for support. The ghost woman looked at me with concern and said, "It is time. The bridge is ready. The warmth is calling us home." I doubled over as another pain hit me, worse than the first, and I realized with a shock that I was in labor, that my daughter was coming, that this was happening right now in the middle of the night with ghost witnesses. I tried to call out for my husband, but the pain stole my voice, and I slid down the doorframe to my knees, breathing hard, trying to remember everything I had learned in birthing class. The ghost man moved toward me, reaching out a hand, and I flinched before I saw that his face was kind, worried, that he was not trying to hurt me but to help. He said, "Let me help you. Let me ease the pain. I can do that much at least." I nodded because I could not speak, and he placed his cold hand on my forehead, and instantly the pain receded, not gone but distant, manageable, like I was watching it happen to someone else. My husband woke up to find me on the floor of the nursery with a ghost kneeling beside me, and the look on his face was something I will never forget, a mix of terror and confusion and love all tangled together. He ran to me and helped me up, asking what was happening, what was going on, and I managed to gasp out that the baby was coming, that we needed to go to the hospital. He grabbed my bag, helped me to the car, and we drove through the dark streets with me in the back seat, breathing through contractions that came faster and faster. The whole time I could feel him with me, the ghost, his cold presence wrapped around me like a blanket, keeping the pain at bay, keeping me calm. I could feel his wife too, and his baby, all of them clustered around me like a protective circle. And I knew that this was it. This was the moment the bridge would be built. At the hospital, they rushed me into a delivery room, and my husband held my hand while the doctors and nurses did their jobs. All of them unaware of the ghost family gathered in the corner, watching with eager eyes. The labor was fast, faster than anyone expected, and within a few hours I was pushing, screaming, crying, bringing my daughter into the world. When she finally came out, when I heard that first cry, the room filled with a light so bright that everyone gasped, the doctors, the nurses, my husband, all of them staring at the glow that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. In that light I saw them clearly, the ghost man, his wife, his baby, all of them reaching toward my daughter, all of them smiling with tears on their faces. The man looked at me and mouthed, "Thank you," and then he and his family began to fade, to dissolve into the light, their forms growing less and less solid until they were just sparkles in the air, and then nothing at all. The light faded and the room returned to normal, and the doctor placed my daughter in my arms, warm and squirming and perfect. She had 10 fingers and 10 toes, and the most beautiful little face I had ever seen, and she looked up at me with eyes that were clear and new, no ancient knowledge in them, just the fresh wonder of a brand new soul. I cried holding her, cried with relief and joy and exhaustion, and my husband cried with me, both of us too overwhelmed to speak. The nurses cleaned us up and took us to a recovery room, and I held my daughter all night, watching her sleep, counting her breaths, marveling at the miracle of her. In the morning my sister came to visit, the marks on her face almost completely gone now, just faint shadows that would probably fade with time. She held the baby and cried and said she was beautiful, she was perfect, she was worth everything we had been through. I agreed, looking at my daughter, feeling the warmth of her against my chest, knowing that the nightmare was finally over. We went home a few days later, and the house felt different, lighter, warmer, like a weight had been lifted that I had not even realized I was carrying. The nursery was warm now, no cold spots, no moving rocker, no spinning mobile. My daughter slept peacefully in her crib, a normal baby doing normal baby things, eating and sleeping and filling her diaper at all hours of the night. My husband and I started to relax, to believe that it was really over, that we could finally be a normal family. My sister came to visit often, her face completely clear now, the marks gone as if they had never been there. We talked about the whole thing sometimes, trying to make sense of it, trying to understand what had happened and why. We never really came up with answers, just theories and guesses, but it did not matter because we were okay, we were all okay. One night when my daughter was about 3 weeks old, I was feeding her in the nursery in the dark, just me and her and the soft sounds of her drinking. The room was warm, normal, nothing strange at all. She finished eating and I burped her and held her against my shoulder, rocking gently in the glider. She was almost asleep when she lifted her head suddenly and looked toward the corner of the room, the corner where he used to stand. Her eyes got wide and she smiled, a big gummy baby smile, and she reached out her little hand toward the empty corner like she was waving at someone. I felt my blood run cold for the first time in weeks, and I whispered her name, asking her what she saw. She just kept smiling at that corner, her hand reaching, her eyes following something I could not see, and then she lowered her hand, yawned, and went to sleep like nothing had happened. I sat there in that glider holding her for a long time, staring at that empty corner, wondering if he had really crossed over, or if maybe, just maybe, a part of him had found a way to stay after all. After that night when my daughter smiled and reached toward the empty corner, I tried to tell myself it was nothing, just a baby being a baby, seeing things that were not there because their brains were still developing and their eyes were still learning to focus. I told my husband about it the next morning, and he said the same thing, that babies do that all the time. They stare at walls and smile at nothing. It is completely normal. I wanted to believe him, needed to believe him. So I pushed the memory to the back of my mind and focused on the million little tasks that came with having a newborn. The feeding and the changing and the rocking and the endless laundry. My daughter grew and thrived, gaining weight and hitting all her milestones. And for a few weeks I almost convinced myself that the nightmare was truly over, that the ghost family had crossed over and left us in peace. My sister came to visit often, always bringing food or gifts, always wanting to hold the baby and coo over her. She was doing better too, the last traces of the marks on her face gone completely, her old energy and humor slowly returning. We talked about the whole thing sometimes, trying to make sense of it, and she admitted that she still had dreams sometimes, dreams about a man standing in a corner watching her, but they were less frequent now and less scary, more like memories than actual visitations. I told her about my daughter reaching toward the corner that night, and she got a strange look on her face, a look I could not quite read, but she just said that babies are weird and not to worry about it. I let it go because I wanted to let it go, wanted to move on with my life and be happy with my little family. When my daughter was about 2 months old, I started noticing little things that bothered me more than they should have. She would stare at certain spots in the room for long periods, following something with her eyes that I could not see, and sometimes she would smile or coo at those empty spaces like she was interacting with someone. I told myself it was normal baby behavior, but a small part of me remembered how she had communicated with him in the womb, how she had kicked out messages in Morse code, how she had known things she should not have known. I started watching her more closely, paying attention to her patterns, looking for signs that something was not right. One afternoon I was changing her diaper on the changing table in the nursery, and she was looking past me toward the corner, smiling that big gummy smile, and I heard myself ask her who she was looking at, what she was seeing. She just kept smiling and cooing, and I felt a chill run down my spine even though the room was warm. That night I could not sleep, so I got up and went to check on her like new mothers do 100 times a night. I crept into the nursery quietly, not wanting to wake her, and I saw her lying in her crib with her eyes open, staring at the ceiling. She was moving her lips like she was talking, little mouth movements that formed words without any sound, and her hands were waving gently like she was having a conversation with someone. I stood in the doorway watching her for a long time, and I noticed that the temperature in the room seemed to drop just a little, not like before when it would plummet, but just a subtle coolness that might have been my imagination. I went to the crib and picked her up, and she looked at me with those clear blue eyes and smiled, and I held her close and told myself I was being paranoid, that everything was fine. A few days later my husband came home from work looking pale and shaken, and he sat me down at the kitchen table and said he had something to tell me. He had been at the library again on his lunch break, not because he was still researching the ghost, but because he liked the quiet, and he had stumbled across something he thought I should see. He pulled out his phone and showed me a picture of another old newspaper article, this one from 1918, about a year after the fire. It was a follow-up story about the boarding house tragedy, and it mentioned that the bodies of the man and his wife and baby had never been properly identified because they were too badly burned, so they were buried together in a single grave in the local cemetery. The article gave the location of the grave, the plot number and everything, and it also mentioned that the man's name had finally been confirmed through old records, a name that had been lost in the initial reports. My husband looked at me with those worried eyes and told me the name, and I felt the world tilt around me because it was a name I knew, a name that had been in my family for generations. The man who had haunted us, who had tried to use my daughter as a bridge, was my own ancestor, my great-great-grandfather who had died in that fire, and whose wife and baby had died with him. I sat there at that kitchen table staring at my husband while the world spun around me, trying to process what this meant, what it changed. My daughter, my precious baby girl, shared blood with the ghost who had tried to claim her, shared DNA with the man who had been waiting over 100 years to hold his child again. I thought about the name we had chosen for her, Mina, the same name as his baby who died in the fire, and I realized that it was not a coincidence. It was never a coincidence. It was destiny or fate or something I did not have words for. He had not just picked any pregnant woman to haunt. He had found his own descendant, his own bloodline, the only place where he might have a chance to connect with the living world. I started to cry, not from fear this time, but from a strange mix of emotions I could not sort out. Grief for this man I had never known, relief that his motivations might have been more about family than theft, terror at what this meant for my daughter's future. My husband held me while I cried, and then he said there was more, that he had gone to the cemetery to find the grave, that he had stood there looking at the headstone with their names on it, and had felt something, a presence, a warmth instead of a cold. He said he had spoken to them out loud, told them that their family was alive and well, that their bloodline continued through our daughter, that we honored their memory and wished them peace. And as he stood there, he said, a butterfly had landed on the headstone, a beautiful orange and black butterfly that had stayed for a long moment before flying away. He took it as a sign, a message that they had heard him, that they were at peace. I wanted to believe that, wanted to think that after everything, they had finally moved on and left us alone. But a small part of me, the part that had learned to be afraid, wondered if that butterfly was really a goodbye, or just a different kind of hello. That night I went to the nursery and sat in the glider with my daughter in my arms, rocking gently and thinking about everything we had learned. She looked up at me with those clear blue eyes, and I told her about her great-great-great-grandfather, about the fire and the loss and the long waiting. I told her that he had loved his family so much that he could not let go, that he had searched for a way back to them for over 100 years, and that he had found her, found us, found a connection that might finally set him free. She listened with that focused attention babies sometimes have, and when I finished she smiled and reached up to touch my face with her tiny hand. I held her close, and I felt the room grow warm, not cold, just warm and comfortable and safe, and I allowed myself to believe that maybe, just maybe, it was really over. In the weeks that followed, life settled into a normal routine that I had almost forgotten was possible. My daughter grew and changed, hitting milestones and developing a personality that was all her own, funny and sweet and sometimes stubborn. My sister got a new job and moved to a new apartment, starting fresh after everything that had happened. My husband and I reconnected in ways we had not been able to during the nightmare, finding each other again after being lost in fear for so long. I stopped watching the corners, stopped waiting for the temperature to drop, stopped listening for whispers in the dark. I let myself be happy, really happy, for the first time since before the baby shower. But sometimes, late at night when I was feeding my daughter in the dim light of the nursery, I would catch her looking at something over my shoulder, her eyes following something I could not see, and she would smile, that secret smile that made my heart skip a beat. I would turn to look, but there was never anything there, just the empty room with its shadows and its furniture. and I would hold her a little tighter and whisper to her that I loved her, that she was safe, that nothing would ever take her from me. And she would look at me with those knowing eyes and pat my face with her tiny hand, and I would pretend that I did not notice the way the air seemed to shimmer sometimes, just for a second, in the corner of the room where he used to stand. After the discovery that the ghost who had haunted us was my own ancestor, I tried to find a new kind of peace with the situation, telling myself that blood ties explained everything, and that now that he knew we were family, he would leave us alone. For a few months, it seemed like that might be true. My daughter grew and thrived, a happy, healthy baby who smiled and laughed and reached all her milestones right on schedule.